All right, just wanted to give a little quick update here on the book. The book is really turning out, good. Um, Gotten through a lot faster than I had originally thought that I would. So that's really awesome. I mean, the subject matter is definitely a very serious subject, a very serious topic, one that can get easily confused, one that can be easily misinterpreted, and of course the propaganda is real. This we know, and the propaganda it's all surrounding around the theory that David Crowley is guilty, when obviously he has never been proven guilty, cannot be proven guilty, and never will be proven guilty. So therefore, then the question is, why are we acting like he is guilty? Why should we believe that he is guilty when there's no evidence that shows that he is? So that's where we are. That's where we were 5 years ago, and that's where we're going to be 5 years from now, most likely, unless we can get the case reopened. And I think we need to do whatever we can to try to get the case reopened. There is no failure. Failure is not an option in this case. By keeping the case going, by keeping the truth alive, that is a victory. Every day is another victory for us. When we make sure that we are fighting for truth, that we are letting people know that we are not going to just go quietly into the night, that we are going to be here until it can be proven that David Crowley is guilty, or until the case is reclassified, renamed, whatever you want to call it. Until that day, it's just, we're not going anywhere. We're not going to be silenced. We're not going to be bullied. We're not going to be stopped. The truth is on our side. The truth is not on the side of the Apple Valley Police and their fictitious conclusion that David Crowley is guilty, and a conclusion based solely on the fact that they can't find anyone else. They didn't look for anyone else. So if you don't look, you won't find. So I think they're hoping that a lot of people will just not look for the truth, will not look for what happened in this case, and that this case will simply die off. The Gray State team can then go and make money off of David Crowley's work, and can pretty much accomplish what they've been accusing us of doing for the last 4 or 5 years. So it's not, the burden of proof is on the accuser. It's not on us. It's not if we can't prove David Crowley, we can't prove anybody else, then it must be David Crowley. Truth doesn't work like that. It really doesn't. And I know some would like it to work like that, or that's the only thing that they can do, is just say, well, if you can't prove anybody else did it, then it must be David. That's lazy. That's lazy. It's not truthful. It's bullshit. And it can be frustrating, because obviously there's a lot more to this. Now, we could get way off into theories and everything, but you have to remember, the official theory is a conspiracy theory, because you have all of these people conspiring to accuse David Crowley of being guilty. So, yeah, that frustrates me too. The whole pack theory thing. Well, that would be a conspiracy between David and his wife to kill their daughter and kill themselves. No proof of that either. But it hasn't stopped many people from trying to keep those fictitious lies, to keep those lies going for whatever reason, for whatever purpose. I don't know what the purpose is, but I know that it's not true. There's a few things in this case that we do know are true. What is in the document, what the DNA tests show, what the autopsies show, and none of it really shows you why David Crowley is obviously guilty. Therefore, it leads back to the question is that he's not, right? So the David Crowley questions will continue. This story will live on. And I do believe that one day justice will be served. Justice will come. It's just a matter of time. And it's just a matter of getting the right people into the right places and putting the right puzzle pieces into effect. So we've been in the Justice for David Crowley Facebook group. We've gotten a lot of people that are commenting, that are sharing their views, sharing their ideas, and researching. And that's very powerful, because we need that. We need real researchers. We need real people who are going to spend some time sincerely trying to find out the truth here, not just focus on some of these wedge issues and some of the issues that really don't really matter, or just are just there to distract us, there to deter us, and are there to intimidate us. And none of that's going to work. It hasn't worked yet. It's never going to work, and we're going to make sure that it doesn't work. So I want everybody to keep up the good fight. Don't forget what the purpose of the group is, what our goal is, what our mission is. It's very clear, and that's been true ever since this case started. You know, it's never been about a conspiracy theory or the government killed David or anything like that. It's always been just about what they say, what the evidence points to, and where we go from there. So that's where I'm focused. I hope that's where all of our good researchers are focused too. There's nothing wrong with going with your gut and thinking, well, you know, man, I've looked at everything and I really think this is what happened. I really think, this theory is accurate. That's fine. Follow that trail. Follow that rabbit hole. Because there seem to be many rabbit holes, many spider webs. In this case, it's been a long one. 5 years. 5 years. And we have made progress. We made a lot of progress. And we will continue to make progress as long as we don't give up, as long as we don't stop, as long as we don't give in to the bullshit theories, as long as we don't give in to the distractions. Stay focused on it, stay focused on the facts, stay focused on the case, and stay away from toxic people. Stay away from the people that are obviously just there just to stir up crap. Those people are always going to be around, and this case is way too important to put any type of focus, any type of meaningful thoughts onto such just ignorant behavior. And thankfully, that is a very, very small portion of people. So I'm not worried about it. I don't think anybody else is really worried about it either. It's just whatever it is, whatever they want to do, wherever you want to go with it. I'm going to go towards truth, and I'm going to keep seeking that. Like I said, the book, I've gotten a lot further on this book right now than I thought that I would be. I'm in the final stages, really, here. So much so that I might even have time. I know I'd like to have the book out by January 17th. I might even have time to have an audio version out by that time. Maybe. Because I would like an audio version of the book. Maybe each chapter broken up into its own audio section or something. I'm not really sure. But a few months ago, that didn't seem like I was going to have time for that. Didn't seem like that was going to be a possibility for maybe another year or so. But like I said, the book, the latest draft with the research documents, it's 262 pages. So it's not a hard read. It's not, a lot of people should be able to get through quickly. I think a lot of it will be just regurgitated stuff that everybody's already heard. Obviously, if you've read the documents, if you've read anything that I've written, posted, the videos, all that, you pretty much already know what's in the book. There's not going to be any big hidden secrets or anything like that, and it's not meant to be. It's meant for researchers. It's meant for people who want to get quickly caught up on this case. It's meant for as a reference guide, and I really hope one day it's going to get put into the right person's hands that's going to say, you know what, we need to look into reopening this case. And that includes law enforcement of some kind. somebody in a government spot, I don't know, someone who can help get the case reopened. That's what I pray for, and that's what I would ask people to pray for, to get this into the right hands. Like I said, it's just a matter of time. We've already have victory over victory over victory because we keep the case going, and we don't just settle for laziness, for the lazy investigation. We read the documents. We know what's in there. We know what the DNA tests show. We know what the officials say when they talk about they went through everything and couldn't find any motive, any reason why this happened. It's a big deal. So it's been quite the journey, and I'm looking forward to seeing where this case goes from here. So we are, like I said, we're in the final steps of the book. It's pretty much just, maybe one more proof, and then finalizing the artwork and all that, and we should be good to go. It's all done already, and I'm happy with it. I'm happy to get this part done, because this is like a big hill. It's just a big mountain to climb, and I think it's gonna be it's gonna take a lot of that burden off of me, and I hope it helps people. I really do hope that it helps, and I hope it's not confusing but I hope it's a good resource, a good book for resources, so people can just get caught up quickly on this case, because we do have many people continually, even now, new people coming to this case, wanting to learn about what people's views are and why they believe this, why they believe that. So we need that. We need, I'd like to see other books too. I don't think that just because I've written one book, I don't think that this should be the only book out there on the Crowley case. So I hope that other members of the group, other truth seekers, people that are looking for truth, will consider writing their own book on this case too. This very powerful case, and this very a very disturbing case when you look at the way that David Crowley was handled, and the way that this whole case was handled is not how investigators should handle a case like this so quickly. And that's one of the biggest things, and I hope that they learn from that. I really do. I hope that other investigators look at what they did wrong and don't make the same mistakes that they made. So that's what I really hope. I really hope that happens. Now, we're going to do another live show this Sunday, coming up this Sunday at 1 p.m. Pacific time. This will be on the Gray Stage YouTube channel, and we're going to try to go over the notebook, whatever you want to call it, in David's office, the one that had the writing, submit to Allah now, open the Rise most latest version. So there's 59 pages. This was an 80-page notebook, and there's only 59 pages in it. There's blood on several pages, blood on more pages than I thought, blood on more pages that is actually mentioned in the final reports. So it's very important to look at these and see where the blood is, what was written on these pages, what this notepad was used for, because it was used for many things. It looks like it started out as kind of a cookbook. It was a budget book at first, and it kind of ends as a cookbook. David has his writings in the middle of it, some B-roll footage, stuff for Gray State Project, some interesting stuff that I didn't really feel necessary to put in the book. So I'm hoping once we go through this Sunday, if there's anything that I missed or anything that should be in the book, then I'll try to add it in there if I can. The only other thing that I know that I forgot to add was David's mom. What I forgot to add about David's mom was that the fact that she died a few months later. So I will be adding that into the book somehow, some way, somewhere. The last chapter, the gray shame, the last chapter that was a tough one. That was the one. I mean, it was 37 pages just by itself. It's definitely the longest chapter by far, and the most confusing one for me because the original idea was to have it as a timeline. I kind of backtracked on that, and then now I went back to that. So when people read that book, when they read that last chapter, the gray shame chapter, it's probably gonna be. It might be a little difficult for people to read. Like, what the heck is going on? Like, what is this? What you're gonna hear from multiple people, and there's no. It's not a cohesive story. It is a timeline of dates, because the dates are the most important. Who saw David last? Who saw the family last? When? Why? Where? What? And how? And I think people will find that very interesting. I found it very interesting. Up until some of those last days, Kamel was still texting with one of her friends, still talking about moving, still talking about future plans, working on Gray State. She was going to write a book. All of this stuff that clearly shows that David and Kamel were planning for the future, not planning to end their life, all the way up until late December. And the police know this, the authorities have all this stuff, but yet we're still supposed to just think that just disregard all that, disregard David Crowley talking with Jason Allen, and I believe December 16th or so, and David wanted Jason Allen to be an executive producer on the Gray State TV series, all the way up until December 16th, December 17th. But we're supposed to just think that sometime after that, for whatever reason, David Crowley snaps and kills his family. I mean, knowing what's in those documents, it's hard to buy that. I'm having a hard time buying that, and I know that I'm not the only one too. So thanks everybody. I really appreciate all of your support and help, the criticism, the constructive criticism, and the ever-going struggle to find the truth and to get this family justice. God bless you all, and we'll talk soon.
All right, and I'm happy to say that we are just about complete with this book. The book is just about done. The Gray Stage, written by Greg Fernandez Jr. This is all about the David Crowley case. I hope that this book will help many researchers, past, present, and future, with their search for the truth here. So as we take a little journey down my search for the truth, it has not changed, has not wavered. It's always been the exact same thing. What proves David Crowley guilty? So we're going to go ahead and read from the final chapter of my book here. Usually you would put something like this at the very start of the book, but I felt the book really needed to begin with the documents, with all of the facts that we know, all of the claims, what the DNA test showed. It had to start with all of that. So I saved my own views, my own thing for the very end. So this is just my view on this whole case here. The Gray Stage exists solely because of the official conclusion, as stated on page 92 of the Apple Valley Police Reports PDF. With the conclusion of the review of digital devices, Detective Brian Bone reported on October 7, 2015, there is no other information available for further investigation. Throughout this investigation, the AVPD has not discovered any information or evidence that shows anybody but David is the perpetrator of these crimes, including the killing of his wife, child, and himself. This book, The Gray Stage, is a direct response to the allegations against David Crowley. Due to the lack of evidence against David, I felt it necessary to write this book. One of the reasons I decided to write The Gray Stage was to help convince the Apple Valley Police Department to reopen case number 1500303. Either the Apple Valley Police Department should be forced to prove David Crowley guilty, or they should admit the case is unsolved. Because of the official Because the official investigation failed to prove David Crowley guilty, I can only assume he is not. What other conclusion could I possibly reach under the current circumstances? Time and time again, we are asked to believe David is guilty simply because the official narrative declares it so. We wait and wait and wait for evidence of David's guilt, evidence that is never produced. Delay after delay after delay did not deter my efforts or many other people's efforts to find evidence of the allegations against David. During the official investigation, I waited patiently for a conclusion based on facts. I researched as much as I could, documenting comments and actions of those involved in this case. What I soon realized was what the official theory believers and myself had in common. None of us were able to prove David guilty. In fact, no human being on earth can prove David is guilty of a double murder-suicide. So why should we act like David has been proven guilty? The question of what proves David guilty leads to the answer that David is innocent and has been falsely accused of a high crime. In the United States of America, we are all innocent until proven guilty. At least that is the America I strive to live in and to help keep alive. I have yet to find anyone who can prove David guilty, starting and ending with the investigative bodies who created the official theory and subsequent conclusion. At the very latest, the official theory began with the Apple Valley Police Department's press release on January 18, 2015 at 11:40 a.m., which was 10 minutes before David's body was examined. Captain John Burmell was listed as a contact person in the press release, and the document claimed what happened at 1051 Ramsdale Drive was the result of an apparent murder-suicide. Once the official theory began, investigating officials may have found it unnecessary to look into any possible alternative theories. As the investigation progressed, it was clear authorities could not find a motive for David committing the alleged crime. Additionally, authorities failed to tie David to the 3 questionable writings inside the Crowley home: the blood writing on the living room wall, the digital note on the kitchen island laptop, and the written note on a notepad in the office bedroom. Now, requests for handwriting comparisons were deemed unnecessary, yet all 3 writings were allegedly linked to David? Based on what? David's blood was found on the trigger and the magazine, but not on any bullets recovered. Even worse, authorities left the crime scene with 6 bullet casings and 4 spent bullets. Apparently, not one single person inside the Crowley house on January 17th or January 18th saw the bullet hole in the living room ceiling, which led to the bullet in the attic. The same is true of the bullet that rolled out of the living room carpet on January 20th. Both of these 2 later found bullets show disturbing DNA results. The bullet that rolled out of the carpet on January 20th, item 53, revealed a DNA profile matching Ranya's blood, but there was a second DNA profile on this bullet, and it wasn't from David or Kamel. The bullet found a month later on February 18th, item 57, matched David's DNA, but blood was not present on the spent round. Authorities did not know about item 53 or item 57 because they were not looking for them. Authorities had no clue that the bullet existed until they were informed by non-investigative bodies. Then there are the missing body parts. David's right hand, both of Kamel's hands, and Ranya's entire right arm were reportedly missing. Most of the heads of David and Kamel were also missing. Paleo, the family dog, is credited with the missing body parts, and apparently Ranya's fractured rib. Yet there is no indication Paleo deserves credit since dog feces tests were never conducted as far as we know. One of the biggest blood stains in the living room was never tested for DNA. There was a large circular blood stain on the lower right corner of this recliner. The blood was swabbed and labeled as item 34. This item was never tested for DNA results. Plain and simple, this was a staged event. Some believe David staged the scene, while others believe the scene was staged by parties other than David Crowley. Either way, I believe this was a staged event. I believe David has been falsely accused, and unless authorities can prove the double murder-suicide theory, this case should be reopened, and the status should be changed from exceptionally cleared to unsolved. Thank you all very much. That is the final chapter of the book, The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez, coming out very, very soon. The rough cut just finished, and I hope to have the final version out soon. Thank you all. God bless.
So here I am looking for the official conclusion, and it's staring me in the face the whole time. I was going back through my notes and looking at the things I wanted to cover in my book, and I had this question of what is the official conclusion? I know the official allegation, a double murder-suicide. We see that as early as the second press release from the Apple Valley Police Department at about 11:40 a.m. January 18th, less than 24 hours after they find these bodies. They are accusing David Crowley of a double murder-suicide. When does it end? Where is the end? What is the official conclusion? In the Philip Marshall case, we got this, I think, 15-page report from the Calaveras County Sheriff's Office. I was kind of expecting something similar, something that would help everybody understand why the police, why the authorities, why the investigators came to the conclusion that David Crowley is guilty. I was expecting to see that there was something else out there. There was more out there, that they had documentation, that they had something that actually showed that David Crowley is guilty. I was expecting to see something, anything. And I looked and I looked and I went back through all of the documents that we had. Where is the official conclusion? When did this whole case end? When was it wrapped up? What is it? What do we have here? What do they have? And I'll tell you, I was really shocked. I was really shocked because at first I thought, okay, maybe I just missed it. But no, it was there. It was there in front of my face the whole time. It was there. Page 92 of 94 in the Apple Valley Police reports. It's right there. That's their conclusion. That is their final conclusion. That's it. There's nothing else. There's nothing more. Page 92 is it. I'm still a little shocked about it. I still find it hard to believe page 92 is the official conclusion. There's nothing else. This is it. This is supposed to solve the whole case here. This is the conclusion. I was shocked. I was shocked for two reasons. Well, first reason was kind of like it was already there. I had already assumed that page 92 was the unofficial conclusion. I had no idea that it is the official and final conclusion. That's it. That's all you get. So page 92 is written by Brian Bone. This is dated 10/7/2015, 1:08 p.m. The case is closed. It is exceptionally cleared. Okay, so the statement talks about the Dakota County Electronic Crime Task Force. They get all of this data, these terabytes of data. They go through these terabytes of data. Guess what they find?
Nothing.
Big shock here. Nothing. They did not find any information on the related devices that showed motive or cause for what happened during this or up to this incident. With the conclusion of the review of the digital devices, there is no other information available for further investigation. At 10/6, that's it. The terabytes of data was the last thing. It was the last thing that they were waiting for. On October 6, 2015, the case is closed.
Goodbye.
It's done. Throughout this investigation, the AVPD has not discovered any information or evidence that shows anybody but David Crowley is the perpetrator of these crimes, including the killing of his wife, child, and himself. And the status is changed to exceptionally cleared. So here is the real challenge. Here is the real question. What did they discover that shows that David Crowley was the perpetrator of these crimes? Because they're saying they have not discovered any information that shows that anybody but David Crowley was the perpetrator of these crimes. So the clear question is, and this is why I was expecting a final report, something that would answer the clear question, is what did the Apple Valley Police find that showed that David Crowley was the perpetrator of these crimes? If this is it, then there isn't anything. What do they have? One fingerprint? One fingerprint on David's left middle finger? Nothing that ties him to the bullet found in the attic 1 month later? Nothing. They found nothing. They have nothing. The case is built around nothing.
They know nothing.
And it brings us to the question of what really happened here. If the official theory is not true, and I believe that it's not true, then what really happened here? That is the logical question that I think a lot of people, a lot of my friends, a lot of people in the group are asking. Then what happened here? For me, I move a little slower, I guess, because my question here is still, why are they accusing David Crowley of being the perpetrator of these crimes? In these 94 pages, what shows that David Crowley was the perpetrator of these crimes? We know that they found nothing in the terabytes of data. We know that they have no motive. We know that they're guessing. We know that they're speculating. That's not their job. This is one more reason why the case needs to be reopened, because of the official conclusion. The official conclusion is not supported by evidence. It's not supported by facts. It's supported by the fact that they can't find evidence to show that anybody else did it. So it must be David. That's the way that I'm reading this.
It's a joke.
And if the way that I'm reading it is right, then we need to reopen this case. This case needs to be reopened. And we need to do what we can to help get this case reopened. Within reason.
We need your help.
To the best of your ability. And I believe this case will be reopened one day.
Amen. It's coming.
It may take a while. But I got time.
I got time too. Thanks everybody for joining us here. When I do these live shows, I'm gonna always kind of start off with a little intro video to give people a little bit of time to come and join in. If you want to join into this chat room here, this is the Gray Stage live stream number 1. The date is August 5th. 2019. It's about 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time here in the local Bay Area, San Francisco, California, the S-hole of America. And a few things that I wanted to talk about here, to cover here. Hopefully we'll have enough time. I'm going to try to keep these to about an hour or so, maybe a little bit less if I can. Please let me know how the audio is, if the audio is okay. So far it sounds alright. I'm going to skip here to a interview that David Crowley did in 2012. I want to go back to this, to what he was doing in 2012. This took place after after David Crowley had already finished the trailer kind of taken off, all that stuff. So let's go back to 2012 for a second. This is a reading from my feature book titled The Gray Stage, of course. This is in the 2012 section. There obviously is going to be a lot more in this 2012 section. I'm sure you can all understand that. Hey, Pat Hansen, thanks for joining us here. Oh, good. Quality's good? All right. I'm hoping everybody will be able to find us over here. We'll see how this goes. But, so looking at 2012, this is what I got. This is from chapter 11 of my book. This is part of the chapter called The Gray Shame. This is one of the most difficult chapters that I had to write. What's weird is I thought this was going to be the easiest one, because this is basically, a lot of this stuff is basically stuff that I've written from 2015 on. So, after 2 years in the making, the Gray State movie trailer was released to the public on August 7, 2012. A month after its release, David Crowley was interviewed by Freedom Fiends talk radio show. The interview, conducted by Michael W. Dean, was recorded 2 weeks prior to its release on September 15, 2012. The Gray State movie trailer cost David Crowley and Mitch House $6,000 to make. That's impressive. Very impressive. $6,000, that's it. I was really impressed by that. And that trailer, I wonder how long it took them to make. If somebody has that, can maybe help me find that answer. I'm sure it's out there. We've probably covered it 1,000 times, but this is 1,001 time we need to go back. I need to go back over it. So, and David says, that's just out of pocket through our production company, David explained to Michael W. Dean. That's just money spent harnessing the actors to our set and getting the props that we needed. But we spent another year in post doing 17-hour days. So how do you put a price tag on that, really? I even got the little timestamps there, too. I hope the timestamps will kind of help. Let's see if I can move this down, or if I have to... Oh, I'm probably going to have to drag this. Sorry about that. Hope it's not making you dizzy there. All right. Now, the story of Gray State continually evolved. It's gotten deeper, David said of Gray State's story. It's gotten very much darker. So people, when they see this, their response is, as I knew they would be, they're very divided. First of all, they're very supportive, like, wow, this is like a future scenario that we can face, that we are facing right now unless we wake up. Then what they want to do is they want to assign their responsibility for activism to my project and assume that's what I want to do, is wake people up with Gray State, when in fact I can't make any such moral distinction because I'm a filmmaker. I'm an artist. What I'm doing is what I'm going to do is explore human truths, and I can do so through a pretty messed up context like the Gray State world. But how real or how not real it is completely irrelevant. Interesting. Okay. I think I'm going to have to utilize this little bad boy here. What I'm saying is, David continued, people kind of expect me to tell their story, their vision of truth with Gray State, and that's not my intent. If it resonates with truth with you, that is great. If it doesn't, that's also great. But what I've been seeing is that the 3% or so who really hate Gray State, they don't hate it because it was shot poorly, or that story could never work and here's why. They hate it because it threatens them. It threatens their reality. And that just tells me that what I'm doing is close to the truth, at least, because they're that threatened by it. I think that the reality that most people live in is almost like a religion. Like if you challenge a Christian or a Muslim who just grew up believing what they believe, they don't know how to defend it logically. What they're going to do is they're going to lash out in a very knee-jerk and negative way. Let me read that again. What they're going to do is they're going to lash out in a very knee-jerk and negative response to defend their reality. And that's just the nature of humanity, I think. So what I'm seeing is in their reaction to Gray State is either a very positive or very negative. It's a very polarized argument. I agree with that. He's right on the money with that one. David made it clear he was not interested in selling the Gray State project unless it was for serious money. If a studio bought this project, David said to the host, it would just get put on a shelf or be drastically changed from its original message. So in the interest of maintaining creative control, I will not sell this project. However, if it goes nowhere and someone's offering me $200 million or so, or something awesome like that, who knows? I gotta feed the monkey. I still don't know what that means when he says that. It must be some inside joke or something. But as it stands right now, I want to get this film funded, and I will get it made for whatever budget I can get. If that means $500,000, great. If that means $25 million, like it needs, then that's great too. But this movie will get made, even if it's a long-term haul. Looking at the situation now, looking at everything that we know now, you can see this passion. Now, you can argue this is 2012, and by 2014, by the end of 2014, things had changed. I don't think so. Okay, so when Michael W. Dean asked if the eventual movie would have a happy ending, David responded by asking the host a question. What do you think? You tell me. I would guess and hope that it probably has a triumphant ending, Dean answered. But it's the hero standing on a pile of bodies, some of them people he knew. That's pretty close, David admitted. That's pretty astute. I'm proud of you. There will be a pile of bodies. You won't know who's going to end up in that pile when you're watching it. A film has to follow convention. It has to follow that storytelling formula. Otherwise, the story doesn't work. But once you know those rules, you can break those rules. And Gray State breaks rules in that it's not only immediately physical, it's interdimensional. It's very layered. It's spiritual at times, without adhering to any sort of Western philosophy, but it's deep. It's taken me a long time to craft this story, and while it might not be a physically surface-level happy ending, anyone who's paying attention will extract some real values from the ending. The Gray State trailer did not put David Crowley in debt. It's all paid for. We paid cash for everything. If Gray State takes off and starts to pay the bills, that'll be sweet. Otherwise, it'd have to take a back burner while we make a living. So again, more planning for the future, planning for whatever it took to get this movie made. Not somebody who's going to say whatever it took and 2 years later kill himself. Kill his wife and his daughter, rip his daughter's arm off, take his wife's hands off, and somehow manage to take his own hand off or allow the dog to eat it. Whatever. David also explained the filming process for the movie trailer. We wanted to do it for real, but a lot of it was just guerrilla, unfortunately. A lot of the scenes we did, it was like it had the real scale of a real production. So a lot of them, yes, we went to the city, we got permits, we hired cops to babysit us for a few hours, and we did it for real. But a lot of the stuff was just guerrilla, just because we couldn't get a hold of the city liaison who does that stuff, or they didn't know what to do. It was only a 3-second shot anyways. So there's a couple things like that, but by and large, it was a real production. Now, Minneapolis is a bitch to deal with, David continued. They want to charge you like $150 an hour. Wow. Even if you're just a freelance photographer. The initial park scene we shot in guerrilla style, just real quick. Wow. So that first park scene in that trailer shot guerrilla style. Very good. Interesting. But the St. Paul people, I mean, Twin Cities is Minneapolis and St. Paul. That gets me confused too. The St. Paul, Minneapolis, and all that stuff. Twin Cities. Those guys are a delight to deal with. They'll give you a cop. They'll make all the communications for you, and they'll set it up for you, and all you gotta do is send them a check at the end of the day. Now, during the interview, David Crowley was asked if he had made any enemies as a result of the Gray State project. I do know that I've already made a lot of enemies, Crowley responded. And this was a long time ago, actually. I made enemies just by releasing little bits and talking to people about my idea for this film, long before it was even released as a trailer. And I have made no shit enemies just because they don't want to hear it, and a lot of them have been family. Not my family, but I'm talking about other actors who've spoken to their family about it and people who don't want to hear it. And what they do is they assign like, well, that can't be real, so it's going to be a terrible movie, so I don't want to hear anything about it. But I wonder if they thought the same thing about Toy Story. Like, hey, toys don't talk. This movie sucks. So the negative reaction has largely been not reputable. So it's just been a lot of silly banter about, I'm a Zionist pig and don't support my film. Michael Dean also asked if Crowley had ever been contacted by a government agency. If I were contacted by a government agency, David responded, I would not know about it. So I can't really answer that question. I'm sure that I have been. A lot of the reactions I'm getting about the trailer, they want to peg me as some kind of Zionist Jew. I guess because my name is David. I guess that's proof enough for them. My lead actor's name is Danny Mason. Oh, you mean like Freemasons? So they want to develop their own conspiracy theories. They want to say the whole film is COINTELPRO. I'm just trying to develop lists and to put them on. It's all very, very silly. David also mentioned being accused of being a Marxist. Asked if he's a Christian, David responded, I am, but I don't know where to draw this line between what I've been taught my whole life and what is probably more closer to the truth, if that makes sense. I've done a lot of spiritual exploration. I tend to end at the same answers, though. I wonder if those answers that he's ending at is Jesus Christ. I would hope so. David also addressed the critics and negative responses to his project. A lot of people say that Gray State is just fear porn, and they're not going to support it, and it's fear mongering and stuff like that. Just because Gray State is scary doesn't make it fear porn. And that really resonated with me reading that, because I don't know, I did see it as fear porn. That's the way that I saw it. I know a lot of people didn't, so there's nothing wrong with that. That's okay. Going through, I wanted to also pull up here this thing about Corey Zarowski. I don't know if I can make this bigger so maybe people can actually see this here. But here's what I wrote. I think Corey Zarowski has some explaining to do. Why would Corey write in 2016 something that didn't happen until after March of 2018? Specifically, Corey states half of Ranya's remains were buried with Kamel. Who told him that? In the interview I did with Kamel and Sidra's friend on March 23, 2018, Ranya's remains were still with Dan Sr. in Minnesota. So that was interesting, going back and rereading some of those early reports. This one here you can check out on citypages.com. I got the link on my page, the Gray Stage. And so one, I don't want to say anybody's lying. Somebody is wrong. Somebody's wrong. Can't have it both ways, right? Either, I mean, basically, I don't think Corey knows what he's talking about again, and maybe it's not his fault. It all depends on who told him that. So that was another little interesting little tidbit that I found there that I'm still going to go back and hopefully I'll be able to have a little chat with Corey and find out what the real deal is there. So going back here. Oh, there was something else actually before I move on to 2013. Scroll down here for a second. Poop that Chris Peck. This was another thing. One of the early things that we heard constantly. Hold on, I'm going to go let my cat out and I will be right back. Never ceases to fail. Okay. Now, what I was saying, this is from Chris Peck. Chris Peck is another person who tried to make it seem like David's movie came crashing down. It was all over. There was nothing else, and that was it. So this is just a weird thing. And this is from the New Yorker. This is from Alec Wilkinson's article, Death of a Dystopian. And Alec writes, he stopped saying, when he says he means David, he stopped saying that he was going to be famous. He didn't say they were moving to California anymore either. A friend named Chris Peck told me. All he said was that was a pipe dream. Wow. That's really difficult to understand. So you have one person saying that it was a pipe dream. You have the two mics, and let's go back to the two mics. I think I got a little something on the two mics here. Kitty's name is Kisa. Kisa, which in Russian just means cat. Not very creative, sorry, Pat. So, same article, Death of a Dystopian by Alec Wilkinson. And Alec writes that the mics as producers, these are MEG. David Crowley was in talks with MEG, Michael Entertainment Group. They were going to make the TV series Gray State. So Gray State had moved from a movie. It's true, maybe the movie deal fell through and that came crashing down, but it's really not true because they were going to make this into a TV series and then try to make a film based on that TV series, multiple films, games, all of these different things. There was a lot of plans. There was a lot of things happening there. So
Alec Wilkinson writes that the mics reacted as producers do, by considering the script's merits and difficulties. My first pass from story content was, this is kind of a roadmap for the next American Revolution. This is from Michael O'Donnell. So that's what Michael O'Donnell tells Alec Wilkinson. My second pass was breaking it down to what it costs. When David finally heard from them on September 26th, they said that Gray State might be better as a TV series. They did not offer him the contract he had counted on, which technically might be true, but they did have a contract. They were working on a contract, and I do believe Dan Hinnon was able to get those contracts. Now, whether the contracts were signed and all that stuff, that's a whole nother thing. But the contracts were here. You have two. On July 25th, 2014, the MEG option, the purchase agreement right here. So this also shows that the project was not dead. It was moving forward. But there you go. They might say, well, this was a July thing, blah, blah, blah. But the option's there. They're moving forward. And talking to Mike Boggio, Dan Hinnon had Mike Boggio reinforce that view, that they were moving forward, that they were continually moving forward. There wasn't going to be an end. This was not just ending. This was a project that was going to be optioned. There was money involved. Okay, so just going off my little rant there. Where was the other one? Okay, so didn't get the contract he was offered or he was counting on, but he got something. They don't mention that. Maybe Alec Wilkinson didn't know about all that. I don't know. David was devastated. Making Gray State was his whole world, Sidra said. Sidra is Kamel's sister. In a Facebook post written after David's death, Mitch Heil said that he didn't think David knew how to cope with failure on this scale. But there was no failure, again. And he went on, in my heart, I feel like the stress, the message, the story, and his thought process caused his world of fiction and reality to blur. Well, it sounds like that's what the cops are saying, too. If you listen to what the cops said to Tom Lydon, they're kind of saying that same thing, that David snapped, he went to a dark place, and that was it, right? And we're all just supposed to just believe it, pretty much. Believe it or not. It's that's our only choice. So I was trying to find that article, if I have it here or not. We'll see. Oh, there it is, Tom Lydon from the Fox 9. The Fox 9 guy, if you guys don't know who Tom Lydon is, he's definitely someone that needs to be looked up. Look that guy up. Tom Lydon might be the only reason why we have a lot of the photos, why we know about the Allahu Akbar written on that wall. And there might have been some issue between Tom Lydon and Eric Nelson, who ended up making a Gray State. I'm gonna go down here, trying to find one of the quotes. Basically what they're saying is, because talking about those blurred lines, that David went to a very dark place, and because of that he killed himself, killed his wife and his daughter brutally, in such a brutal fashion too. I think that was an interesting one. So let's go back here. Okay, so Tom Lydon began his investigative segment declaring it's important at this point to really get all the facts out on the table. I think that's the most important thing here. Mr. Lydon, if you really want to get all the facts on the table, please consider researching the numerous facts you forgot to mention. Chief John Reichel described the Crowley family as the ideal family, seemingly, before stating he believed something went terribly wrong inside the Crowley house. Now, without providing any substantial evidence, the chief then claimed David Crowley snapped. It looks like David snapped, Reichel told Tom Lydon, and took the lives of his wife and daughter, and then ultimately himself. The chief also believed a great deal of the Gray State movie was the reason why David killed his wife, child, and himself. From all accounts, the police chief told Tom Lydon, he was consumed with producing this film, and it was a dark topic. Here you're talking about conspiracy theories and potentially the fall of society. And if you're focusing on that day in and day out, and these materials you're working with, and you're filming exclusively on that topic, that can take you to a very bad place. Yeah, that always struck me as odd too. They say it can take him to a very bad place. And now you have all these other people who were trying to work on the Gray State after David died. Nothing about that. Nothing about taking them to a bad place. So, Tom Lydon is kind of going with this thing. Here, let's just read what Tom Lydon says. Judging by the mail piling up in a paper in the home, the murder-suicide took place the day after Christmas. Okay, the paper in the home might have been dated the 26th. That doesn't mean that it was delivered on the 26th. It definitely wasn't. It's a weekly paper. And there's multiple questions about when that paper was actually taken to the Crowley residence by this newspaper, the newspaper boy. So you have 3 separate dates on that. So they can't even clarify when the paper was at Crowley's house. And Tom Lydon is going to try to make this point that partially based on the paper inside of the kitchen garbage. There was a Sun This Week newspaper inside of that kitchen garbage. Based on that, the murder took place the day after Christmas. Okay. David shooting Kamel twice in the head, Rania once before shooting himself. Between their bodies, a Quran with pages torn out, open to a traditional forgiveness prayer. Now, the Quran might have been open to a certain page, but there were pages everywhere. There were pages on the left and the right side of Kamel, on the left and the right side of David, and everywhere in between. I'd be more concerned about the pages that might have been ripped out than what it was open to. But what it was open to is important too. Everything is important. Nothing can be discounted as far as I'm concerned. And the chief told Tom Lydon David Crowley used Kamel's blood to write Allahu Akbar at the top of their living room wall, close to a clock mounted on the wall. Asked why he believed David wrote the words in his wife's blood, the chief responded, "We believe that was kind of a parting shot, probably at Kamel for having a Muslim past." Really? We believe what? I mean, you, based on what? You can't even prove that David wrote that. There's no proof that David did that. It's just a guess. It's speculation, pure imagination again. So, let's jump a little bit here. 2013, David Crowley completed a revised script of the Gray State movie on June 2nd, 2013, and asked a select group of people to review the updated version of the story. On October 23rd, 2013, the rough cut of the documentary companion piece, known as Gray State: The Rise, was finished and ready for its review. Exporting the rough cut now, David Crowley wrote on Twitter, so stoked. On December 9th, 2013, Crowley added 6 months working on Gray State: The Rise. Now this is the Rise is his documentary piece. This is the documentary companion piece. It's finally taken its final form, but holy Moses, what a shit ton of work. David, Kamel, and Rania Crowley moved into their new home in Apple Valley, Minnesota on December 13, 2013. On December 18, 2013, David posted on Facebook that he had lost a crucial hard drive during the move to 1051 Ramsdale Drive. The only real loss after moving to a new house last weekend was a crucial hard drive for the Rise. Let me just skip. Whoops, sorry about that. I guess the next few weeks will be spent salvaging everything that was lost. The following day, he wrote, "File recovery sucks, but it's better than not having files to recover. This could take a few weeks." Now, by December 27, 2013, the documentary film was getting back on track.
finally getting back on track. She's been teaching me patience by making me work for the 660 missing clips that remain and crashing at least 6 times a day. I don't know if he's over exaggerating, but that's a lot of crashing. That's a lot of missing clips. And how do you lose that much data from just moving? That's interesting. I don't know if it was a stolen hard drive or what, or just a misplaced one. There's going to be a lot of things missing here, including the evidence that David Crowley is guilty, but that goes without saying. So we can go ahead and jump, what time? Okay, we still got a little time here. We can go ahead and jump a little bit into 2014. Again, we're reading from the 11th chapter of my book. The book is titled The Gray Stage, and this is the Gray Shame chapter. And this is an early, I wouldn't say an early version, but this is not the finished cut here. This is the rough cut. Now the manuscript for Gray State was about, now we're talking about the fictional Gray State here. I need to make that clear. I mean, it should be clear if you know what a manuscript is, I guess. But the script for the Gray State was about to go through a serious revision on January 15th, 2014. Some seclusion writing this weekend, David Crowley wrote on Facebook. For those of you who read the Gray State script, it's about to get gutted for the necessity of a clear, concise, entertaining, and effective film. For all the chewy details that are going to get cut, well, it's always the novel. 5 days later, on January 20th, the story had completely changed. After 2 years of trying to extract the Gray State story, I think I finally may have done it. The story has completely changed, is working beautifully, and the new outline was completed in only the last 3 days. With this new story, it will not be hard to attract funding. And he's right. He's right again. Now, the following day, David Crowley explained he had rediscovered the ending to the Gray State story. It's a strange experience finally feeling genuine love for characters I've created. The most painful part of writing the conflict for these people who are precious to me is that I must now torture them, punish them, and drag them through the dirt to reveal their essence of form. Yesterday morning I rediscovered Gray State's ending, and the final feeling captured was of such gentle sadness I've been stuck in it ever since. On January 22nd, 2014, David was still settling into his new home, spending today building 2 big fucking new desks to create a man cave megadesk, then relocating all of the Bullet Exchange inventory to my basement. On February 2nd, 2014, David explained the plot of the fictional film Gray State. Gray State, a wounded veteran, leads an insurgency against the corrupt government after his city is put under martial law. Now, the use of force, David Crowley posted on March 7, 2014, no matter the context, should be a shameful last resort, indicating an utter defeat of intelligent faculty. This is the difference between men and children, and also why our childlike society celebrates violence in its exercise of authority, which is true. We see that a lot. I mean, we've seen it a lot before. We'll see it a lot again, right? And the very next day, David Crowley wrote, Sean Stone, yeah, that one, apparently wants a role in Gray State. That's still one of the stranger things that I've heard. Sean Stone also has somewhat of a connection, I guess, to Jesse Ventura, more to Jesse Ventura's son, who was working closely with Sean Stone. I'm not sure whatever happened with them. I'm sure they're still moving around doing their own show. But it'd be good. They would be good ones to reach out to, and I know people have talked about that. I think it's a good idea. It's good to reach out to anybody who might be able to get some fresh eyes on this case and maybe help this case stay in the light. They want this case to go into the darkness, into the void. They want us to go down the rabbit hole, and they want it to get dark as we do. But we're going down into this rabbit hole with light, bringing light, shedding light, sharing light, shining lights. and bringing a lot of light to this case. And so many of you out there have done so much great work, and I truly thank you all. Now, he also says 2 days later, on March 10, 2014, David was happily unsubscribing from Liberty and conspiracy feeds on Facebook and Twitter. Too much of the backbiting that they claim to oppose. See you guys, it's been fun. You'll still like Gray State, though. Then on March 11th, David asked the question. Let me go here. You know what Liberty feels like? Unsubscribing from hundreds of Liberty or Death, Fuck the NWO pages and Twitter accounts. Now this movie script was steadily progressing on March 19th. Today, in place of thousands of post-it notes, we've seen the big wall of post-it notes, so I know we've all seen it. So you can get a good idea of, kind of the timeline there with those post-it notes. Today, in place of thousands of post-it notes, pages of scribbles, and 30 feet of plot points, I have a 118-page script outline hybrid that may be only days away from a solid draft 1. Now, the first Gray State story took 8 months of solid work. This story took less than 2, and is better in every way. On March 22nd, Kamel was reading the first draft of the new Gray State script, according to David's post. On May 15, 2014, David spent a very welcome morning laying the grain. On May 15, 2014, David spent a very welcome morning laying the groundwork for another 6 films I've been having ideas for. It's nice to finally be free from Gray State. Boy howdy. On May 22nd, David Crowley's dream had finally come true. There's a big gap right there. So this is when David, between May 15th and May 22nd, David goes out to Hollywood. Boom. And this is when he first begins working, or when the Mikes and him are really getting serious about this. So much so that David posts this on social media publicly, where everybody can see it. On May 22nd, David Crowley's dream had finally come true. It just happened. I'm not sure how many details I can divulge at this point, but Gray State will be optioned in the next 2 weeks at a major budget and connected with A-list talent. We are connected with the producer who, above all else, wants to preserve the film's pro-liberty ideals. This is all we could have hoped for and more. Thank you all for being our strongest selling point. Let's make a movie. On June 30th, 2014, posting as the Gray State page on Facebook, David Crowley gave an update on the movie. The past month, I've been meeting with some LA-based producers, crew, and other industry contacts, and together we are building the team that will combine our passions and talents and belief in Gray State to optimize its message and reach of its exposure. This has been a truly exhilarating experience. My attorney and I are reviewing the option contract this week. And once that sucker is signed, this whole Gray State thing is going to finally, irretrievably, and monstrously take off for the stratosphere, and in such a way that the message will be preserved, and perhaps even continue in sequels, TV series, and video games. Seriously, talk about taking over the mainstream. This has been my life's work for nearly 4 years, and it is extremely gratifying to be backed by such a raging horde of superfans. Thanks for your patience, guys. Now, we're talking about 4 years, and look at all of these plans for the future. They're trying to tell us that after 4 years, David Crowley just snaps and goes crazy and kills his family, ruining everything, completely shattering this dream, completely shattering his life's work. Hard to buy that. I find that hard to believe. Now there is some gaps here that will need to be filled out because we're jumping from June 30th all the way down to September. So we got the whole summer. That is covered in some other chapters, but I think some of that might need to be moved here. I'm not sure yet. But Pat says he no way snapped. I totally agree. I am not buying that. It's too easy to just say, yeah, he snapped. It just seems like just laziness. Lazy booking. On September 30th, 2014, David Crowley spent some time on Facebook answering questions from his supporters. It seems like there are a lot of questions and expectations about this project. For the next 20 minutes or so, I will answer your questions. There are two very important posts from David Crowley that were either deleted or have been hidden from public view. One post was made on December 9th, 2014. We'll get to that one later. And the other was dated September 30th, 2014. The missing post from September 30th included a question by a supporter as well as an answer by David Crowley, posting as Gray State, just to be clear. And they had like 3 or 4 different Facebook things going on there too. They had the one for their documentary, the one for the movie. David had his. I don't know if they had any other ones, but in this post, David Crowley mentions his plans for rebuilding a trustworthy team. This was interesting. I think the red flag that this kind of brought up for a lot of people was the fact that why would somebody take this post out post-death? After David dies, this post is no longer there. Somebody was not too happy about David Crowley writing about rebuilding a trustworthy team. Now, it doesn't say necessarily that, all the team up until that point were all gone. They might have been part of this new restructuring, but they might have not. Why that post was removed is a big question. Somebody out there knows. Whoever had access knows. That post was not accidentally taken out, nor was it random. That was a planned thing. Somebody planned to do that and followed through. The question is why. Asked what his biggest holdup was with the fictional movie, Crowley responded, "I'm doing this myself. I say we and team a lot, but when it comes to nuts and bolts work, writing and leveraging the project into securing Hollywood money, it's just me. I hope to change this by reinvigorating the process and rebuilding a trustworthy team." So, that was interesting. And the timing, because if you look at, and we will go back there, if we are looking at when David Crowley started getting into it with Danny Mason, trying to get him to sign some of these things, that began in August. Wow. So by the 30th, here's the letter from September 26th, but by the 30th, it's, David's like moving, he's moving on, and he's not taking Danny Mason with him in the way that Danny Mason would want to be with him. So guys are getting cut out. The trustworthy team is being rebuilt. Alright, so let's keep going. We're still on September 30th. If you can go back, if people ever go back to look at the Gray State's posts from September 30th, 2014, there's a lot of interesting ones there. A lot of interesting comments. And a lot of win. We can't wait. We gotta see it. Want to see it. Pat says, he knew his team soured on him. They got upset because he caught on. It's possible. I'm not going to say that that's fact or whatever, or that's what I truly think. But yeah, you have to be open to that. I'm definitely open to it. I think we have a lot of proof that there was a lot of sour grapes between David and people that were working on Gray State. Their stories do not match. David's talking about creating something very, very special, something that's going to break down barriers. It's going to change things. It's going to change Hollywood. If it's not going to change Hollywood, it's going to wake up Hollywood. And there were a lot of people that were not going to be part of that from the fictional side. The problem I have is if they all would have just, shut up and just done whatever David wanted, signed whatever he wanted, I think they would have done pretty well on the documentary and maybe even on future things. And because Danny Mason was in the trailer, I think his character would have found his place in there. Definitely, I think the fans wanted that. I'm not a fan of it, but if I was a fan, I would. From what I see in the trailer, I want to see those guys in the whole film. I'm sure a lot of you feel that same way. I don't like when the trailer is totally different. So I think Mitch Howell might have even mentioned something like that. That the script had changed, everything had completely changed. It had gotten more spiritual, which for me is a very good thing. So let's see. September 30th, 2014 was a very important day as David Crowley had big plans for 2015. Today's posts represent the first visual beginnings of the Gray State resurrection. I can't get into too much too soon, but with the right amount of hard work, strategy, and miracle juice, the beginning of 2015 should see some amazing progress. Let's see. September, October, November, December. In 4 months, all that changes? And they're like, well, yeah, because of this, because of that. No, no, no. We're 5 days, 6 days. He's counting down. 2 weeks until the Rise is going to come out. There's just way too much. It's on and on and on. If you were to stack up on one side all of the proof that clearly shows David is planning for his future, and on the other side show that David was planning to end his life, which is what we were also told, that there were signs, there were certain things that he did that showed that he was planning to end his life and take his daughter and take his wife with him. No, it does not add up. It does not weigh up. It's fiction. So, Crowley also wrote about a new revamped website coming soon. I wonder whatever happened with that too, and who was going to help him out on that website. And many of his last known conversations involved plans for the future of his projects. On and on and on. Over and over again on September 30th, 2014, David wrote about his vision for the Gray State franchise, a series which could be produced and released way faster than a film, has the potential to subvert this system. How can it not? Sorry guys, but Breaking Bad and Game of Thrones, while entertaining, lack a real-world purpose. Gray State will not fail you. How could it? Now, creating the Gray State franchise was David Crowley's full-time job, and he was doing everything he could to ensure that this movie was going to be a success. He was doing everything that he could to ensure that this franchise, beginning with the TV series, was going to be a success. It'll either be a great success story, a spectacular, highly visible failure, but either way, I guess we all put in our best shot, right? I guess that could be said about where the country is headed to. The questions kept coming, and David Crowley answered as many questions as possible within those dedicated 20 minutes. Pat also says it shows to me how positive he was. Yeah, I think he was very positive. He was very positive, and kind of maybe he was shutting out the negative people in his life. I don't know if you think that's true, Pat, but it does seem like he was pretty much shutting out a lot of people, the narcissists, the self-proclaimed narcissist. Anyways. Crowley was attempting to reach out directly to his supporters and doubters in order to address the criticism the project received for its multiple delays in production. Starting a Kickstarter campaign for a future production cost is more evidence that David Crowley was actively planning for the future in September of 2014. We want to run a Kickstarter, but if we do, it'll be for a very specific purpose, like hiring a behind-the-scenes crew to document, run live broadcasts, and give constant updates to the fans. I never wanted fans to fund this. That's like making your kids pay for their own Christmas presents. Now, regarding this Kickstarter, I was wondering who was going to be the crew on the documentary side of this whole thing, doing these behind-the-scene documents and live broadcasts. Come here, Kenny. Somebody was going to get paid for that, and I guess fans were going to fund it. Let's see. David Crowley was still trying to get big budget funding for Gray State in September of 2014. Hopefully, wrote David, the strength of this project as a whole and what it represents with the people will help me get a big budget without sacrificing my intent. But hey, if I can't, then I will take it back to low budget indie like the 2012 trailer. This too shows David had a plan B, just in case the big budget dreams came crashing down. Do you have a plan B? Come here. You're the plan A. So that's my cat again. New developments have enhanced the project's honesty and dedication to its origins, wrote Crowley. This is going to be brutal. Crowley also reminded people to stay tuned for updates. We will keep the entire production process as wide open as possible. In response to the comment that it's been 3 years since Gray State was first developed, Crowley responded, no, it's been a lot longer, and there are years to go. In a separate comment, Crowley confirmed his long-term plans. The film is ready to go, but it might take forever, and then still fail at any point in production. A series might be immediately tangible, and instead of interfering with the film, set it up for success a year or two down the road. Big picture stuff. That probably would have been more of what Danny Mason's character might have been involved in. According to the production group that David was working with, Danny Mason was not involved in these talks at all. David Crowley's most challenging thing about the project was trailblazing this timeline. It's been either a very small team or just me alone working on this thing for years, trying to make it work. I do not just want this movie done so the fans can see it online. I want millions to get blindsided by it in theaters. Now, David's future plans for this movie were clear. We're talking to producers about it. If we can't tease a producer into splitting 15 to 30 million, which is still our goal, then we will take it back and do it independently. The point is we want Hollywood money, but not Hollywood politics. Now, 1 month later, on October 27, 2014, David Crowley contacted David Kirk West on Facebook. I like your operation, ethics, friends, and location. When I put together the Gray State web series and shoot nationwide, would you want to produce for the Northwest? On a constant basis, David Crowley was again planning for the future of his franchise and moving forward to see his life's work become a reality. All of these people know this. All of these people that later are going to tell us that that it was over. Project was done. He was finished. He couldn't deal with it and died. Killed himself. Killed everybody with him. These people know that's not true. They know that. You work consistently with Christian themes, Crowley wrote to David Kirk West. Yeah, I guess I do, David Kirk West answered. It's not really a conscious thing. It just sort of happens. Stick to what you believe in, David Crowley told Mr. West. There isn't much honesty left out there. Now, in his article, in his shameful article, Why I Don't Think Gray State
director David Crowley was assassinated, David Kirk West mentioned some very weird, surreal, occultist stuff written into the Gray State script he was given. The script is interesting, to be sure, West wrote in his article. It's a bit messy and hard to follow at times, and whether or not the movie would have been any good would have really depended on the execution, more so than most films are. But I have to at least applaud it for being different. It is far weirder and more surreal than I think anyone who saw the concept trailer would have been expecting. Though there are elements of it present, it isn't exactly the Red Dawn-esque insurgency epic that I think a lot of people were expecting. It delves into some very weird, surreal, occultist stuff. It probably could have been awesome, but it also could have devolved into an absolute mess. An interesting mess, but a mess nonetheless. Now, kind of sounds like David might have been on the right track, going more into the deeper stuff, into the more spiritual stuff, not just focusing on this Red Dawn thing where Russians are falling out of the sky, take over one school and take over this small town, which is pretty much what Gray State is, if you really think about it. Consciously or subconsciously, it's very, very similar. So David might have even realized that and started building on that, and taking it into a more spiritual, a more powerful, a more threatening direction for any Satanists or any occultist people that he might have known or been working with, who would not want to hear about Jesus Christ, who would not want a movie that made Christians look good and that focused on real spirituality issues. Hopefully that's where David was going. David Crowley severed ties with David Kirk West on social media sometime between November and December of 2014. West believes David Crowley also unfriended many people on social media for seemingly no reason. No reason. By November 18, 2014, there was no doubt as to whether or not the documentary known as Gray State: The Rise would be released for free. Gray State: The Rise will be made available online for free as soon as possible, Crowley wrote on social media. This is our nonfiction contribution to fight for liberty. Gather your strength. David Crowley stated he was working every day to complete Gray State: The Rise, and on November 26, 2014, he told a potential donor to use that money on something for your girl instead. The Rise is going to be free. Crowley was rushing The Rise to a free online release. It'll be worth your wait. The following December 9, 2014 post by David Crowley has since been removed. Who had access to David Crowley's Facebook account, or why the post and its comments were removed or hidden from David's personal Facebook wall has never been explained. Interestingly, this missing or hidden post was included in a data request Dan Hannon sent to the Minnesota BCA. So authorities were aware of this removed post and its contents, and they were also looking at who might have done it. Is my guess, based on this document, that 485-page document. Here's what David Crowley wrote. Can you believe it? The Rise is almost done. I'm serious. She's coming out to be quite the looker. Can't wait to show you all, but I have to comb her hair for a few more weeks. Anyway, I'm quite serious about giving this film. I have come to abhor the AJ model of peddling DVDs as truth and cashing in on suckers. I have given this film years of my time, and I am delighted for the opportunity to burn it down by giving it away. And I hope you all share this feeling. You've all given this project a lot of attention, and I thank you. Soon it will be time to go live, and we'll get to watch it all unfold. A little cryptic there. So, here is that post here that, as far as I know, you won't find on David Crowley's social media. Anyone want to guess why? Let's keep reading. Now, why would somebody remove or hide this post from David Crowley's social media? Various screenshots are all that remain of the post above, and several comments made that day. Because it wasn't just this. Once you delete this post, comments go too with it, right? Now, the first comment on December 9th came from David. You guys are friggin' sweet. I hope the film makes you all proud. I would try to do a private screening or something exclusive, but hearing the news every day, I don't think we have the time. And then here we go. I want to make sure everybody gets this. So this was included in the BCA documents that Dan Hannon got. This is interesting, and I'm very glad that somebody actually grabbed this. I don't know if they screen captured it, whatever they did. Without this, things might have been a lot different. Let's just say that. Now, the first person to comment on David's post wrote, "It's taken a lot out of you, I'm sure. The iron is hot, waiting for you to strike." I don't know if that's the Gray State The Rise, maybe, or I'm not sure exactly who that other person is on top. But the second person to leave a comment was Sean Wright, who wrote, "You need to call me. I'm all good with getting out free intact. I brought that up. But if it's released before my court, you may send me to prison instead of beating my case. For real, though, David Crowley, call me." Sean also posted his phone number in this public comment. Now, Sean's tax stuff is in the leaked version of Gray State, the one that was released right after the documentary that was released called The Rough Cut right after David died. Sean was worried that that release could send him to prison. And we're going to add the results of Sean's tax stuff there too. Shouldn't be too hard to find, right? I mean, we know we have the quotes about what he had to do, and it won't be hard to find out. It'd be nice to have the actual quote to get some factual data there to see how much what Sean had to really do in order to get rid of that tax stuff that he's not worried about now. And don't forget, everybody, pay your taxes. Pay more. Pay it all. Pay somebody else's if you can. Okay, David responded, "I don't have any of your tax talk in there, Sean, my man. Don't sweat it. This movie is meant to send other people to prison." Now, because David did not have Sean's number, and David did not really address too much of what Sean was saying, or that, yes, I'll call you, or he made it seem like he was going to call him or anything. This shows the actual distance here. December 9th. Sean Wright might have been one of the people that was cut out, that David was not talking to, not seriously talking to, kind of shying away from during this time. We also know that Sean Wright went to David Crowley's house and claims to be one of the last people to have seen David Crowley, and was probably one of the last people that was let into the house. Sean Wright told us all this. Yeah, he said that. You won't find Sean Wright in those 94 pages. The 94 pages of police reports mention his name and give you some factual data about him, but that's it. That's it. Not much. During a December 17, 2014 email exchange with Jason Allen, David Crowley relayed his plans for releasing the documentary film in a few weeks. "When you see The Rise and the new trailers for the Gray State series, you'll know what I mean when I say I have followed my heart at every step. I have no idea how much money is going to come together when this kicks off here in a few weeks, but it might be enough to get started on a series, then independent features running a common storyline." David Crowley met with Jason Allen in Los Angeles sometime in September of 2014 and was very much excited about releasing this documentary, according to what Allen said in a Pioneer Press News article. The email exchange also revealed the rising interest in the Gray State project. Gray State fans are growing at a rate of 100 to 200 per day, even now, Crowley wrote to Allen, and when I get started, I can only expect they'll keep coming. David asked Jason Allen to be an executive producer for Gray State for the fictional film. But before Allen could respond to the request, the deceased Crowley was already being accused of a double murder-suicide. Jason Allen found it hard to believe that David Crowley would murder his wife and child before taking his own life. David had this consistency and this very steady way
about him. In many ways, it felt very contradictory to the actions of a murder-suicide. I truly saw an optimism to him. At the same time David is allegedly distancing himself from family and select friends, Kamel was helping her husband build a database of professionals, actors, and other industry contacts interested in the project, according to Nick Ferraro's Pioneer Press article. In the first hour of December 25, 2014, Gray State The Rise posted a link to the Patriots Guild Facebook page with the following comment. An excellent group/page run by some real patriots that are close friends of ours. Make sure to give them a like. They have a lot of great things on the horizon. Now that was possibly David's last post before he died, if in fact it was David Crowley posting as Gray State at that time. In the comment section, somebody asked when the Gray State movie would be released. And Gray State The Rise responds, make sure to follow this page, Gray State, for updates on filming. In a separate comment, Gray State The Rise wrote, and it's not an easy feat when trying to maintain the story's integrity without selling out and having such a small team. Who was part of the small team at that time? And who was not? Very important to know. According to Pat Pfeiffer of the Star Tribune, on December 26 or December 27, 2014, Daniel Crowley Jr. went to his brother's house to drop off Christmas presents along with some mail for David. However, police reports clearly state Dan Jr. went to his brother's house on December 28th. So, trying to figure out why there would even be any conflicting dates or anything like that. I thought that was pretty odd. I think in the Sloppymentary, Dan Jr. also mentioned going to his brother's house on the 22nd. Mason Hendricks, a friend of David Crowley, said Dan Jr. saw Paleo, the family dog, pop his head up through the large front picture window. Dan dropped off Christmas presents by the front door and tried contacting his brother several times afterwards, but David never responded to his phone calls or text messages. Dan Jr. and David's father, Daniel Crowley Sr., also tried to contact David and Kamel, but was unsuccessful. According to Pat Pfeiffer's Star Tribune article, Daniel Crowley hadn't heard from his son and daughter-in-law over the holidays. During a brief interview, presumably with Pat Pfeiffer, Daniel Crowley Sr. was quoted with, "We tried." Alright, and that wraps up our hour here. Thank you everybody for joining me. I really appreciate you all coming on here, and we will be back next time. We're going to discuss some other things. I think maybe next time we'll go through the notepad, David Crowley's notepad, and we can jump around here, and if any other topics want to get brought up, we'll talk about those too. Until next time, keep up the great fight, and again, thank you all.
Hey there, good peeps. Just want to drop a few lines here. Thinking about this case and thinking about all the different aspects of it, how far we've come, how far we still have to go, and all the theories, and continually being asked to speculate on what I think happened, what the theory is, what the, if David didn't do it, then who did, right? But I think it has to be clear, and I was thinking about this today, that, my goal is not to solve this case. I don't believe we can solve this case. I don't know who did it and who didn't do it and all that. All I know is that David didn't do it. I know that. But there's a difference between solving the case and getting justice, and getting the case reopened will bring justice. Now, the case does need to be solved. I will say that. It is definitely true. But it needs to be solved by investigators. It needs to be solved by some type of law enforcement, whether that be federal, state, whatever. We know that local didn't do it. and seems they have no interest in solving this case. Unless we could put pressure on them. And even if we do, I wouldn't really want them investigating themselves or reinvestigating this case based on the horrible job that they all did. It should be at a federal level at some point, I think. But basically the point is, we are not going to solve this case. The investigators can solve this case. I do believe that. We can reopen this case. We can help get the case reopened. That will eventually lead to finding out who did what and when, why and how. But it's not going to be us. We could speculate on it, and we could think about what might have happened, who might have been involved, who has motive. All that stuff is good. That has to be done. It has to be brought up. It needs to be talked about so we can work through it. But in the end, it is not going to be us that solve this case. It has to be the investigators, real investigators. And we need to help them, to give them those tools that they can solve this case. And I think it's possible. I really do. But in order to even get there, in order to even really have a serious talk about all of that, we need to do what we can to get the case reopened. So speculating on theories, who might have done what, for me personally, is not going to help me at this point. It's not going to help me to try to build off of theories. And I think it's also going to hurt, at some level, it's going to hurt the investigators, the future investigators, who might go back and look at some of the work that we have done and might be a little turned off about some of the theories that are brought up. And that's fine. That's okay. It doesn't matter if they're turned off or if they're turned on about anything. That's not their job. Whatever their job is, their job should be to investigate this case thoroughly, a real thorough investigation, and find out who did what. But in order to even get there, we've got to get to the point where we can get this case reopened. And if it's not going to be reopened at the local level, which we know that it's not, it has to go higher. I also wanted to remind everybody, and make sure that I remind myself as well. I want to remind everybody who's looking into this that this is not about you. Don't make it about you. This is about a very tragic thing that happened to 3 people, 3 innocent people. And it's very easy to just kind of mix in our own life, our own views, our own theories and all that into this. And you can't stop from doing that at some point, sometimes, but I just want to make sure that we don't make it about us. It's not about us. It's not about us getting it right and proving other people wrong or anything like that. This is about getting justice. This is about finding the absolute truth in regards to this tragedy here. Now, we know part of the truth, right? Because we obviously know that David Crowley is not proven guilty and can never be proven guilty. It is a guess. Not even an educated guess, as they might say. Just a guess. But we start bringing in our own personal feelings, our own views, and all that stuff, which you cannot help. But we need to make sure that at all costs we stay focused on what the clear goal is, and to make it about this family and about finding justice for this family, not about us, not about anything else. And I hope that's clear. I just want that to be said, just as a reminder. Keep it in the back of your head, and hopefully that will help. Hopefully these things will lead to us finally one day getting justice. And the first part of justice is obviously to get the case reopened. I also want to remind people that it's very important in a case like this to be honest, to be open, and to not be deceptive. It's very important. Everything that we do should be done with love. That includes being honest. So don't play games. Stay away from the people that are playing games. And don't feed the trolls. Don't give them anything. Let them do what they do. That's what they're going to do. That's what they want to do. That's their choice. That's their problem that they'll have to deal with when they meet God. So I just want to make that very, very clear that it is never a good idea to play all of these games. And if you do, and if you wake up one day and you realize that it's wrong, you ask God to forgive you for what you've done. You go to the people that you've wronged and you ask them. And that's all that you can really do. And hopefully it becomes something learned. It's a lesson learned. Those are the best ones. Because we need good people here. And we don't need people that are just trying to distract, trying to discourage, and trying to divide. The 3Ds. Alright, we don't need any of those. What we need is real truth seekers, real people that really care about getting to the absolute truth. That's what we need. That's all we've ever needed. And pacing yourself is not a bad thing. That's fine if you can solve this case in a couple days. That's great. That's wonderful. If you can do something that will help get the case reopened so that the investigators can actually do their job and solve this case, awesome. That's great. But it's also very important that you do it your way and allow other people to do it their way. Sometimes worlds collide. Sometimes people clash. Sometimes we're stronger when we work as a team, but not always. And it's always very important to know who is on your team, to build a trustworthy team. And to remind people not to laugh, not to make fun of other people because they don't know anything, or to just spend all of your time calling out other people for what they don't know. It's better, your time is better spent, from my view, your time is better spent just on showing people why they should pay attention to AVPD. That's what I think. There's enough drama in the world. There's enough gaga. There's enough, lying. There's enough all of that stuff. We don't need to add more on top of a case that is so serious. So it's very important to not get involved in these games that people play, to be honest and to do your best. Because every day you have to wake up and look yourself in that mirror and know that you did the best that you could. That's important. And if you got your own problems, try not to bring your issues into the group, into this case, because it is very, very serious. It's not something to be taken lightly. And unfortunately, it's not something that is just going to be solved overnight. I wish it would. I really do. But maybe somebody will wake up tomorrow and, solve it. But not really solve it, but at least get to the point where the case is being reopened, or at least their official conclusion has been changed to unknown. I think that will be a huge victory. I think in the mind and in the eyes of the general public, I think we've already won that battle. I think we've already proven that nobody can prove David Crowley guilty, and the ones that try are just spinning wheels, and are just doing it for their own purposes. But it's obviously not for truth, because there is no truth in that. We know what the truth is here. It's very clear. So with that said, just again, try to remind everybody, be honest, be truthful, don't be deceptive, don't get involved in the games, stay focused, and we will get there.
She's got a smile that it seems to me reminds me of childhood memories where everything was as fresh as a bright blue sky. Now and then when I see her face, it takes me away to that special place. If I stare too long, I'll probably break down and cry. Whoa, sweet child of mine. Whoa, sweet lullaby. She's got eyes of the bluest skies, as if they thought of rain. I hate to look into those eyes and see it now today. Her hair reminds me of a warm, safe place where, as a child, I'd hide and wait for the thunder and the rain to quietly pass me by. Whoa,
right, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us here. We're going to wipe those tears for now. This is a very important day here. This is the day that Rania Crowley was born. Born on 8/6/2009 at 6:38 p.m. Almost 6 pounds. Hey, Sophia, how are you?
Doing well. How about you?
I'm doing okay. Doing all right now. Like
Yeah.
we were saying, this is a very difficult subject, a very difficult topic, and
Very tough.
it really is. Kind of at a loss for words right now, but I'm angry. I'm frustrated. I'm sad. I'm upset. Um, I'm hopeful. All at the same time here.
No matter what people believe in regards to this case, a 5-year-old lost her life. And it's a difficult topic to cover, especially on this day.
Yeah, it is. Rania was born, I believe she was born in Texas. She was 5 years old when she was murdered. And if you want one reason to look for justice in this case, here it is. It's with this girl. It's with this daughter.
Absolutely.
Just going through some of these pictures here, and I just cannot understand, considering what we know, what the police knew, and considering the circumstances, why more was not done to investigate. If David was guilty, if he killed his daughter, why wasn't more done to prove that? And you can show how little that they did by the fact that they didn't even leave the house with that bullet that they're gonna be able to tie to her later on. And I know it's supposed to be a happy thing, and we were supposed to keep it all bright and everything, but it's tough. It really is tough, and so many people just want this to go. They don't want to think about it, don't want to talk about it, don't want to hear about it. That's fine. But then they get to the point where they don't want us talking about it. They don't want us thinking about it. They don't want us questioning this. We're all just supposed to move on and let the Gray State team do whatever they want to do with this project, to just drag David's name through the mud and then take his work and do something with it, make money off of it. They've made money off of these 3 people's deaths already, however you want to look at it. And
In regards to that, Greg, what is your book? Because some people have brought that up. Your book, you're offering that to the public, correct?
yes, for free.
For free.
For free, for
So
sure.
no money is being made off of that.
No, there will be no money made off that, and there shouldn't be, and there really shouldn't be. Yeah. So I know I have heard that, and I've had people ask me that, and it's fine. People, if you're sincere, you can ask me anything. I don't care. I'll tell you exactly what I think. I'll tell you straight up. So it's when I'm accused of that bothers me. That frustrates me, because they know that that's not true. And if they don't know, now you know. It's not true.
I had already decided that any proceeds made off of my book was going, part was being, 50% was being donated to veterans, the other 50% for abused children. Although
Great.
there's no proof that Rainey was abused, I felt that in her honor, that other children could be helped.
Yeah.
In her honor.
Yeah, you're right.
So
Thank
no
you.
money was ever going to be profited from this tragedy.
No.
And my hope was to help others.
what makes this case so sad is that child in there, right? I mean, it would have been one thing if it was okay. Well, David snapped. He couldn't deal with the pressure, and he just decided to off himself. But to go to this length, to go to say, well, it wasn't just that he offed himself, he had to take his wife and his daughter with him. And then you have idiots on the Gray State team claiming that this was a pact, that they were all in on it, that they all were going to go, and that's it, and they're okay with that. These people are idiots.
There's no proof of that. They're just slandering now.
Yeah.
At the cost of their friend's reputation. It's just sad. It's very sad.
It is disgusting. They have no morals. No morals. It's a bunch of sellouts. It's tragic. It's tragic.
She's such a beautiful little girl.
Yeah.
Full of energy.
Full of life.
Extremely creative and smart. What a loss.
It's a big loss. For all of their
I
family.
don't know if I'm going to be able to get through this one.
Me either. I'm getting really upset here. Looking at this, people can see this t-shirt here. And I believe this was made in response to Rania. Basically, in today, I think this was the domestic violence or something like that. Some tied to that, some crazy crap thing like that, I hope if the police, I hope if you learn anything from this photo here, learn how to look up above a Christmas tree. Learn how to do your job. This is disgusting. The whole thing on so many levels. And it's not about placing blame, oh, the police should have done this, or we're just going after them, or whatever. This is about murder. Nobody is...
They politicized her murder.
They politicized her murder. You're right. They sure did. And why? I mean, the people who are trying to... I'm going to pull up a really disgusting photo here, if I can find it here. There you go. Hear my voice. Victim, Rania Crowley, died December 2014 at age 5. Domestic violence awareness. Really? Do some research. I forget where this came from, but wherever this came from, it puts all of their stats into question for me. You're just going to add this person, like this is just another person that we can throw in there to our cause because it's a really juicy story, because a guy killed his wife and then his daughter. I mean, do some research. They didn't even get the date right. They put January 18th, 2015. I think they can't even get the date right.
It's sad. Very, very sad.
Yeah. It really is. And on and on.
This boy had lost a beautiful soul.
I mean, they have kids. These investigators have kids. They should know this. They should know what they're doing. I mean, look at this family here. It just snaps.
Family, talented family. Look at them.
It's really frustrating. The whole thing, when you think about her, when you think about this daughter, you think about how bright she was. Think about how smart she was. Let's look at the school that she was going to. Cypress Montessori Preschool and Childcare. This is basically a preschool, right? This is for ages 33 months to 5 years. And we were talking a little bit about, one of the big questions was, well, if Rania was missing from school for so long, why didn't anybody, call the cops or call a officer, a truant officer, or something like that?
And this wasn't that type of a school. She wasn't in the school district. This was more of a learning daycare where they prepped them for school. And David and Camille would have to pay tuition for her to go to this school. If anything, if there was a waiting list, she probably would have lost her spot on the waiting list. If anything.
And that's it.
And I think one of the members in the group even stated that for the laws in Minnesota, she would have to be at least age 7 before truancy officers would have been involved.
Oh, okay.
I think I read that over the weekend.
That's good to know. And reading a little bit here from uglytruth.info. This is Dan Hannon's website, the preschool question. 5-year-old Rania was enrolled at the Cypress Classical Montessori School in the fall of 2014. Cypress is a NAEYC accredited Montessori preschool for 2 to 5-year-old children with the Super K gifted and talented programs for 4 to 5-year-olds. 4 to 5-year-old children in Burnsville, Minnesota. And Dan says the bodies were found on January 17, 2015. The question is this: was Rania enrolled at the school in January 2015? And if so, and if so, were attempts made to reach the family when she didn't show up for class for 10 straight days? So Sophia, you've looked at those phone records.
Yes.
Do they show that calls were made? There were several attempts made?
Yes, calls were made to Camille and even to David throughout those 10 days. I don't know if there were calls every single day to each of them, but yes, they did reach out to both of them.
Do you know if that was to their old phones or to their newer phones?
It was to their newer phones.
Okay. So they had that. And Dan says, following the Christmas-New Year's holiday, classes began on Monday, January 5th. Typically, upon enrolling a child, the parent must fill in 2 names and numbers to use as their emergency contacts. One of them was more than likely David or Camille, but who was the second? Was that person contacted or notified? Once notified, did they reach out to the Crowley residents to get an update? If an attempt was made but no action taken, I would imagine that person would be carrying around a tremendous amount of guilt to this day. And I remember Dan did reach out to somebody from the school here.
That would have been an emergency contact. For instance, if Rainey would have been sick at school or they had something come up and were not able to reach David or Camille, they would have that backup person who was able to come and pick her up. So it's interesting that we don't know who that is, and that would be something to find out.
Dan goes on, the Facebook group Justice for David Crowley and Family had at one time 2 people close to the school as members of that page. I do briefly remember that, vaguely. My memory is shot. One was a teacher and one was a daycare provider in the area that knew about Cypress. Both were quickly harassed and eventually driven away by members that were rude and inconsiderate. One contacted me privately, Dan says, to say that they were being harassed and threatened in the middle of the night with phone calls that involved yelling in other languages for about a week straight. The phone number was blocked, and after that, the calls stopped.
And he makes a good point. The number of threats in the aftermath of this event is astonishing, especially for people like that. Anybody who was coming forward, anybody who worked for law enforcement, anything like that. And they were coming there just to, to try to help out. And this is what happens? I mean, and this is early on. So if it's happening to them, it's not too crazy to think that it's happening to a lot of other people as well. And the question would be why?
What are they afraid of?
What are they afraid of? Truth?
It's a very good question, Greg.
I want to say hi to Butterfly Kisses. Thank you for joining us. Everybody who's in the chat right now, thank you all for joining us here. If you'd like to type out some words or type out anything, any condolences, any words you'd like to say specifically about Rania, about this family, anything like that. Nobody has a bad word to say about Rania. And I mean, she was 5 years old. Life hadn't even started yet. Hadn't even begun. All right. I'm going to pull up Rania's school emergency contact information. We'll take a quick look at that.
I'd like to give a shout out to She Wolfie 2. Hi there.
Hey, She Wolfie 2, not 1 but 2. Thanks for joining us.
Wasn't it her first one because of the catnip?
Yeah.
Couldn't say that word.
Yeah, she got in trouble. YouTube busted her for something, and that was it for her.
For catnip.
Catnip, yeah. You can say cat and you can say nip, but not in the same sentence, apparently. So, but thank you all for joining us here. Butterfly Kisses said, it's hard to imagine someone could do that to a little innocent child. It really is. And I'm so glad that so many people keep bringing up the fact that, even though it's so brutal, the fact that her rib was broken. And that's a big deal. Other people have also brought up the fact that her whole torso was exposed when her body was found. Her shirt was up to her neck. Part of her pants were kind of down. It's weird stuff. And hey, we'll just blame the dog. We won't do any tests or anything, but screw it. It's disturbing. This is not just police. Well, they didn't do this. Yeah, they really messed up on this, but they got the end right. No, it doesn't work like that. So tell that to somebody else, 'cause we're not buying that. So it looks like there were 3 phone numbers on the emergency contact. Do you happen to have... I have the numbers here. Let's see if I have the corresponding information.
Let's see if I recognize him.
I think I have it
Okay,
here.
David. Camille. Oh, okay. So they had 2 of David's phone numbers. One which was actually, I think that might be Camille's number. David's new number, Camille's old number, Camille's new number. Okay.
Okay, so tell us which...
So they didn't have an emergency contact. The top one, I think, is David's phone number. The middle one is Camille's, and the last one is Camille's new number, I believe.
Interesting.
They all belong, those 3 numbers belong to them.
Yeah, and reading her old number, um, it seems like Kamel's dad didn't shut it off. He limited the service. I don't know what that means either. I don't know how he could, or how he was on this bill, how Kamel's dad was paying for all of this stuff. But I don't know. Phone bills look like they're just tied to David and Kamel, right? Or maybe that's
Hmm.
why it's still being paid, because Kamel's dad is still paying for the phones. I don't know.
Kamal's dad wouldn't be paying for David's phone number
That's true.
underneath his name.
That's true.
So, which we I haven't found out any more information in regards to that. Things have been crazy around here.
Yeah. Our life is crazy without all this.
Yeah, it is.
Shiva, just to clarify, go look at the BCA, the 485-page BCA document that Dan Hinnon got. Look at page 102 and 103, and that's where it talks about it talks about Ranya's gray sweatpants. I also found it weird. I could be wrong here, but aside from David, I mean, Kamel and Ranya were both wearing gray sweatpants. It doesn't mean anything, right? It doesn't necessarily mean anything, but I just going back over my notes, that was something that kind of stuck out to me a little bit. Ranya's fingers and toes were mummified, so I've been trying to figure out, how early, how late that happens. Purple discoloration on both of her feet and skin slippage. And the reason why I'm saying this, even though we were trying to keep it light, and obviously I totally failed at that, just because of how serious this stuff is, and when people wonder why we care, why do we waste our time? Why do we spend our time on this? When I've had people tell me that, just enjoy life. These are the same bastards, that have been lying and have been doing a lot of nasty things. And God sees all the things. Everything that we do, it all comes back to us. Nothing and no one will escape the judgment of God. It's very clear. So, there's still time for somebody to really help us get this case reopened, to help us get justice. If not for anybody else, but for this little girl here. For every father out there, for every daughter. Something like that could happen to anybody. Don't think just because it happened to David that it can't happen to you. First they come for David, and you do nothing. When they come for you, might not be anybody else to do anything either. So,
Not only that, but now they're roping in to Mel,
that's right.
saying that she's just as guilty, when there's no proof of that whatsoever.
No. And I think that's where some of the split starts happening, where you have all of these people who are so convinced that David Crowley is guilty, and then they go a little too far like this. The narrative changes almost overnight, and then changes back, and then changes again, to the point where...
And then they have to add in...
Yeah.
They add in more details, like, because he was an alcoholic, and there's no proof of that.
Yeah, Catherine did a great video on that yesterday, I think.
Yes, she really, really did. She covered a lot of bases in that video.
Yeah, in like 15 minutes, she covered a lot of stuff.
Hmm.
Takes me like 2 hours to get one point across sometimes, but you know, we all work at our own pace.
The toxicology screens were clear. There was no alcohol, there was no drugs. Shrooms didn't cause them to spaz out and snap. They didn't hallucinate and decide that they were going to kill each other. He wasn't drunk. There was no bottles in the house. There was no alcohol in his system. Next slide, because we're debunking you right now. Those facts are in the autopsy reports. Go back and read them, folks.
And reading from the Apple Valley Police reports, page 36, Miss Wallach. Now, Miss Wallach worked at Ranya's school, and I believe this is Detective Gummer that ended up talking to her after Dan Hennon reached out to Miss Wallach. Could have been somebody else from the school, but Dan Hennon reached out to try to, get their side, or try to get some help for what happened here. And he gets a call back from Jim Gummert, basically telling him they don't want anything to do with you, blah blah blah, don't make any contact with them. As if they couldn't speak for themselves, I guess. But it shows how deep this goes, how, these walls, they keep putting up these walls, and we keep breaking them down, man. All you people that are listening, that are watching, all you people that really care, you have no idea how much you have all helped us, have all helped keep this case going, and have really helped us stay focused on the main things here, on these documents, on these facts. That's it. We're all gonna speculate. It's natural for us to, have these theories or think, well, what if this happened? What if that happened? You have to go through that. There's nothing wrong with that. There's also nothing wrong with us also coming to our own conclusions. It doesn't mean we can't work towards getting justice. That is the unifying factor here, is to get justice for this family. And it is coming, and it cannot be stopped. It's way too late. Way too late now. All of the tricks, all of the drama, all of the news reports, all of that stuff is out there. All of the people who have been quoted saying all of these crazy stuff, it's out there. You can't take it back. And it just shows how shady this case is and the people surrounding this case. How they are not sincere people. They act like they care. Do they really care? Do you really care about this? Because I care. I don't even know these people. Lots of people care to find the truth. We don't care to be lied to. We don't care for the tricks. We don't care for the games. We don't care for these walls. These brick walls that keep getting put up. And we'll keep knocking them down. If we can't knock them down, we'll climb over them. Dig under them. Nothing is going to stop us from finding out what happened. Nothing. So Mrs. Wallach was asked about her emergency contacts on the school form. She stated that Link had not advised of any emergency contacts. Okay, so I was trying to figure out what point Dan was trying to make. Now I see exactly what point he's trying to make. There were no, from what Miss Wallach is telling Detective Gummert, there were no emergency contacts.
It doesn't sound right. Every daycare that you drop a child off at, at least in the
Even for this type of school?
Yes. My kids were in daycare. Even back then, we had to have emergency contacts, whether it was a neighbor or a friend. Especially for us, because we were in the military and we were away from our family.
Now,
we had to have somebody else.
Somebody else. Okay, that's what I was trying to understand. So it couldn't just be them. It should always be a third person.
Hmm.
Very interesting.
Whether it's a grandparent, somebody else who can come and pick them up if there is an accident or an emergency that pops up.
Let's go back a little bit here. Reading from the timeline. All right, 2007, Alam family moved to their home in Hewitt, Texas on July 5th. David is transferred to Fort Hood, Texas. 2008, David meets Kamel at a bar in Waco, Texas. David and Kamel get married in Waco, Texas on May 22nd. Didn't they like get married really fast too, within a couple weeks or something? Is that right?
Hmm. Yeah.
Super duper fast. I thought that was I mean that stuff happens, right? I know people that have they met somebody in 2 weeks and they're married for 35 years, 40 years probably now. That stuff does happen, but that was, very interesting to me. So 2008, I mean they only knew each other 2009, 10, 11, 12, 13. They only knew each other 7 years. It's not. Maybe for some people that is a long time, but for me that's not a long time. Um, so they get married in Waco, Texas on May 22nd, 2008. Kamel gets pregnant. The date range roughly October to November. Um, and so David. Let's see. David is discharged a year later. Okay, I see that. So all this happens while he's still in the service. Maybe that's why they got married so quickly. Do you see that a lot in the service? Marriages
Yes.
like this? Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, my ex and I were married within a few weeks of knowing each other. No, that didn't work out, but it is what it is.
It's a 50-50 chance.
Hmm. I was looking at the hospitals surrounding Hewitt, Texas. There's a veterans hospital in that area.
Mm-hmm.
Providence Healthcare Center, Baylor, Women's and Children's Center, which is a maternity wing there. It's probably where she was born.
She's born on August 6, 2009. And at some point, that's when David and Kamel and their newborn moved to Minneapolis in Minnesota. I think that's where they moved to an apartment.
Mm-hmm.
Now this timeline is interesting. Very interesting. I don't want to get off too much into the paranormal stuff here, but with the paranormal incident that allegedly happened in 2011, Rania would have only been 2 years old. That's interesting. Let's see. Hothead Productions LLC is created on January 7th, 2010. David meets Danny August Mason in 2010. On April 13th, David Crowley files a form with the ATF acknowledging he's building a customized short rifle AR-14 to be used as a movie prop. It is approved by the ATF on 4/21/2010. David Crowley begins writing a script for a project known as The Gray State. Officer Joe Bergeron is shot and killed in the line of duty in Minnesota on May 1st, on May Day. He is David's uncle and Kate Crowley's brother. At the time, it was the largest funeral procession in state history. Here's something interesting about that. Again, not necessarily tying into anything, but Well, no, I'm not. I'm just gonna leave it at that for now. Um, 2011, the Lom family sells a home on May 17th in Hewitt, Texas. Also in 2011, David Crowley, Danny Mason, and Mitch Heil filmed scenes for the Gray State trailer, a 2-minute, 40-second video. There is a video out there. This is way after this. Must have been 2013. I don't know if you've seen it. It was a live stream. Somebody posted it in the group, and it was a live stream that shows David Crowley filming some scenes where they were going to have basically a bunch of police kick down a couple people's doors, take them out of their house while the children are screaming and everybody's crying and it's just loud, all this noise. And Ranya's there. She was actually in that scene. She's one of the kids screaming in that. She couldn't have been more. I mean, obviously, if she passed when she was 5, she couldn't have been more than 4 maybe. So she was exposed to a lot of this stuff. That did kind of bother me too. I don't know. I mean, some kids are strong enough to deal with that. And maybe she was strong enough to deal with that, or else I don't think her parents would have put her in that spot. But again, I'm just guessing here.
It seemed like they talked with her a lot about things that were going on and what the movie was about.
Oh, sorry, your phone's cutting. Was a little muffled there.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
It seemed to me, because of the documentary, it seemed like David and Camille talked to her a lot about the movie and about...
It sounds like you're really far. Okay, that sounds better. Whatever you did.
Let me switch hands.
Okay.
Sorry, it's
much
a
better.
newer phone and I'm still getting used to it. Because of the documentary, it seemed to me that Camille and David were really keeping her up to date with the movie and things that were going on. Where we think that she might have been too young. I don't know. Maybe they were just... I don't know. I don't know what the point was. I'm sorry.
The point was maybe she could handle that, I think, and
yeah. That's how they were raising her, and there's nothing negative about that. That was David's profession. Yes, that's correct, She-Wolfie. This was the Crowley life.
Yeah, pretty much. She was an actor too. She was an actor in the trailer, and of course, that scene, that live stream scene that we're talking about, shows that she was an actor there too. So she was getting first-hand knowledge on the difference between acting and what is real. Mm-hmm. They keep saying David Crowley. Even Mitch Heil saying, at the end, he started blurring those lines. Was it Mitch Heil? It was either David Kirk West or Mitch Heil. One of them was saying that. But, they all try to make it seem like that. Like he was blurring those lines. What are you guys talking about? In 2012, those lines were blurred. They were already blurred, and all of you guys were part of that.
Mm-hmm.
They were all part of that. They didn't have any problem with blurring those lines then, when there might have been money involved. Once they realize, hey, it's not this cash cow that we thought that this was gonna be. Things start changing. Maybe that's when David really figured out who was really gonna be with him through thick and thin, and who was just hanging around to make money.
Or it just doesn't fit the narrative of the movie that they made.
Yeah.
They needed David to be the bad guy.
Yeah.
But they had no issues filming with Rania in the earlier years. So
yeah, that was all fine. That was all fine. It's only till later. Then it became a problem. 2012, the Gray State concept trailer for the fictional film Gray State is published on YouTube on 8/7/2012. Roughly 2.5 million views as of February 2017. I'm sure it's up now, too. Kamel receives her master's degree in public health nutrition from the University of Minnesota on 10/31/2012. The Alam family arrived from Texas to celebrate. Nyla Alam is probably one of the least talked about people, Kamel's mom. And I'm not exactly sure why, other than she was probably the last person, maybe the last person on earth at this point, to know that her daughter and her son-in-law and her granddaughter were all dead. And do you think they're gonna leave any room open? Do you think they left any room open for the fact that maybe what they were told is not true? Maybe what she was told was not true? I don't know.
I honestly don't know.
I don't know.
That is the one topic that I know very little about. What was told to Kamel's mother, and I know nothing about that, so I can't even comment.
Yeah, I mean, we can only go by what is in these documents, and then go by what people say. You have to consider the source in all of these cases, but I don't necessarily just discount what people say just because their stories don't necessarily add up. But I always thought that Kamel's mom and Kamel's dad could really help us. And I think that made them a target. I think it still makes them a target.
Which is sad, because nobody in this case should be a target.
Right.
Nobody should be receiving threatening phone calls.
That's right.
I mean, we're all mature adults here. We should be able to talk, but I don't understand why these threats are going on, and why people are being scared away and threatened and harassed. I don't understand that. What's the point? I mean, I was told a year ago that somebody had called the Alam's, Mr. Alam's work, and had harassed him. And I thought that was really cold of people to do. Now, I don't know if it was the truth or not. I mean, there's been plenty of disinfo when it comes to this case. But if that happened, that's horrible.
Yeah, that's happened to people in the group. So it's not far-fetched to think that it's going to happen to their family. And the other thing is to try to make it seem like it's somehow tied to this group. And if the group will just shut down, if the group will just stop, all of this will stop. Well, that's ransom. Not only is it lying, but it's ransom. You're holding them ransom. You're holding everything ransom. You know, it's just ridiculous on so many levels. So frustrating. And at the same time, it grinds my gears so much that it makes me just want to keep going and push even harder to find this truth, to find out what we can do to get the case reopened, first of all, and to shed some light on this case, and get it out of the darkness that is surrounding not only this case, but the darkness that surrounds people that try to insert themselves into this case. When it's not necessary, it's unnecessary completely. Grieving is one thing. Standing by the family is one thing. standing against truth, creating lies, threatening people, targeting people, going after them
Or their families.
and their families. That shows their true colors. And that also shows that we need to keep pushing forward. Keep pushing on. The truth is marching on. We're marching with it.
I know my goal is to find the truth not only for Camille and David, but for Ronnie.
Right.
And no matter what that road leads us down, I want to find it for them so that they can finally rest in peace.
Yeah.
They deserve to rest in peace.
They do.
To have their names cleared.
They surely do. And resting in peace, they're not going to rest in peace the way things are. The way that this case has gone, with all the lies and with all this, all the, just the drama of just people asking questions and trying to get some clear answers here. How can these three people truly rest in peace when you have somebody accused of a double murder suicide to the extent that we're seeing? Missing hands, a missing arm, heads missing. Brutal. The brutality involved. The cryptic stuff. So many things in that house just do not make sense. They just do not add up.
And then blaming it all on the poor dog.
Yeah. And why? How? How did we get here? How do we get to this point when any rational human being can clearly see this is not a double murder suicide? And you have conversations with people, and that's fine. You go back and forth and share differing views about why this would be a double murder suicide. I've not heard any good thing. I've not heard anything that would help me understand why this is a double murder suicide. In fact, the more that I researched and the more documents that we got, it showed the opposite. That's clear. It's very, very clear. She-Wolf says, if what the police said is the truth, why would anyone need to be threatened or shut up? Yeah. There you go. Well, I mean, Dan Hinnon, was one of those people, one of the first people who the Gray State team tried to come after. When Dan Hinnon started the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, they really tried to come after him. And they still are, but they failed, and they will continue to fail constantly. Every time that they fail, it just helps us. Every time that they play these games, every time that they do all of this stuff, they don't realize. They should by now. Eric Nelson probably learned a very valuable lesson.
Right.
Very valuable lesson. And if he didn't, then he's more clueless than I thought he ever was. Of course, to make a movie like that.
I was wondering, do you have any updates from Christian in regards to the newer documentary? Has he told you anything?
I think we're still a long ways off from that. I do think it is. I do think he will follow through on it. But when you talk about how many serious talks we've had about that, we're still in the very early stages here. And I've been thinking about that, and maybe people have some thoughts on that too. I'm gonna take a quick time out here to just go and help my cat out, but uh, maybe we can think about this for a minute while I take a little short break. Um, what should be in the documentary? What should we talk about? What should be the focus of this? Because I want Christian to, obviously, to make the movie, the documentary he wants to make, and I have no idea what his vision is, if he has one, or if he's counting on us to kind of come up with one or something too. So let's think about that for a second, and I'll be right back. If there's anybody in the chat, if you want to address anything in the chat, I'll be right back. Give me about 30 seconds here.
Okay. What was in the documentary that proves the police narrative? I think for the Eric Nelson documentary, Eric Nelson was given hours and hours of videotape and recordings, and the ones that he put in the documentary for A&E and on Netflix, he manipulated to fit the narrative that David snapped, and that he was, I guess, Sidra was trying to lead people to believe that David was abusive, and so he had picked the temper tantrum that Rainey had downstairs, and David was filming that. Eric Nelson had also picked the Transformers reenactment scene where David is saying fuck yeah, in the basement as he's getting, I guess, prepped for a scene. And then when they're sitting at the table and discussing the Red Man. So out of all the film that was handed over to Eric Nelson, that's what he picked, so that he could manipulate that documentary to prove David's guilt.
It's a stretch, isn't it?
Oh, it's extremely wrong what he did.
I mean, were they just looking for something? When you talk about within 24 hours, they already think they have what they need to show that David Crowley is guilty. A year later, we find out that's not true. And wasn't there something Eric Nelson, like 4 days after this happened, he contacted David's dad? Is that right?
Yes. Within 72 hours, I believe, he was already contacting the Gray State members and wanting to do a movie or a documentary.
And yet he says he had no knowledge of David or anything before this. He just read it in a newspaper.
Wait, do we know for a fact that he contacted the Gray State team, or did the Gray State team reach out to him?
If I remember correctly, a person in the group stated that he contacted David's dad after 4 days. I could be wrong on that. We'll have to clarify that too, but it was quick. But I thought it was David's dad. I could be wrong on that though. I mean, it's not too far-fetched when you look at the people David's dad was probably surrounding himself with, and it's a lot of the same people that you'll see in that film that, wanted admin rights from Dan Hennon. It's all the same group. People that called me, tried to start drama with me too, all in that same group. These are the guys that you're going to trust with that? These are the guys that we're supposed to take seriously? No, I don't think so. Worse, they couldn't even be honest about it. They couldn't even say that they were involved in it. It was all a big game, a big haha. Now we got them. You didn't get anything. You didn't get truth. What you got is what you put out there. Go ahead.
Who sits around and on Facebook and gives out this info in regards to how your friend died, or make up stories about the wall and how that was done? I mean, only sick people do that. It just angers me. Okay, happy thoughts.
Happy thoughts, right?
Because I would go off, and I don't want to do that. This is in regards to Rainey. We're thinking about her tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, and we're thinking good things. Good things in the fact that justice needs to be done here. Justice needs to be served. And come on. We're just preaching to the choir here.
I'm hoping that the new documentary will show some footage of David with his family, and not only that, but what led up to what happened to them will help clear David's name from this other documentary that was pure propaganda.
I think that would be great. Yeah, there might be some pushback, legal stuff or whatever. Oh, we can't use that footage or this or that, but you never know.
There's plenty of footage that was never used.
Yeah. There's a lot of footage. The good footage.
I mean, they purposely waded through all that footage to find bits and pieces to manipulate to fit their narrative.
Right. That's the key point. To fit their narrative right there. You nailed it. So it was so good to hear the people that went to see Eric Nelson's film and the response that he got from that film, how people reacted. He's never going to live that down. Never. He can never take that. That is a scar on his face.
It is because of that documentary that I no longer believe documentaries or even news stories. I know when I hear something, it's like, okay, what's the rest of the story?
We're having a hard time hearing you again.
Oh, because I switched the phone.
Okay.
It is because of Eric Nelson's documentary that I no longer believe documentaries.
Did that ruin it for you?
Oh, it absolutely did. And now I want to know the rest of the story. Okay, I saw your view. Now I want the truth. And so now I no longer will sit and watch these because everything is made with a narrative. And once people realize that this documentary was made to convince us that David was guilty. It wasn't a true documentary, it was a propaganda piece.
Right. It's a poopymentary. Let's
Well,
see.
not only that, but they
Mhm.
politicized their deaths.
That's right,
Because
in
they
many
call
ways.
him alt-right.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're talking about guns. They're talking about mental illness that doesn't exist. And drugs. They were politicizing it.
Right.
And there was no need for that.
Only if they could back it
All they
up,
had,
which they couldn't.
which they can't. Yeah.
All they had to do was just be honest. I think people would have taken them more seriously. I think their lies and their propaganda would have probably worked on more people if they wouldn't have gone so far.
hmm
They got
But
greedy.
even back then,
Mhm.
watching it, you could tell that something was off, that they were trying to manipulate your feelings. And I think that is why so many people, after watching that documentary, were saying, hey, I was just lied to.
People
Why
don't
was
like.
I lied to?
That's right. People don't like that. It's one of the worst things you could ever do to any person on this earth is lie to them. Now sometimes you've been lied to and you spread that lie and you don't know it. That's different.
hmm
That's different. That happens. That can happen to anybody.
I remember the early days when researching this case. I would catch on, like I was repeating things that other people were repeating, and it wasn't the truth. And I remember you saying, okay, prove to me where that came from. And you would make me go and research it and try to find where that was said in the reports. And that was a valuable lesson. Don't just repeat what other people tell you. Go back and make sure that you can prove it.
Amen. She-Wolf is leaving some good comments that we should address here. Let's go to a
Oh
few of
gosh,
these.
you're right.
She says, "What was in the documentary that proves the police narrative?" Nothing, because the police can't even prove their own. The police did not want to be involved in this whole documentary. The only reason they make it seem like the police were, but they weren't. The police were involved in they were interviewed by Tom Lydon. And then after that, I don't think the police were taking questions from anybody. It was like Tom Lydon was their guy, and we'll give him the exclusive, and that's it. And Tom Lydon sat there and acted like he cared and all this stuff. Where's Tom Lydon now? He's
I
moved
would like
on.
to actually watch that news clip where he interviewed everybody and did the news story for David Crowley and in his hometown.
Oh,
I can't find it.
yeah, it's out there. It's definitely out there. I could play it right now probably. But it is out there. Um, I will make sure that you have that. I think it's
Okay,
still
thank you.
on Fox 9. It shouldn't unless they took it down. Unless they took it down. If they were smart, they would have. But that whole thing, even if they take down all of the video, we have the whole transcript. So we got it all. And yeah, you're that whole thing, when you see that, I mean, I'm not gonna even spoil it for you. You already know what the spoiler is, but take it on a day where your patience is where you have a lot of patience.
because it will try your patience for sure. It really will. And he's sitting there all smug and just like acting like he does ask a couple good questions though, and he's the only reason why the public knows about that blood writing or anything to do with any of that Allah Akbar stuff. Tom Lydon is the only reason. Without him, we might not have learned about it until Eric Nelson's film, and there is a big difference. I will give Tom Lydon credit for that. They're both two crappy pieces, but one is a little less stinkier. Tom Lydon's doesn't stink as bad. At least that's my view on it.
I really think that needs to be posted in the group.
It might be. Yeah, it might be. If it's not, I will have Christian Coffins make sure he saves it, and then we'll pull it from his website. It'll be on darkdocs.com pretty soon, just in case it ever gets taken down. There's always a backup. She-Wolf also says, let's see. Oh, and what shows the narrative was wrong? That's a great question. In the Sloppymentary, they don't really talk about any of the doubt except for me and Dan. We get a couple minutes, and that's really it. And we just answered whatever questions they wanted, whatever they were going to say. We weren't scripted. I think a lot of the other people were actually scripted. Dan Senior, he was scripted. He's reading from a script. He has a piece of paper there, and he's reading from it. That's a script.
And how long did they film you that day, Greg?
They filmed me probably for about an hour, and then Dan and I did our live stream, which we thought was also going to make it into there maybe, but I don't think they put anything. Well, they might have put one or two things that was said in there, but that was it.
So just like a couple hours, and they narrowed it down to like, what, a couple sentences?
Pretty much.
Taken out of context?
2 sentences.
Wow.
And then me fighting a fly. that made it in. They couldn't my talk about item 57 and how they missed the most important bullet, the bullet that they say killed David. That didn't make it in. The fact, that Gummert told Dan Hennon one thing and told me something totally different, that didn't make it in. Even Sean Wright's threats, all of his calls and all of that drama, that didn't make it in. But me fighting a fly made it in. I was pretty happy about that.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see what else didn't make it in.
Oh, well, we know everything from Kamel's family. That didn't make it in.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder why? I do. I think about that a lot. A lot. How they turned on them, too. They burned them. Burned the whole family. Might as well put him on an altar before a giant 40-foot owl. She-Wolf also says, what made it like everyone was being forced to believe this narrative? That's what Christians should address in the new documentary. I love that. I'm going to read that again. So, what should be in Christian's documentary, according to She-Wolfie 2, not She-Wolfie 1, She-Wolfie 2. This is the good She-Wolfie. She says, what made it like everyone was being forced to believe this narrative? I love that. Because I do think that that's more in line of where Christian is coming from, and I think his another thing that he should focus on too is he didn't even know about this, right? He didn't really know, and there's so many people that don't know about this case, and when they find it, they have a hard time just letting it go. Some people, I think, jump in and they want to solve this case, and that's great. And
I have no problem with that. If you can solve this case with the snap of your fingers, please do. But I can't, obviously. Been here 5 years now. 4.5 maybe, right? I mean, we're coming up on 5 years. This is
Yeah.
crazy.
Not only solve the case, but have the proof backing up what you say. That's really, really big for me. I want to see the facts backing it up. Not hearsay, not found evidence from mystical journals. I want facts backing this case up.
Here's another good thing that She Wolfie 2 says. Why was there nothing negative? Why was there nothing negative about any friends in this documentary, but they made Rania look crazy and not understanding reality from movies? They also made Kamel look crazy, and they tried to
Yeah,
make David
I
look
was-
crazy. They tried to make all three of them look crazy, if you think about it. It's a great point.
They were trying to prove the narrative that David had slipped into madness and Kamel was right there with him. That's
And-
what they were trying to do. And that whole
Mhm.
rapture talk and stuff like that, that was their way of proving that Kamel had snapped. When they had all types of recordings and stuff that they could have picked. And it was just that one thing. My personal opinion is that that was just a dream that she had. A very vivid dream. I can't prove it, but it would explain why she was so upset.
Well, again, I go back to the whole the paranormal thing. You know, I do think there was something going on there. I really do. And again, I can't prove that. It's great. A lot of people won't even talk about it.
Whether it was paranormal or that she was being a targeted individual, which is very possible, considering the type of work that David was doing.
Right.
But we don't know and we can't prove it.
Right. And that's the whole thing.
Just like,
What can be proven? If David Crowley's guilt cannot be proven, what can be?
Yeah.
Sorry, I cut you off there. I know you're trying to make a point, but
no, you're right. Sorry, I was opening a gate.
so I guess we should start to wrap this up, unless you have anything else here to kind of cover here, or any words that you want to say about this family, about Rania, about all of this. I'm kind of at a loss a little bit. Pretty angry here, but I'm gonna turn that anger into something positive, and I'm gonna use it to keep me going, to pray about this, to ask God what I should do, where I should go, and pray about how we can get this case reopened.
Absolutely. It hurts my heart that a 5-year-old had to suffer. And I pray that she is resting in peace. She's a beautiful soul. And now I'm going to start crying again.
Well, we don't want that, so let's go ahead and
grab some Kleenexes.
This is a tough one. This is a really tough case, and I know a lot of people are drawn to it, and it can be toxic. But we have to make sure that we're not bringing our own negativity into this case, that we're not trying to make this case all about us, because it's not about us, man. It has nothing to do with us, right? We get to go home. We get to, keep living life. And but I want people to really understand this could happen to anybody, and this does happen. This is not just a one-time thing. So we're gonna keep truth going, and I thank everybody for listening to this. If you do have anything you'd like to say, anything that you could do to help us, please, because we need all the help that we can get. And
Absolutely.
there is strength in numbers. There is strength in having more people, but whatever we can do. Whatever we can do. All right, good peeps. I appreciate you all.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Any final words, Sophia?
Well, She Wolfie wrote, yes, Rainy is beautiful, and I truly believe that just knowing there are people that know the truth helps her rest in peace. Thank
Amen.
you, She Wolfie. That was beautiful.
That's it. That's a great way to end this here. Finally, a positive note.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. Until we meet again.
Thank you all for joining us and looking back over Rainey's 5 short years. And let's all keep her in our hearts and our thoughts.
Amen.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
Good night, and God bless you all.
Baby, see how I've been living. Velvet curtains on the windows too. Keep the bright and unforgiving light from shining through. Baby, I remember all the things we did when we slept together in the blue behind your eyelids, baby. Sweet baby, traced your scent through the glue till I found these purple flowers. I was spent, I was soon smelling you for hours. Lavender, lotus blossoms too. Water the dirt, flowers last for you, baby. Sweet baby. Tangerines and persimmons and sugar cane. Grapes and honeydew melon, enough fit for a queen. Lemon trees don't make a sound till branches bend and fruit falls to the ground, baby. Sweet baby. Come to my world and witness the way things have changed. Yes, I finally did it, babe. I got out of LaGrange. Got in my Mercury and drove out west. Pedal to the metal and my love to the test, baby. Sweet baby. I've been trying to enjoy all the fruits of my labor. I've been crying for you, girl, but truth is my savior. Baby, sweet baby, if it's all the same, take the glory any day over the fame, baby. Sweet baby, I've been trying to enjoy all the fruits of my labor. I've been crying for you, girl, but truth is my savior. Baby, sweet baby, if it's all the same, take the glory any day over the fame, baby.
Hello?
Sweet baby.
Sure, I can hear you. Try
Greetings, greetings, greetings. Can everybody hear me?
Hello.
How are you?
Yep, I hear you.
All right. Yeah, we had a little moment of silence there for our YouTube people. They got a special little treat listening to a song by one of my buddies. But we're all live here now. I appreciate everybody coming in. If I do put you on mute, it's only because we're having some echoes or something. But I'll try to let everybody know if that is the case. So again, thank you all for joining us. This is the third live Gray Stage stream here, just talking about the David Crowley case. We're going to try to keep this to about an hour. I try to keep each one to about 60 minutes. I have failed every time, so we'll see how close we can actually get here. But thank you all for joining us. I know we have Catherine.
Yep, I'm here. Yay!
All right. Catherine, anything you thanks we saw your latest video there, and I thought it was really good. Glad to have you back in. Are you feeling better?
Oh, thanks. Trying to get there. Yeah.
Okay.
Day by day.
One day at a
But
time.
I was very cranky in that video. And I just, it's just sometimes when I see certain people's names, and I'll try not to because he just makes me so mad. I just lose it.
Greg Fernandez Jr. Okay.
He'll probably take immense pleasure from that statement right there.
I'll give him all the pleasure he wants too. Come here, buddy.
Hey, now this isn't that type of show.
No, not that kind of pleasure. No, thank you. No. Definitely not my cup of tea.
I don't know if your heart can handle it.
Could be spoken for. So.
Oh gosh, you guys are too funny.
That's all your fault. We also have Sophia. You're here too, right?
Hi, everybody.
Thanks
Hello.
for joining us. Anything new in your research on this case? I know you got a few things on your plate that you're going to be looking into, but anything pressing right now, or anything you'd like to bring up?
Not that I can talk publicly about right now.
Oh, teasing us. Okay. Nice little tease there.
But
Mm-hmm.
I'll be happy to share eventually.
Okay, good. Good. Well, we know you've done some great stuff, and anybody can go back and check out some of the videos that you've done with us and a lot of the various topics that you've covered. We also have Pansy here. Pansy, how are you?
I'm here.
All right. Thank you for joining us again. Anything, any questions, any topics, anything you want to say before we get rolling here?
No, not until we get started.
Okay. And we have Justin has also joined us here. Justin, how are you?
Hey, Greg, it's a pleasure to be here.
Awesome. Glad to have you here. Justin, anything you want to say about this case?
For the research material that I provided to you, currently right now I'm just trying to get a link together so I can post it in the chat to the conference call so anybody can download the material once we start discussing it.
Excellent. And then I think we have Christine has joined us too. Christy, I'm sorry. Hey, Christy.
Yeah, and I'm a newbie, but this has really grabbed a hold of me. Like, the only thing I can explain is that the board has put it on me, because I can honestly say I had never heard of the case, and I watched the documentary, and as I was watching the documentary, I was like, something's off. So as soon as I watched the documentary, I started researching, and it has grabbed a hold of me like something I can't believe. And I have just been scouring everything, going, oh no, this is so wrong. There is something seriously wrong. I mean, we don't have IQs of 53. I mean,
Speak for yourself there. I
take
pride in my low IQ. Just kidding.
Hey, I have an IQ of 54.
Yeah, I'm 53.5. What are you talking about?
There you go. Yay.
Well, I don't know if the actual criteria would be to actually believe them, but it might be lower than 53. But maybe beyond the human species.
Wow, that says a lot. What has brought
that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, what has brought you to this case?
Like I said, I get led a lot by the Lord. I mean, I know everyone has different beliefs and everything, but I go where I feel I'm led. And as I was saying, as I was watching the documentary, I was just going, no, this isn't right. This is not right. There is something sketchy going on with this whole thing. They're painting a picture, and like I said, because I didn't know anything about him, and because I got just such a odd feeling from watching that, I think is what has really grabbed me, because there's just something in me that passionately says there's absolutely no way he did this, and I believe in justice, and I just think it is a travesty that his legacy, regardless of what anyone else wants to believe about him or his beliefs or whatever, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter what kind of person he was. I don't look at things that way. I just look at it like, if it's a lie, then it needs to be revealed. It's wrong. And that's how I feel about it, and that's why I've just gotten so passionate about it, because I'm just that way with anything. If something's wrong and unjust, I just get riled up.
So you basically felt like you were lied to throughout that whole documentary.
Oh, I felt like it was just a complete joke. Yes, exactly. I felt like it was scripted. I felt like it was like every reality show you've ever watched in your life. You know, it's like, oh my gosh, is this not scripted? You know, and there's people out there that believe those are real. You know, and I hope none of you do.
My daughter's watching Dance Moms right now, and I'm like, you do realize that's reality TV. It's all scripted. So she gets so passionate about it. And I just have to roll my eyes at her.
It's just, they're all basically soap operas, and I kind of felt like that's what this was. It was like this drama unfolding, and they were, you know, leading to a certain direction. And I really read people's body language, and especially eyes. I really look at a person's eyes. And when I was watching it, I was looking at certain people's eyes and going, they're hiding something. They know something, they're hiding something. And just, you know, the drama and the build up and the crescendo, and then, I mean, and I think I heard someone else, I know who it was. It was the medium that said she had the exact same feeling that I had. I was like, and my poor husband, he's having to hear about this constantly. But I was telling him, I was like, why on earth the dog at the end of the documentary? I mean, they make it like it's walking off into the sunset happy. It was just so disturbing. It just, I mean, and then the other thing is when, and I, of course, I went back and I watched it multiple times after that because I was trying to, like, pick up on other things and watch people even more closely. And the, you know, it's just, I mean, there are certain people that they're movie people, and there's a reason they say certain things end up on the cutting room floor. They basically splice together certain things to paint the picture that they wanted painted. They didn't show every single thing, and that's what I believe is so wrong about that documentary, is the fact that they only picked and chose what they wanted there. And it just made me sick that his dad didn't even defend him. I was just like, you know, that's just unbelievable. That, I mean, as a parent, I mean, if the evidence was like right there in my face, I think it would be hard for me to accept and believe. You know, I mean, I would come to a point if it was so blatant, but it would still be hard to accept. I mean, that's the thing about families and tragedy and death and things like that. A lot of times families, when it actually is something that's true, they go into denial mode and they start looking for other causes because they don't believe that that person could have possibly committed suicide or that that person could have possibly committed that crime. So they start looking and seeking out, even though it's not real. But for him, with all of these holes in this, to go on there and not defend his child, to just, I mean, that made me sick. And also, after looking at it a couple of times, and then when I started researching, I was like, okay, what's the timeline of his mother passing away and this documentary being made? Does anyone know?
His mom died, what, 8 months after?
Yeah, it was 7 or 8 months after. But yeah, we can definitely talk about that. But Greg, I'm going to make you stick to the hour. We're 30 minutes in.
Yeah, I'm
okay.
sorry.
That's fine.
I'm sorry.
No, you're okay, Christy. I'm just giving Greg a hard
I
time.
just don't understand why they didn't mention the mom in the documentary.
Oh yeah,
That's
that
the only
bothered
thing
me
I was
too.
putting out there.
Yeah, I don't even think they
that's
showed her.
Weird.
They didn't even show her in the movie, did
No. Nope.
they? The other thing was,
it wasn't until
go ahead.
because it wasn't until I got into the group after I watched the documentary that I even knew that his mother had passed away. I thought that she just wasn't a part of the picture at all.
It must have been
And
about
it
4 or
wasn't.
5 months afterwards because she was still. I think when she died, I don't think the case had been closed yet.
It was 5 months. I just read it
5 months?
yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
The thing about his dad is, did his dad, like, is there a quote, I guess, what I would look for? Is there a quote where the dad says that his son is guilty? I mean, I've only watched the documentary like once, so it's hard for me to go back and look at that.
No,
But,
he just doesn't defend him.
right.
No, and then he reads the last page of the supposed journal, which is really just the script, where it says, after he's done writing his notes about Christmas, David goes in and shoots Camille and Rania.
Wow.
And then he just puts the script down. He doesn't say anything else after that.
That's
And
odd.
I'm just like, how could you read something like that about your son?
And see, there was
Maybe
a conflicting thing there too, because it almost seemed like, I don't know if it was a slip or whatever, but when he was reading that, he said, that he had made plans beyond the holidays in what he was journaling and stuff. So I found that strange too.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, Greg, where should we start do you want to start from the very beginning on the 488 pages?
Yeah. For surely here. Pulling it up right here. If you're watching it on YouTube, you'll see it here. So page 1 is just, the one pager. This is just basically what we asked for here. Blah blah blah, their response, whoever it is. Page 2 through page 52 is the evidence chain. I thought there was a lot of good. I'm not going to go over it. I'm probably going to skip these first 52 pages. There's a lot of stuff here. One thing that I noticed, I think looks like around page, oh no, that comes in a little bit later. But if anybody wants to see, this pretty much shows you start to finish what they did with each item and when. So this really helped me with some of those dates that I was trying to figure out about. Okay, 1A is the pistol. This is when it got to them. And the chain of custody, this is the chain of custody for the BCA. So this is when they got it. So I don't know. On 1/18/2015, the laboratory received from a crime scene collection. And then it goes through all of these items. So again, unless anybody has any specific things on the first 52 pages there, I'm going to go ahead and skip that.
Okay.
Go down to 52. Alright. 52. How do you do? So 53. One thing I noticed, I think, or somewhere around here on page 53, is they say that nobody has been charged in this. And that really stuck out. I thought that was an interesting one. For anyone that doesn't know, we're going through the BCA 488 page data file. This is the most recent file that we got. And there's a lot of interesting data in here. A lot of this stuff, when I was first writing my book, I did not get to put a lot of this in there. So what I've been doing in the last week or so, and what I'm going to probably end up doing for the next couple weeks, is going back through these documents and just adding in a lot of these little tidbits. I posted a few in the group too, so we'll see how far we can actually get to discussing those. Now, this thing about the beast, right? It says, I will put a note in the beast. And the beast is just like a big database, right? Have you guys heard of this before?
Yeah, I mean,
No.
that's what I would assume, is that, yes, it's their database or data bank.
Yeah, I remember Alex Jones talking about this long time ago, and I was like, what is this guy talking about, the beast? But it's supposed to be this, like, big database. So it's real. It's all real. All right. Anything so far here? Let's see. I'm just gonna go page by page through this. At some point, we're gonna slow down a little bit, but here on page 55 is the only mention of the FBI, even though we were told that the FBI was not involved in this at all. They weren't involved in the investigation, etc., etc. Here you have the FBI and the staties too, right? That's what Christopher Olsen looks like. He's a state cop, state.mn.us. So that was so even
Yeah,
though
they only
Twice that the state cops weren't involved.
right, the state cops told us that, right? We had nothing
Yeah,
to do with
and
this.
the only thing that they contacted the FBI for was David's fingerprint card, and they didn't even get the original. They got a copy. And the FBI told them that if they wanted or needed the original to make sure that they got a good comparison, just to contact them and they would be happy to send it, but they never did.
Right. You're right. Yep. It says, "Hey Chris, this
May
is from
I ask?
Go ahead."
Because I haven't seen any talk about this. Did they use luminol at all?
It wasn't luminol, it was something called amino black, and it does the same thing.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I can make this a little bigger. Yeah, good question. I mean, these are a lot of questions that people ask, and there are people that want to ask these questions but don't want to get, they don't want to feel stupid. And I just want people to know there are no stupid questions, and people should not make you feel dumb just because you ask a question. And just because somebody answers your question doesn't mean that they're trying to make you feel dumb either. So I just want to cover both of that basis. We're all just talking here. It's the people that kind of sit back and like laugh at these questions, like, what? Why would they ask that question? All that's like, come on. We're just regular people. I don't know anything about this stuff. I'm not an investigator. I don't know anything about this. I'm learning as I go here. So I do try to be careful not to assume too much either. Not to assume that other people are wrong too much either. So it's just kind of this balancing act for somebody like me, is just a complete outsider looking in here. So technically the FBI was involved, so technically they lied. But whatever, they could say they weren't involved in the investigation, whatever you want to say. Okay. So from Chris Olsen.
Well, technically the state was involved too.
Right, I know, right?
They denied me twice, so go figure.
That's odd. Joe Cooksley wrote, "Hey Chris, I talked to Marty in Leighton Prince. He said he thinks this can be used for comparison, and that if the actual card is needed, that it could be requested at a later time." Joe. So, could have been. And looks like that was 122.
Well, and this is what makes me so angry, because the latent prints are huge, and they just kind of toss them around as if they don't really make much difference in the case. And, Marty thinks they can be used, and if they need the card, they could request it later, but they never do. And then they say the latent prints on the copy were not, and then supposedly not legible, or they couldn't read what they pulled, and they couldn't compare it to the card. And I'm like, there's some pretty good ridge detail, on some of those prints. And it's like, how could you not match it or not match it? One of the two. And why didn't you get the original card?
That would have been nice.
Well, because the ridge detail was pretty clear, my only guess for why they couldn't match it was because it didn't match to what they had. I mean, that's just an assumption, though. I'm not stating a fact. It's just an assumption.
Right.
And let's be honest here. David and Kamel and Rainey's fingerprints should be all over that house. All over the crime scene. Well, not the crime scene, but if David was setting up the crime scene after he supposedly killed Kamel and Ronnie, his fingerprints should be there. His DNA should be there.
Yep.
But it's not.
Nope.
Yep.
Scrolling down, scrolling down. Let's see, we are going to go to
Oh, and I want everybody to know too, and I'm going to be covering this as well in the next video I do on the latent prints. But I have contacted the BCA several times and asked them for a copy of the prints that they pulled from the crime scene, wherever they got them from. And I specifically asked for some that they didn't include, some they gave us, some they didn't, and they have not even written back to tell me to go jump off a cliff. They've just ignored all the requests, even though I sent an FOIA request. It has been completely ignored.
It took them months to even respond to my request where we got this information that we're looking at right now. I sent it off in March, and I don't think we got it until, what was it, Bragg? Was it September or October?
Yeah.
And it wasn't until they finished processing that request, like a month before we received this information, did I even get an email.
September.
I thought that I was being ignored.
Yeah, I got mine back September 20th, 2018. So, yeah.
Okay, so I'll give them a little more time then.
Give them another year. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
How dare you?
I tried to warn you about that, Catherine, that the BCA will take forever.
Girl, I have hardly any memory of what happened several months ago. It's like, so just keep refreshing my memory and telling me what you've told me before, because it's like hearing it for the first time.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
Awesome. All right. Here on page 57, and if anybody wants to say anything, feel free to go ahead and jump in here any time. It's fine. We're all just chatting here. We're looking at page 57 of 488, and this is from Tommy Booth. This is sent to Catherine Roach of the DPS. That's another interesting group of characters. DPS says, Good morning, Catherine. Nobody has been charged in this case, so I am giving you permission to use up some evidence in its entirety for DNA analysis. If you need anything else, please feel free to contact me. Thanks for all your hard work, Tommy Booth. And I thought that was, again, another interesting thing there, because haven't charged anybody. Well, yeah, of course you haven't charged anybody. Who are you looking for? Who could be charged? Could they charge David?
Right, and the funny thing is when you start putting all of these pieces together, because you have the police chief being quoted in the news article stating that they knew within 2 hours David was guilty, and then somewhere else where they knew in 2 weeks or a month or whatever that he was guilty, and now we have a month later, and Tommy Booth is saying, well, nobody's being charged, so use up everything for your DNA test.
Now, you were able to talk with the person who said that David was charged within hours, right? And you were able to get them to confirm that?
I talked with Detective Sergeant Gummert, and that video is posted on my YouTube channel. But the police chief himself. Oh wait, no, I know what you're talking about now. Okay. Oh geez, I'm sorry, you guys. I'm trying to catch up here. But yes, I was talking to
Nick Ferraro?
Someone who heard it directly.
Okay.
Are you talking about Nick?
Well, no, these people, they didn't want to be tied to it. They're tied to it, but they're not tied to it. So I gave them my word that I wouldn't let anybody know who they were. But they were somebody who specifically talked to that police chief. And so, yeah. I mean, he said it. But it's like, okay, so what did you do? Were you convinced within 2 hours? You didn't even have your happy hiney over there by that time, and you knew before you got there he was guilty, or did you not know a month later? What is it?
Well, does that tie into? I don't even know if this is accurate or not, but I heard that the neighbor actually said that she believed that David had killed his family and killed himself. Can anyone verify whether that is actually true?
In the 911 call, are you talking about that?
Mm-hmm.
She speculates. I mean, she says it was either there was a murder or a suicide next door. And then she starts speculating on the dog, that the dog might have eaten these bodies. It's just like the whole thing just sounds just weird, and
That's weird. That's very weird.
I thought it
Sounds
was
like
weird.
she's starting to paint the picture
Right.
before anyone else even gets there.
Yeah.
Or as I've stated in the past, it was like she was handed a script.
Right.
And let me please say it again. It was like she was handed a script. Because we all know who listens to this.
Well, it was a
Correct.
bad script, so whatever you want to call it. It was.
Yeah, seriously.
And there was
Well,
there's no need to speculate on that. Go ahead, Pansy.
It's about like they took her word for what she thought she knew and went on that.
Well, I'm glad they let civilians do the police work for them.
Yeah, I guess we don't need cops over there. They got it covered.
Yeah, I guess not. Yeah.
Don't worry.
I'm sorry, I
Okay.
didn't hear what Pansy said.
Just ask a neighbor, and neighbor can tell you everything.
Okay, Justin, you haven't said anything.
Oh, I'm still here. I'm just, I noticed y'all been discussing the evidence, and everything that I have pertinent is public record after the incident. So I just kind of waited for y'all to put forward what y'all have to put forward. I don't want to kind of steal your thunder, so to speak.
No, that's okay.
No, please steal
Go for
away.
it. Go for
Yeah.
it. We
Greg
can
has-
believe me.
yeah.
He
We're
has
gonna.
13 minutes left.
Okay.
That's not
Well,
gonna happen. We all know that. Go ahead, Justin.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to post a Dropbox link in the YouTube chat so all of you can download what I have found. Pretty much what I've been doing is I've been scouring every possible aggregator of information such as Intellius or Spokio, which Spokio really isn't that good, but Intellius just kind of went down the toilet too in the documents they provide now. There has actually been a few changes to the public records of Kamel and David after their deaths. Rihanna will have a public record as soon as she reaches 18, even though she is deceased. So, I mean, that's
Interesting.
something to look out for in the future.
I didn't know that.
You generally,
Did you notice
I'm
that
sorry.
on Intellis? Did you notice on Intellis that they weren't considered dead?
Not anymore, no. They've completely changed everything.
Wow. Screenshots.
All the other
screenshots.
backgrounds that I've used say that David and Kamel are dead, but I used Intellis and it didn't show it at all.
Yeah, it showed him as still alive, and we have copies of that too. So you might find that interesting. That was just a month ago, 2 months ago.
Yeah,
I think 2 months ago.
that's
Yeah.
when I did the search as well. Intellius, though, they've completely changed their UI, and I think they lost some of the information in their change. So it still reflects that, though, but it's very, very watered down as opposed to what it was before.
Really?
Wow.
Let me see here. I'm trying to get a link for this Dropbox folder. I just created this account today, so bear with me while I do that, if you would kindly.
Sure. Yeah, I know Justin's been. Justin has kind of brought up some of those same things. He and I were kind of going back and forth, and I don't know if he wants to talk about his background or not. I'll leave that to him. But basically, yeah, he was showing me the stuff and same stuff that you guys are talking about. It's like, wait a minute. Yeah, why are they still alive here? Or why is this website or whatever it is, whatever Intellis is? I know it's been brought up a few times. I have no intelligence, so I don't know what Intellis is. But I do know that I keep hearing the same thing, and it's like, okay, now it's kind of watered down. What does that mean? Does that mean that they're finally catching up? You know, we're gonna come back in a couple months, and they're finally gonna see that they're dead, or
I don't know. I mean, you couple that in with all of the other things, and it just you can your mind can kind of start to wander. I guess is what I found with myself. And the only thing that I
Did
kept
they
go ahead.
did they have life insurance policies?
I don't know. I haven't heard of any. I haven't seen any, but I don't know how we could verify that. What would
Which
need
would
to
be
be done?
interesting with him being retired military. I mean, I know you can get rid of it when you break away, but I mean it's unusual.
If
When
he
David
did,
left
retired military, so
yeah.
when he left the military, he had life insurance, but I don't know if he continued to pay into it.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's what, I think you can continue paying into it, but I'm not 100% certain.
But doesn't that
That's something I just was curious about.
doesn't that kind of I don't know about this. I'm just asking, but doesn't that cancel it out if he kills himself?
Depends on the clause in the policy.
Mhm.
Certain
Okay.
policies have a suicide clause. Other ones have a certain time frame, so that you don't just go get like $1 million life insurance policy and then off yourself.
Right.
So I mean, some policies have a clause where there's a time frame. Some have a flat, suicide clause, and then other ones don't have a suicide clause at all.
Is
Like
that stuff
my
public
husband
record?
doesn't have a clause.
Is that
I
stuff
don't
public
know.
record or not? I don't know either.
That's what I'm curious about. I just thought of it.
It's a good question.
If it were, I'm pretty sure if such an amount of money had been moved, I'm pretty sure the police department themselves would have had something in a statement about it. I don't believe I've read anything like that in the evidence. They would, the police department, Apple Valley Police would have definitely had the means to find that information. Would it have happened?
True.
And they took all their personal paperwork, and nothing was ever mentioned.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And we know that the house went into foreclosure, and then they put it up for sale at an auction, and even that didn't sell.
Yeah, that was weird. I was trying to understand all of that too, how all of that works, because I forget which one of you. Somebody has shown me some of this stuff of all the different layers that house went into, and it was sold and auctioned and blah 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 with the state or whatever, and it's like, what? I don't know, but I mean, we're talking about a murder, an alleged murder suicide. Circumstances might be different. I really don't know. I don't know if people were just waiting for to drop the property value to almost nothing so they could come in there, remodel, and make a big profit. I don't know. Hey, Shula, thanks for joining us in the YouTube chat.
You might talk to Dan about it, because he was the one who explained the whole Dakota County Sheriff's Office involved in the sale.
Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, good. If we do our next conference call, maybe next weekend, I'll see if he can kind of break that down for us, or give us some of that stuff so we can break it down.
Sorry, Justin, for interrupting you earlier.
No, you didn't interrupt. It was completely fine.
Yeah, I'm sorry too.
So I put the Dropbox of my findings in the YouTube public chat. So if anybody wants to pull those up and take a look at those. I'm
not seeing it there. I don't see it.
I'll kind of discuss those findings just a little bit, if you don't. So in when an aggregator gets this information, it's really hard for a mistake like this to happen, especially when you consider how common Kamel's name is. Kamel is the only person in this country that possesses the name Kamel Alam or Kamel Crowley. But what's really strange is that her record on her public record has changed. Her name has changed from Kamel Crowley to Kamel Alam, which that doesn't add up at all. Especially especially after her death, because the only way that would happen is either the aggregator starts referencing an older public record before she was married, or for some reason she met some divorce record may be in there. I'm not sure if a person can get divorced post-mortem, but yeah, I mean, it's something to consider in that regard. I'm trying not to speak too much about things I don't know. Also, Kamel had received, according to the aggregator Antelius, according to she received a doctorate in sleep study, I believe, in 2016 from University of Minnesota Twin Cities. So I found that very strange.
Very
I
strange.
did notice the doctorate on her background. Was that with Entellus?
Yes, I'm currently got a application pending with TransUnion to get into their private investigation software. It's probably going to take a month or two for them to process my application. So once I get that, I will compile my findings and I will share them.
Nice.
That would be great. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I know I really didn't explain too much about my background. I was kind of afraid, kind of paranoid at first that I really don't mind if somebody like gets a hold of me or whatever. If it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. I'm pretty paranoid, so that's one thing I'm gonna have to ask you to bear with me with. I'm a soldier in the United States Army. Before I joined, I did private investigation work, very limited. Bail enforcement, and I did private security. So I know a little bit about the investigation lingo, not much, but a tiny bit. There is one more point I want to bring up while we still have time. In that folder I shared, there is 2 screenshots of Kamel's website, Mind Body Dietitian. I shared this with David as well. It shows that her copyright was renewed between the time of 2014 and 2015. Generally, you don't need to renew a copyright on a website. So it probably means that the new website was paid for, or the subscription for the website was paid for, and it just updated the copyright with that, or something else could have happened. There's really no need to update the year on a copyright, because once you set it in, it's good, no matter what year it is. So long as it's not, I believe, I'm not sure the exact litigation on that, but that's.
Hey, Justin.
Yes, ma'am.
I do not see the link that you posted. I don't see it at all anywhere.
Yeah.
Should be in the YouTube chat.
Oh, maybe it's not in the live chat. Maybe it's in the. No,
I don't think you can do comments until after the thing is done. But it's not showing up on mine.
Oh, I see it here. Let me try and post it now. Okay, I had my top chat. Is it there now?
Let me see.
I'm not seeing
Come
it.
on.
No.
If you're not able to share it, would you please share it with Craig and he can dole it out to us, please?
Sure. Yeah, I could do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, here I'll put it in the conference call chat, Greg. All right, yeah, I do.
Oh, there it is. Okay, now I see it in the conference call chat, but for some reason I just don't see it in the other one. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes.
See if I can get on to the chat for the conference call.
Let's see.
It's strange why YouTube won't upload it. Oh, I know why. YouTube has spam software that that breaks apart links. It won't let those.
Yeah. You have to. I think in YouTube you have to like put everything except for the .com, and if you do that, then maybe it'll work. People can just add the .com in there.
All right.
I don't even know if I can sign in here. Don't look at my password.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Don't look at my password.
I thought it was probably.
I don't even know if this is right or not. I haven't logged in here in like years.
I don't want to leave. I want to go to the chat. Oh, and by the way, thank you for your service.
Oh, thank you, Miss.
Yeah.
My pleasure.
Yeah, we definitely appreciate that.
It can be it can be interesting. I
That's
can
so weird.
definitely attest to that.
Well, the Army has a special place in my heart. I was an EMT and did the vast majority of my work on Army base hospitals.
No kidding.
Yeah, Fort Bragg, Darnell, Fort Carson. So yeah.
I'm over at Fort Bliss.
Oh.
I think we have a witch doctor in our hospital. A buddy of mine, his knee popped out, and he literally tried to step up 4 inches. His knee popped out, and I had to run him to the aid station on McGregor Range Complex, and they gave him a 4-day. They didn't even give him any time off from work. They sent him right back to work.
Wow. Oh, that sounds about right.
That's
yeah.
crazy.
That's how we do in the military. And I've just been trying to get seen by a provider to get some administrative work done, and I'm coming up with some crazy ideas to get seen, but I don't know. It's free healthcare.
Get it while you can.
And Motrin 800.
You already know.
Wow.
So, Greg, I see you brought that up on the screen now.
Yep, I got the screen up here. Go ahead and guide us around. What are we looking at here?
Let me jack the quality up on my YouTube browser. Okay, so this right here is the this is David's background report, and it pinged back that he had 2 addresses current as of 10th of July. So from what would ping back on that, I did a little research. So public records such as either tax records or utility payments would ping back that. So somebody's probably still using his name.
Well, they are, because somebody's paying his cell phone bill.
Yes, that I remember going over that on a few videos back. So anybody, if I'm pretty sure if somebody else were paying the bill, it wouldn't ping back as him having a current address. So generally, when you're paying a bill, whoever's paying into that has to have a reference address and that name, and so that's the reason why that address is coming back. The 2 at either 700 Maple Lane or 867 North Front Street. It could be somebody just still paying in his name and using their finances. So I'm not saying anything about that. I'm just saying that those are the conditions for which that would ping back. And ever since he's passed, he has lived at quite a few different places.
Okay. I'm going to go here to the next slide that you've given us here, and we will make sure, if it's okay with Justin, maybe we'll figure out a way we can post this into the group and people can kind of look at it for themselves. This one bothered me here. I do not like this. I don't like anything about this one that we're looking at here. This looks fake to me.
Oh, that's horrible.
This looks like somebody is just this is troll central here. That's just my view.
Yes, and I found
Why would anybody do that? That's tacky. Sorry, I'm sorry.
She's not even
Well,
in
you have
Waco,
to be
Texas.
a special kind of stupid to be a troll. Sorry. Not sorry.
Oh, we have a special name for that.
This listing has been up for 2 years, and I just saw the date on it, and I was like, well, she's supposed to be dead, so why would anybody make that kind of accusation?
That date is kind of weird, too.
Oh, yeah. April 20th has always been, good catch. Good catch.
420.
Not that I would know anything about that.
We want some of those brownies, Greg.
I am in California.
Oh, goodness.
All right, so now we're looking at what are we looking at here in this third slide? Oh, mind body dietitian. I just want to say one thing here, because I got kind of called out when this case first came out, because I have a music company called Mind Body Soul, and people thought that was weird. It is a coincidence. This changed my mind
about, well, we used to always say there are no coincidences. That is a coincidence. I just want to clarify that. Go ahead.
Uh-huh, you're that special kind of person, aren't you, Greg?
I'm a special kind of something. Yeah.
Let's give us a T, give us an R.
What does it spell?
Oh.
Okay, so this is the mind. Go ahead, Justin. I want to hear your view on
Yes,
this.
sir. This is just the reference to her receiving to Kamel receiving the PhD in sleep study in 2016. Now, this I would find very, very the circumstances behind this are really shady, because being that Kamel is the only person in the nation to have the name that she has, as well as just the circumstance of the year, as well as the education, because sleep study is kind of in line for which the degree she had before, which was in dietitian with dietary work, because it's both revolves around the body itself. It would be pretty easy to transfer over to that and to get a degree in that, so that's kind of coincidental as well. What else can I say about this? It says she's still the current owner of the Mind Body Dietitian company that she had. I can't say anything about that because I don't have much information on that. But it's just, if this were to be a mistake in adding, it would be, I would say it'd be like 1 in 100,000, because I haven't yet got in contact of the University of Minnesota, Twin Cities, to see if in fact they did have somebody with this name graduate, but it could easily be a case of stolen identity or something to that effect, because if you use somebody else's identity to go and get a degree, I mean, there's a lot of schooling that you're skipping. So I could see somebody writing on the back of a deceased person to do that, but that's really all else I can say about that. It's all speculation.
Right. We're just talking here, trying to figure out what's real and what's not.
And
Yeah.
Justin did pull the correct Kamel, because the information, mine also showed this, and my information showed that she was connected to David and his relatives.
But
So
here's
this wasn't.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, but this is what I found strange. So I think probably about maybe a day or two, or I think it was the exact day that I was pulling this record, Intellius has completely changed its guided interface. So Intellius looks nothing like this anymore, and there's only about a fourth of the information that you see here currently available on Intellius.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'm glad I saved it when I did.
Back it up offline. Print it out. Paper files.
Yeah.
Well, I got rid of that system because there was a lot of junk data in it, and I didn't like the background. Like, you would get the known predators around them, and that would take up a lot of space when you downloaded it, and I didn't like that.
Oh, I see. Yeah. That can be especially, it just clogs up, which that's what, once people use a background service, that's generally kind of what they're going for a lot of times, to see if, what kind of criminal offenses there may be.
Mm-hmm.
And people who might live around them, which this software used to do a really good job of doing that. It doesn't do that anymore.
The other thing, unless anybody else has anything else on this page that we're looking at here, the only other thing that I'm kind of curious about is right up here where it says clinical dietitian, and it says from November 2002 up until December 2014. What was that? Was that a gunshot?
No, there's somebody over here lighting off fireworks. Sorry, I forgot to mute my microphone.
It's like, what the heck? Justin, you're not
Oops, okay,
broadcasting from the front lines, are you?
Who lives in
This day and
Chicago?
time, you never know.
Yeah.
Right.
I thought it was in Oakland for a second.
I always forget to mute the stupid microphone, and then they let them off at all hours of the night. It's like, stop it.
Where do they get them from? What are they doing over there?
I have no idea, but it's...
That's what they do on a
just like
Friday
to
night?
Well, yeah, sometimes. Okay, it's usually every night, but yeah. So okay, I'm muting the microphone. You guys go ahead.
That's okay. Yeah, so December 2014, I wonder why... I don't know. That just seemed kind of odd to me, because I had thought that she didn't have her license anymore, so it was still active at that point?
So what I've learned from that and doing a little work with that, I know she had a LinkedIn. I haven't been able to access her LinkedIn, so she may have put on her LinkedIn that she quit working there in 2014 and she didn't bother putting in an exact date.
Okay.
That very well could be what happened there. It's just that these aggregators, these little background check sites, that Joe Schmo and anybody can get on. They really just pull whatever records they can, and whether or not are accurate or not really isn't any concern up to the website.
Gotcha.
Which is the reason why I'm trying to get on TransUnion. What were you saying?
Catherine, wasn't there a phone call that she made to the state board back in December?
Oh, I'll have to look that up for the next time.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're running out of time. I really don't want Greg to keep cutting into his wife's time.
No, it's
but,
okay. She's giving me another 30 minutes, so we're good.
She's too nice, man. She's way too nice.
It's very important to have a supportive wife. Very important.
It is,
really
and
is.
She's amazing.
She has been. She's been great. I hope she keeps it up. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, now she's going to come and say, okay, that's it, your time's off now.
All right, now you got 30 seconds. Right.
Okay, I'll see if I can...
I have one question that I want to throw out there that really doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about, but I'm just curious. Kamel, she was cremated?
No.
No, she was buried.
So Kamel and Ronnie were buried.
Only Kamel was buried.
No, just Kamel.
So, okay, so they buried Kamel, but they cremated Ranny.
Correct.
Yes.
Why would they cremate Ranny?
Good question. I don't.
That's strange. I mean, I would think there would have been a real big fight between the families with the belief, the Muslim faith, that they wouldn't want their granddaughter cremated. So I find that weird.
Yeah.
David and Ranny were cremated almost immediately, and Kamel was sent to Texas to be buried.
That's weird.
It is weird.
Okay.
From the profile that I get from the alums is that they're fairly moderate Muslims. They're kind of like American Jews that are non-practicing, I would say. They're people very common like that. That's just the kind of vibe that I get from reading about them and listening to them speak. They don't really seem to be overtly religious. They don't cover themselves. So the women in the female alums don't cover themselves. So I think they're just mainly just moderate practicers at best.
Okay.
So I'm not really sure how into that they would be. But yeah.
Like Baptists that dance and drink.
Pretty much. Yeah, it could be very well.
I can say that I'm Baptist.
Okay, Sophia, I looked it up, and Kamel did not make a phone call to any university or anything.
No, the state board.
Okay, no state board either. In December, you're talking about December of 2014, correct?
I thought it was in December.
Because the only calls she made were to Banfield Hospital, Pet Hospital, and Charter Communications.
Now, what
She
about
didn't
the
call
other
Wells
phone?
Fargo?
That was in, oh yeah, no, yes, she did make 2 calls to Wells Fargo. You are correct.
Gosh. Okay, then it had to have been November then. Let me go back to my files.
Go back to the stack of papers. The
I
mountain.
could have sworn she made a call to them in December.
Greg, do you want to go ahead and just go through my stack and we
Sure.
can finish with what I have to present?
Absolutely. We're on the 4th one here.
Yeah, so this is screenshots of Kamel's old website. It was taken down, I believe, sometime in 2015. You can pull it up on Wayback Machine if you so wish. The thing that struck me as odd here was the copyright date on the bottom updating. I think I said something about that already. But the last snapshot of the website, let me see when that was. I'm on the Wayback Machine right now. You have to bear with me. I'm having to use my cell phone as a tether spot because my internet network here is just trash. But the 2 pictures there is just the copyright date at the bottom is all that's pertinent to those.
Okay. Copyright 2014, Mind Body Dietitian LLC. I wonder what happened with that LLC. Now we should be able to look up an LLC, right? Public
Yes.
data.
It'd also be pertinent to find who else shared liability with her in that company.
And this 214, that's her number, right? That's the number in one of the phone records? 214-470-5794.
I'm gonna have you read that back to me here in a moment. Let's see, David Crowley, Kamel Crowley. No, that wasn't listed in any of the public records that I have.
Really?
Yeah, her current number is 651-644-8457.
Oh, now I gotta look in my mountain of data now here. I have a nice little book with 2 pages of all the phone numbers. I'm curious about this phone number here. So, does anybody know what the MP next to Kamel Crowley's name, MPH, registered dietitian nurse, I guess, EPC, what is all that?
Oh, that's on our website.
I have no idea.
No idea? I mean, I guess we could look it up too, but who has time for that? Who has time to look things up when I can just ask everybody else and then steal all of your answers, pretty much?
Where did you find that, Greg?
So right here on the screenshot here, at the bottom.
Registered and licensed dietitian.
That's the only one I can think of. MP miles per hour. She has a.
Oh, that's good.
I'm gonna go for that.
MPH.
And I can't see that phone number, Greg, because it's so small. Was that 214-470-5794?
214-470-5794, yes.
Okay, that was Kamel's old phone number.
Okay.
An MPH is a Masters of Public Health. So just her Masters of Public Health, what is that in exactly? So it's a 2-year program. It's not a clinical degree. So what is the? So like an MPH, a Masters of Public Health would study condition specific sicknesses. So say for example getting sick in a hospital. That's just according to Wiki though. So
okay. It's like a licensed dietitian maybe for LD, and then CLT. I'm not sure what that one.
She had quite the stack of certifications.
Yeah. She's certainly
CLT, certified laboratory technician, I'm guessing.
interesting.
CLT and leap therapist, they tend to go to, or at least they go together on this website here. The website called Certified Leap Therapist. Okay, so like her being a dietitian, like a leap therapist would deal with ailments such as irritable bowel syndrome, Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis. So her being a dietitian, those two would go hand in hand. So that's not at all strange. That's actually pretty routine.
Okay.
But the last snapshot of her website, I believe, was in March of 2016.
Well, okay, looking at number 5, the 5th image that you have here. Now all of a sudden the copyright has changed from 2014 on slide 4. On slide 5, the copyright is 2015. How does that work?
Yes.
Doesn't that show plans for the future too?
I would say it does. It could have been automatically renewing, but like
That's true.
I spoke in error when I said the last snapshot was in 2016. Let's see what this one is here. I'm just going through the records on Wayback Machine right now to try and see when the last instance of her website was, and I think the last instance of her website staying as we see it in these screenshots here was on the 23rd of April in 2015. After that, it goes dark, and some Chinese company acquired it.
Oh.
So usually when you buy a domain name, you usually buy it for a year, and if the copyright changed like that, it generally means it renewed.
Right. If it's on an auto and then somebody cancels it 6 months later or 1 year later, or the credit card, doesn't go through.
Exactly.
Okay, I see that. All right, let's go to the 6th slide here. What can you tell us about this one? I'm gonna see if I can make it a little bigger for everybody here.
So the last one is merely just an address for the current address for her where she still has records popping up, which comes from the home of Francis Crawley. I forget, is Francis David's brother?
No, never heard of Francis.
No, Francis is a relative.
Is it?
A relative, okay. Why would a distant relative, not so much a distant relative, well, why would somebody outside immediate family have any of Kamel's information or any of her affairs like this? It just doesn't make any sense. Huh?
That's a good question, though.
And it says her current email has been at Health Source Solutions, the company she quit working at in 2014. I think, let me go back to the other slide here. MindBody. Yes, the one that she quit working at in December of 2014. But why would, I don't know. That's definitely strange. You would think that her, the website, Intellius, would have grabbed her information from her MindBody website, which was Kamel at mindbody.attention.com. But it doesn't seem to be that way.
Now, what about these phone numbers here that we're seeing, the 2 contact numbers?
I haven't researched them at all. I haven't done anything with those, to be honest.
Does anybody have the numbers up? I'm going to pull those up. So I want to see. Go ahead, Justin.
No worries. Health Source Solutions. I did look into healthsourcesolutions.com.
That's who she had called in November 11th.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Health Source.
She may have been employed. I'm sorry?
I was mistaken when I said the state. It was actually Health Source Solutions.
Okay.
And what do they do? Biometric screenings, flu shots. the heck?
I mean, this is probably where she was where she was being a lab technician at, as well as doing, what was that? Being where she did work as a leap therapist, and what was the other thing? And when she did her public health work, that's probably where she did all that at. Was at Health Source Solutions. So.
Our speaker series. Huh.
She's not. There's no trace of her remaining on the website. Okay. I'm pretty sure if we ran Health Source Solutions through the Wayback Machine, we could go back to a point in time where she was on the website.
And they've moved. They're now in Plymouth, Minnesota. We could call them. Oh, it's 5 p.m. That's past 5 p.m. Sorry.
That's pretty late.
Pretty late for them. Well, that's interesting. I'm gonna have to learn more about this place here. What type of events do they do? Conference. Health Promotion Conference. Nice website, though.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I'm glad that they're transparent and they post everything about their staff. I'm gonna take go onto the Wayback. The Wayback Machine has a lot of references to this website. I'm gonna go back to 2015 and see if Kamel was still mentioned there.
I don't think these two numbers are one of their numbers. So we got a 651-644-8457. That's not on here. And then the other number is 0740. That sounds familiar. That's not on here either. I don't know what those numbers are.
Strange.
Yeah, that is.
2014, 2013. 13.
Who owns? Let me see. Hey, Shea Wolfies, thanks for staying up with us here. I'm just reading some of the comments on the YouTube here. They may have buried Kamel in Islamic cemetery. I wonder if that's why I've been having a hard time finding where she was actually buried. Not sure what all that's about.
I thought she was buried on private property.
Yeah, that's what an Islamic cemetery would qualify as, I would think. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Because I don't want to say it on publicly. Anyway, I'm just finding it interesting that things keep changing.
Yeah.
I mean, this thing is all ever changing, even after their death, which is very, very strange.
Yeah, there should be no activity after. Go ahead.
Has anyone looked at their bills? Because one thing that I was thinking about, I mean, I'm not saying I believe they were there for 3 weeks, but you think about, okay, most billing cycles for your electricity, is like a month. So has anyone looked at their bills to see if, like, they were on auto pay or, like, where they were in their billing cycle? Did someone pay their electricity? I mean, that might be able to, like, debunk this timeline.
We have their financial records. I'm not sure who's gone through them or who might be. If anybody can answer that question, please do. I mean, we have a 276 pages.
Where would I find
You can find them on Brett's website. And there are some that are auto pay, and then there's others where they did receive a hard copy in the mail, and you can see that there's like a pink, maybe 2 pink envelopes for a past due that's in the mail. But everything else that was on auto pay was being paid.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm pulling that up right now. Pulling up the pages. I really, this is one of the things that I really still have not gotten a chance to go thoroughly through yet. So I don't know. There's a lot of good stuff in here, though, for sure.
And we only have a snapshot of the joint account and David's account. We have nothing on Camille whatsoever.
Huh.
I found Camille's LinkedIn. It's still up. Says she's self-employed, and it still says that she has a Mind Body Dietitian LLC in her employment. However, has anybody researched Park Nicollet Health Partners?
What's the name?
Mm-mm.
Park Nicollet Melrose Institute. Here,
No. Mm-mm.
I'll put the link in the. I'll put her link in her LinkedIn chat.
Park Nicollet. What's the last part of it? I'm typing
Park
it.
Nicollet Melrose Institute.
Melrose.
Her LinkedIn is in the.
Oh, okay.
In the conference call chat.
Eating disorder hotline. Parknicollet.com. Let's look at that. Melrose Center.
Oh, hold up here. Hey, Greg, you're
Yeah.
showing on Camille's social media now.
What do you mean?
I'm taking a photo of this.
What do you mean? Are we time traveling here?
No. I guess because you link her on your website, you're now pulling up on her background for been verified.
Whoa.
Okay.
I mean, that's just what those what these aggregators do. They just automatically scour the internet and they pull whatever similarities and relative information they can. So it's the reason why they're not very reliable.
There's a lot of things involved in this park. I'm looking at their website right now. Look at all this stuff.
I think that's where she did it. She probably did her internship there as well.
This is amazing. No
Oh,
wonder.
Lord,
No
I
wonder
can't
she
even
was.
read that.
Yeah, she's. Yeah, she was.
Was she involved in this? I can't read it. The writing is way too
It's,
small.
yeah, it's probably too small for you. Let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger.
She worked for Park
A
Nicollet
little
all the way
better.
until June of 2014. So I'm going to go and reference their website on Wayback Machine for April.
Hey Paulette, thanks for joining us in the YouTube chat here. We are live on the Gray Stage YouTube channel. We're all just chatting here. Justin, Pansy, Christy. Is that what it is? Is that right? Christy, not Christine?
Yeah.
Okay. And Sophia, Christy, Sophia, myself, and all of you in the chat room, She-Wolf and Paulette, thank you all for joining us here. Keeping this case going, researching, because that's what is needed. Somebody's got to do it. This is an amazing
Justin.
Yes.
healthcare. Go ahead.
Francis Crowley is either a grandfather or a great uncle. 81 years old. They don't have him down as deceased, so he must be still alive.
I see. That's really strange. It's very, very strange. Because like I have a grandmother who passed. She passed in December, and her phone bill was paid all the way up until I think up in here until recently, and she wasn't listed as current on Intellius. So I found that weird as well, that somebody from way back then, 2014, beginning 2015, would still have active records as opposed to now. Let's see. Houston.
And when I went into AT&T, I was asking about codes. When he put in the phone number, that's where it showed that the account was still being paid for. The account had been put on hold because they were 30 days behind in the bill. When I went the next day to a different AT&T, they put the number in, and I said, "Oh, it's probably going to show that the account is on hold." And he said, "No, it's not on hold. It's been paid."
That's really weird.
And that date was when? What's the date?
Oh, that was a couple months ago.
Okay.
Were you able to ever to find if how that account was being paid for, whether it was debit card or a bank account?
No. We never got into the account. It was only he was putting the number in, and then that was as far as we got. I didn't have a PIN code or anything like that, and then I told him that I wasn't going to even try because the rest of that is illegal.
Yes, it is.
And so I wasn't even going to bother.
I mean, if it's possible to get somebody from AT&T to disclose that information, because I don't believe it would technically be illegal since the person is technically deceased, because you can't violate the privacy of someone who's deceased unless you're committing some kind of criminal act,
like fraud or something.
Yes. Which makes me think that the reason why that Kamel and David still have current information and information being updated is because they might be currently being defrauded right now.
Wow.
Like somebody's probably piggybacking off of her credentials. It's very well possible. Or
why would somebody do that? Like, what would be the purpose?
So
there's some unscrupulous people out there.
What immediately comes to mind when I consider such an action would be to want to be able to get access to the perks of what a degree like that would have to offer without having to go to school all those years. It's easy to fraud a university. So I would imagine that somebody just mainly has a fake ID that has her name and the picture of whoever has that ID, relative age, and is currently probably doing work in sleep study.
Okay, I'm gonna jump in here real quick, guys. To let you know, I'm gonna jump off. And thanks for letting me be part of this. And I will listen to the rest of it tomorrow.
Pleasure.
Greg, don't stay on late.
I won't.
This is your mother talking. Okay.
We'll only go a few more minutes.
That's sad. I am old enough to be your mom, so listen, young man. Okay. Anyway, good night, everyone.
Good night. Thank you.
Catherine.
Good night, Catherine.
Okay.
I have a really freaky question, and I've looked at so much stuff, and so y'all don't think I'm a weirdo, but I watched this one video that someone posted on Facebook, and they were talking about how it is possible for noises and voices and sounds to be piped into your home through electrical devices.
Yes.
And I listened to it, and it was really freaky. I mean, he was like playing all of these sounds and voices that he was recording. Now, he could have been manufacturing this. I don't know. I'm just saying, has anyone else seen that video?
No.
I know about it.
Yeah.
I know it's possible. My daughter had this is going to sound weird, but she had a baby monitor, and this is when she was living with roommates, and she had it downstairs, and the baby was asleep upstairs. And all of a sudden, she heard this laughing and babbling, and she thought the baby was awake, and so she ran upstairs, but the baby was not awake. And then she heard somebody talking to the baby, and it was supposedly picking up somebody nearby, but we didn't know anybody else who had a child that was surrounding them. So
Any
Yeah, that's
appliance.
weird. I was just wondering if it had anything to do with the voices that were going on that she was hearing, because they, so obviously tried to make her look like she was crazy. Tried to make it look like they both were losing their minds and stuff. And so, I mean, if, obviously those recordings are real. I mean, it's his voice and it's her voice, but someone could have been doing that to them.
Oh yeah, like targeting them.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's a very
Yeah.
possible thing. Yeah, absolutely.
Any appliance that you buy now that is electronically anyway, they put that in there now. You can watch your every move and listen to every word you say.
That's right.
And it
They can
also-
do it through apps on your phone. They can do it through your computer.
Yes,
I mean,
ma'am.
it's very, very easy. Any electronics that's a smart electronics, they can do it.
and through your electrical wiring in your house.
And
Believe it or not.
supposedly, what this guy was saying is it's done so quietly a lot of the time
Yes.
that you hear it on a subliminal level.
Yeah.
You don't
Yeah.
auditorily hear it, so you start hallucinating and thinking your house is possessed, basically, and stuff like that. And so I mean, I just wasn't sure if that was your. I mean, I'm just because you're paranoid doesn't mean everyone's not. I don't think it's you, but I mean, I'm a paranoid person. I don't own any of that stuff. I don't have a smart TV, so I thought I was safe. But this guy said they can even do it analog. That
Yeah.
it doesn't have to be through like the little box that you get through Amazon or through a smart TV or anything. Because I thought I was being smart and going, well, I'm not having any of that stuff.
It's very dangerous these days, I'm telling you.
It is.
Very dangerous.
That's why people love to go out into the wilderness where there is none of that. Of course, they're building all that out there now too, but it's just basically radio waves. I mean, when I worked in radio, they would always talk about that stuff, about low frequencies that really you can't really hear. You can hear them, but you can't. They sound like ringing, like ears ringing, and just all that stuff. And that's all old stuff. So I can only speculate on how that has grown from way back when.
Yeah, that's exactly what this guy was saying, and he was saying that he has worked in the music industry for a long time,
Yeah.
and so he knows about, this stuff, and it just blew my mind, because that was something that never even occurred to me. I mean,
Have you got
on
have you
that
guys
level.
have you guys ever read up on that 5G?
Yeah.
I was waiting for somebody to bring that up.
Yes.
Yeah,
That
that's-
is going to be whether you like it or not.
I think it's 5G has already been known to kill birds, so we'll see where that
Right.
goes.
Right.
Wow.
Well, friends, that's all I pretty much have for this evening. If I have anything more, I'll be sure to present it. I'm just trying to get all the any kind of change in public record, anything like that. I'll be sure to try and keep note of.
That's great.
As soon as I get as soon as I'm able to get my TransUnion account up, I'm not sure how long that will take, but I'll try to pull as much from that as I can, and with TransUnion, anything such as marriage records should for sure show up. It's kind of strange that there was not any marriage records publicly available in regards to David and Kamel that I could find. I don't know. Were you able to find anything like that besides the one that was hanging up on the wall, Greg?
No.
Hmm.
No,
Well,
I haven't.
they got married in a time when things like that were being logged online, so it's very strange.
It was still kind of early, right? Still some of the earlier days, but yeah.
I think it was like 2008, wasn't it? They
Yeah.
got married. Gosh dang.
Yep, I believe it was 2008.
Well, thank you for sharing your information tonight, Justin.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, man.
Thank you very much.
Well, I'm glad that we've got people that are, interested in finding justice, even though every day this case gets older.
Yeah.
We lose a little bit of chance every day, though, but we just got to keep trying.
That's right. That is
All right,
correct.
friends. Hope everything goes well with y'all. Hope y'all have a good week, and look forward to speaking to y'all soon.
Thank you again, man. We'll see you
Thank you
soon.
again.
Yeah, all of y'all.
Thank you.
Good night.
All right.
Good night. Thank y'all.
Night.
All right. Well, any final words here? I'm gonna keep to my word. I'm gonna make Catherine's gonna
Good
make
night.
me stay to my word here. But if anybody
Good night.
has any final words here, we will go there and then we'll shut this down and hopefully come back and do this again soon. I thought this went well.
Yeah, we're getting a little further into it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
We're getting closer.
We just need different people in here with different ideas,
That's right. That's right.
Well, thank y'all for letting me in. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you for joining
it's
us.
good hearing from you.
Yeah, I thought you brought some really good stuff to the table. So it's
Yeah.
been a really good chat here. So if
Well, I'm
anybody,
gonna tell y'all good night.
all right, I'll say good night. And any final words here, or else I'm gonna shut this puppy down.
Just like to thank everybody listening, and please keep out there researching because we need all possible researchers on this.
Yeah, we
At
do.
all the eyes that we can get on these files. We really could use it.
That's right.
Yes, we can.
I'm sure I could have said that a better
Exactly,
way.
yeah.
Christy, any final words?
So
Good
thank
night,
you all.
everybody. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Pansy.
Good night.
Night.
Thanks, Christy.
Good night.
Okay, good night.
I did. I mean, I don't want to open up a whole other discussion, but I'm just wondering if I can get a really quick
Sure.
answer. Because it was on the findings that you posted, and I think you and I kind of talked back and forth about it a little bit. But the on the wall there were no latent fingerprints. Any thoughts on that?
We have problems here because you have the police who were there at the scene saying that there were fingerprints. Then you have obviously the Minnesota BCA Joe Cooksley, their crime scene team lead, saying that there weren't. So we got a big problem there.
Okay, and there's not really anything we could do about it because it's not there anymore.
Well, maybe we can use it to
Yeah.
get the case reopened because obviously
Yeah.
you can't have it both ways. Now, everybody can look at that photo, and what does everybody think? Are there latent
I think
prints?
a rag or something, an object that was wadded up was used, is my opinion.
Let's see if I can pull
I
that
don't think
one
it was a hand. I think it was some kind of cloth or paper or something like that. So where is that?
Well, where's the bucket that was supposedly used? If, like to collect the
Exactly.
blood.
Yeah. And that opens up a whole other thing that I'll have to ask about next time we talk because I don't want to keep everyone on here.
Definitely. Yeah.
And shouldn't there be more blood all over the wall and all over the back of that couch and everything?
Yeah, and like the garland that's on the back of the couch that has the lights on it, and that wasn't tested for anything. I don't know if you've seen the pictures, but if you look at the couch, it looks like garland was hanging on the wall there.
I think those are
If you
Christmas
look
lights.
to the right of the couch, Yeah, they're plugged into the wall, and I don't see why anyone would have them laying across the back of the couch. I think they were actually on the wall. So if they were on the wall, why didn't they check those for prints or for blood? Or why didn't they just remove the clock so they could finish writing a la ooh? Yeah, exactly.
All great
But
questions.
yeah, I have a lot of questions, but I mean, I'll just have to start private messaging everyone and stuff. And I've been mainly messaging Catherine and Greg because, sad to say, I'm extremely paranoid myself. So,
Well,
I'm glad
free
to
to
be
ask
able
me.
to be involved in the talk and get to know people so that I feel okay talking to other people so I don't bombard Greg.
That's no problem
I'm
there.
still
You
on
can
here.
feel free to message me if you want, Christy, and I can bounce some ideas off your head, and you can bounce some off of mine.
Oh, that would
I'm
be
in the
wonderful.
If
I
you
wanna
look
make a
at the
comment.
list where Dan welcomes everybody, my name is right on there.
Oh, okay, great. That's awesome.
Pansy, are you
I
still
want to
there?
make a comment.
Go for it.
Yes, I want to make a comment on these plants that's sitting here in the corner
Yeah.
by the couch.
Mhm.
They're not wilted.
I think they're fake. You talking about the ones on the left
You
side
think
here?
so?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think those are fake plants.
Well, they're sure growing good.
They look pretty good.
Yeah. I hope they're fake because they don't look wilted.
Yeah, and I think this
Oh,
is
and then-
this is how they were found. Go ahead.
And I was just going to let y'all know, I don't know if y'all saw it, but I live in Alabama, and the University of Auburn is like one of the best veterinary schools in the nation. And I spoke to a teacher out there and a veterinarian out there about all the bone stuff and everything.
Mhm.
And I wrote a big long thing on the page about it. But essentially, with him being a regular dog eating normal food, I was told by an expert, I mean, it's one expert, but I've talked to a couple of other vets in my community too, and the consensus is that that dog would not be able to digest that amount of bone.
That's right.
Also, when you have a moment, look at the basement pictures, and you'll see the water heater and bags of salt next to the water heater. Would the dog really be able to drink the toilet water and any water coming from the faucets if it had salt added to it? They were drinking bottled water. I'm fairly certain that
I find that really interesting that they were like, so, oh, there's nothing down in the basement to deal with. I mean, they weren't real, like, kind of, and so that leads me to wonder about, well, I'm still tossing around, were they removed from the house or were they taken downstairs? I do believe that their blood was drained out of their bodies. But I have not shared it because it is a horribly graphic photo. I mean, it's absolutely horribly graphic. I mean, I can barely even look at it, but I'm not saying this is what happened. But what the photo is it is a woman in the Middle East that married a non-Muslim man. And they are holding her, and they have slit her throat, and they are draining her blood into like a big giant bucket. And that is punishment for marrying a non-Muslim man. Now, I'm not saying I think this was an honor killing. What I'm saying is I think that it was someone attempted to make it look like one, and that's why I think that happened to them.
That's been one of the theories of why they tried to shut everything down so quickly. And in this city, in that state in Minnesota. Uh, it was a very sensitive time, and nobody wanted
It
to
still
hear
is.
anything bad. Yeah, it still is. You're right. They didn't want to hear the bad stuff about any Muslims, or ripping people's heads off, chopping people's heads off, stuff like that, and stuff that I find to be very satanic. So I
Mhm.
was very worried about
Mhm.
that.
It is.
There's a lot of things like that. So it's
Well, not that
definitely
I'm
deep.
pointing
Well,
fingers,
Hmm.
but there's a high Somali residency in Minnesota.
Yeah, you just had that one cop who got sent to prison. I think he's gonna do at least nine years. He shot some woman uh, who reported a crime. This guy was a cop, and he was like part of some special program. And Dan did a whole video. Dan's done a couple videos on that, but that was one of the fascinating cases because it was like, okay, finally, we finally had some type of justice for this lady, and because for the longest time I couldn't figure out why she got murdered. She hears somebody possibly being raped. She calls cops. The cops don't show up. She calls them again. They finally show up. There's two cops in this cop car. The cop in the passenger side pulls out his gun, reaches over and shoots this lady. This lady comes up to the driver's side window. So he pretty much almost shot his fellow cop. It's just very weird stuff. Basically, it's a to me what I thought after all of that is, and a lot of this stuff here is too. It's a training issue of how they are being trained, what they're being trained for, and I really hope that this Crowley case, like other cases, can be used to help train cops, to help train people for some of these things. If nothing else, they need to learn from this. There were things that should have been done in this case that were not done. And I hope that
Mhm.
not only officers in that state, but officers countrywide, worldwide, can look at this case and learn from it and make sure that they don't do all of the bad things that were done in this case. At the same time, I am hoping to use a lot of the stuff that they got wrong to help figure out a way to reopen this case.
I'm praying that happens.
Me
I
too.
really
Yeah,
do.
me too.
Me too. And
That
if
would
it's
be
God's will, it will.
incredible if they could reopen it.
Mhm.
Okay, Greg.
Yeah.
We've taken
Thank
up a lot
you
of
so
time.
much for spending your
Got it.
time with us. We really appreciate it.
You got it, and we'll come back here on this same channel here, and I'll let everybody know pretty much the same way that we did now. If anybody wants to join us next time, there will be a special link for everybody in that group, in the Justice for David Crowley and Family group. We'll go live. We'll obviously we'll have topics if nobody has anything to talk about. We had a lot to cover, so I can't wait to come back next time, and we will continue this topic. I'd love to talk more about the latent prints. I'd love to talk more about some of the occult angles, some of the paranormal stuff, some of the hearing
Mhm.
voices, all of that. It's a very sensitive topic that I've kind of been holding off on, but I think it's time.
Yeah, I do too.
All right, good peeps. I'm shutting this down. Thank you all for joining us, and everybody for listening, for watching on YouTube, and everybody that has been praying for us, and everybody that wants justice, everybody that is truly seeking justice. Thank you all very much, and until next time, have a great night.
Y'all too.
Bye now.
Bye
Bye.
now. Hey everyone, just wanted to say thank you all very much for supporting the new YouTube channel, the Gray Stage YouTube channel, solely dedicated to figuring out what happened with David Crowley, with his wife, and with his daughter. This is a very important case. This is a very simple case when it comes to being able to prove that David Crowley is not guilty. And he is proven not guilty simply by the fact that nobody can prove that he is guilty. And that's where you start in this country. You don't just start accusing somebody and then say, well, because we couldn't find any evidence that anybody else did it, it must be him. It must be David Crowley.
It doesn't work like that. Now, why some people would want it to work like that, or why there's so much pressure to make it seem like that, is a whole nother issue. That's a whole nother question. As long as you focus on the facts, focus on data, focus on those documents, focus on the photos, focus on quotes, focus on who has been lying, who has been saying what, how their stories change, why their stories change, why they change back, why people are playing games, all of that. It's all tied into this staged event that we're seeing here. Regardless of if you think David Crowley did this or if somebody else did, it is an event that was staged for whatever reason, and we're going to find out what that reason is. Based on the facts, we can say that nobody can prove David Crowley guilty. So based on all of those facts, we can also ask the question, why do police assume David Crowley is guilty? Based on what? And 5 years later, coming up on 5 years here, we still know that David Crowley cannot be proven guilty. Therefore, in this country, he should be innocent. He should not be treated as someone who is guilty when there is no proof that he is. So that's what we're going to continue to research, to talk about in our live streams. The live streams will be here. This is where we will continue that discussion until we get, first, the case reopened and reclassified, renamed, whatever you want to call it. It needs to be very clear, and it should be mainstream news. It should be a fact, an undeniable fact, that David Crowley is innocent, simply by the fact that he has not been proven guilty. So, based on that, and based on all of your help and all of your comments, questions, concerns, we have been able to keep this case alive. And I just wanted to say thank you all who have helped us keep the case going, who have not forgotten about this case, who will not forget about it, and who is not ready to give up yet. So thank you, and go ahead and we're going to start this next live stream coming up here soon. You'll find all of our live streams here, and they will replay out from there. God bless you all, and until we meet again.
Hey everyone, thank you all for joining us here. Welcome to the 4th show of the Gray Stage live stream. And I have Sophia here with me. Hey Sophia.
Hey, everybody.
Greetings, and we got
Hope everyone is doing great. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's all good. We're live here. So I know we got another person on the line too. If you'd like to jump in there, please feel free at any time. We're going to...
Pansy here.
Hey Pansy, how are you?
Oh, I'm making it.
Oh, you made it? Good.
I'm making it.
Glad to hear that. That's always a good thing when we're on this side of the dirt. Unfortunately,
Right on.
tonight we're going to be talking about people that aren't. Well, I mean, depending on your theory, I guess, unless you think they're dead, and unless you think that they're not dead, that they faked their own death, or that somebody faked their death. Yeah. So I know that's been a big theory too. That was one of the early theories, really, was that they had faked their death. They're in Hollywood. They're living out their dream. They're in witness protection, like some Hillary Clinton. I know that's come back up again too. I'm starting to see that again. You just never know. But what we really want to do here, we can always talk about anything, but what we really want to do here is kind of go over the factual documents, go over the research, try to stick to the facts, try to leave our theories out of it as much as possible, which is almost impossible, because when you look at the valid theories, and there are a lot of valid theories out there, I just don't want to get too caught up into one theory when I'm still at point A here, 5 years later. So, as long as everything is good here, I'm gonna see if we are actually. Probably should check if we're live on YouTube. That would probably help, or else we're just sitting here talking to ourselves.
We're live.
Okay, I'm curious where it shows up, because I'm looking on my channel right now. Yeah, I'm looking. I'm looking at it right now, and I do not see any indication that we are live, but whatever. YouTube is
Oh, I
not my
always
friend.
do this before.
Okay. Oh, okay,
And
there
that's
it
too
is.
much.
I see. Alright, just checking on that. Okay, so I think last we left off at about page 56, page 57. Again, we are going to try our best to keep this to about 60 minutes. It's been pretty much impossible so far, but that is ultimately our goal. So that's where we're going to go. Before I get started here, Sophia or Pansy, anything you want to say while we open up?
Yes, I would like to ask everyone to read that post that we posted this evening about archicide.
Mm-hmm.
It is really, really, really interesting. It's about Clintons and how they get away with people, and it sounds so much like what we're reading.
That was posted in the that was posted in the group, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's see if I can pull that up here.
It is so interesting.
What
so
do you guys?
Much like what we're into.
Yeah, it is. Okay, here it is. I got it up right here. Examining Jeffrey Epstein's death as Arkanside with special guest Larry Nichols. Larry Nichols, that's an interesting character too. Interesting person to research for sure. Now, what do you guys think? You think? I mean, Colleen just asked us to just listen to the first 5 minutes, and the first 5 minutes are
well,
like.
No,
and you listened to the whole thing.
Okay.
Did you?
Yes. Almost. It's interesting all the way through it. It's about things that aren't normal ways of death, you know. Especially this one day, both of his hands were cut off. His spine was severed in back, and his feet were cut off. And then he torched himself, which that's impossible if you don't have hands or feet, you know, or whatever, a head to think with. It's just really, really odd.
Yeah.
Really odd.
It certainly is.
And they did things to where they couldn't be investigated. They had people working for them, you know, lots of people. It covered up a lot of stuff, you know, where it couldn't be found out. It's really interesting. Y'all need to watch it.
Yep, I would
Make
agree.
you think about what happened to David now.
I can remember, gosh, when I first came to the group, I was like, "Good, don't ban these," but it almost sounds like the Clintons were in on this. And I can remember Greg posting back, because I thought I ban you. But yeah, I mean, the Crowley murders, you have to ask yourself, you know, did they have anything? But as far as I can tell from my research, I haven't come across anything that they would have had.
What about that donor list that they had? Or there was some list in David's, in his office bedroom, in the printer, actually. And it's a list of the top 100 or 200 contributors or donors. Never really got a clear answer exactly for what that donor list was for, but...
Now, the donor list is very interesting because there's quite a few people who are no longer living. Either tragic car accidents or plane crashes or murder-suicides. So that is a really interesting list.
In that list?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
Wow.
In fact, there was another Minnesota couple, very, very wealthy. They are listed on that list. I believe it's the back page of the list. And there was just a quote-unquote murder-suicide. Was it back in June or May? Something like that. It was several months ago. And that's when I really started looking into the list because something inside my head clicked and said, they're in Minnesota. I'm going to look at the list to see if they're on it. And lo and behold, they were.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
And I do believe you can find that list. I pulled up an image here, but the image is not that good. But you can find that list in the BCA 485 page document. Right now we're going through the 488 page, which is the most recent one. But in the 485 page document, or PDF of documents and all that, you can find every other page, because when they scanned this list, they only scanned one side of the page. They did not scan both sides, unfortunately, which it would have been nice if they would have scanned both sides. I'm sure they meant to and just didn't. It just didn't work out that way. But yeah, the contribution. I mean, these totals there's a lot of money. We're talking. I mean, the number one is almost $10 million. What it looks like. So.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and then kind of drops down to about 2.2, goes down more from that. But we're talking. I think it's the top 100 or the top 200.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Yeah. All right. So let's go ahead
That's
and.
interesting.
Yeah, that really is. And when you start thinking about this stuff and how it ties, or if it ties, of course we can, our minds can actually wander a bit, but there's nothing wrong with that, because we are just talking about this, trying to find out what happened, what is possible, what is plausible, and of course what really happened here. So, unless you have anything else, Pansy, on
No,
that?
that's it.
Okay. And Sophia?
Mm-mm.
All right, I know we have Walter listening in. I'm not sure if he's gonna chime in, but I do appreciate you, Walter, for listening in here. And
hello there.
hey, Walter, how are you, man?
I'm doing fine. Just learning and growing with this, and looking at this investigation, as I found it most intriguing due to the availability of facts, and it seems like the ignorance of those who are running cases like this to follow them.
Right. That's it. And then PIs that are hired later to fall into
Yes.
the same category, kind of. They just no, it's fine. Nothing to see here.
Yes, it's kind of interesting how this case gets buried the more they dig into it, so to speak.
Right. That's true. Oh, that's always been an issue here with this case and so many other cases, but again, we'll keep marching on here.
Got to keep prodding on, going for it.
That's right. All right, so right now we are looking at page 57 of the 488 page document, and we are looking at some of the back and forth between the BCA analysts. And we left off, I believe last time we left off to where it was February 18th, February 19th, right before they're about to find item 57, the bullet that they missed and weren't able to discover till 1 month later. One day before that, or maybe actually on the same day is what it looks like, they have still not charged anybody in this case. And that was found, I believe, on page 56. So on page 56, they're very clear to say we have not charged anybody in this case. This is actually at the top of page 57. And this is from Tommy Booth to DPS Catherine Roach. Good morning, Catherine. Nobody has been charged in this case, so I am giving your permission to use up some evidence in its entirety for DNA analysis. So it's very, very clear. Not only have they not charged anybody in the case, they never do charge anybody in this case, which leads back to the same question of why we are supposed to believe that David Crowley is guilty, and what is it based on? Because it sounds like it's based on a theory. And like we've been talking about here, nothing wrong with theories, nothing wrong with talking about theories, but theories don't necessarily make fact.
Now, there is obviously one theory that will lead to the facts, and that is the theory of the truth. Whatever that is, and God knows what that is, whatever it is, that is what really happened. That's the only theory that I think that we should be kind of moving forward to, is whatever the truth is. And then at that point, it obviously is not theory, it is fact. Walter, anything here you want to say about this case, or else we're just gonna we're just been wadding through some of these pages, and we're just gonna I'm gonna read some stuff. We're gonna look at these documents, and then we'll get people's comments on them.
Okay. Well, one thing that has intrigued me about this case is one, the lack of interest to really get to what you're talking about, the theory of the truth, in which they have thrown out. What intrigues me is that a police department, Apple Valley in this case, came to a conclusion quickly. And I'm sure in that document, there's a listing of what their conclusion was based on. And in all of the times that I have been listening in on this, I have seen no real evidence for them to come to any conclusion. It, in fact, is the exact opposite of what they conclude based on the evidence and things that they look at, from my perspective, that I have seen and heard from Catherine and you in looking at it. And one of the issues is, what other department other than Apple Valley was involved in this case? I know there were others than just Apple Valley Police Department, if I am not mistaken.
That's right.
That there were others looking at this, and they seemed to back up Apple Valley in a sense, without any real review of the evidence as we've seen it, and it just brings up questions. How did they overcome those hurdles? Is there anything that they list or write in their report that overcomes the hurdles that we have seen?
No, I don't think so. Sophia,
I would agree.
do you see anything?
Mm-mm.
No. Pansy, how about you?
No.
No. Nobody's seeing anything in the documents that would back up their theory.
And that then goes to, there's the big question then we must ask, as John Q. Public, why? Why? And this goes more not to not knowing the facts, but turning a blind eye for what reason? Because this is what it appears to me. They're turning away from the truth to come up with a conclusion that is obviously not supported by facts. And that leads to the other question. Why are they doing it that way? And who is compelling them to publicly support this kind of nonsense? That's the questions that come up in my mind. Because this obviously has a basis of reasoning from their perspective to turn the case over like this. Like the case in California. What was that case where the father killed his two children and the dog? I forgot the name of that.
Philip Marshall.
Oh yeah, Philip Marshall. The same kind of issue comes up. People die. It appears to be suicide and murder, as with Philip Marshall. And then, however, there are some incongruent facts that don't fit the end conclusion, which this is seemingly something that's not just involved with Apple Valley, but maybe across the nation or across globally. So what we're touching here is something that might be more of not just a local issue, but a bigger issue based on David Crowley's involvement in his movie and what it was involved with and whom it was touching. Not comparing him to Epstein, but Epstein touched a lot of, let's just say, a big power base. And it did not surprise me that he ended up, he committed suicide in the most secure, the most regulated and secure prison there or jail in New York, and he was first put on, you know, a watch, keep him from committing suicide. Then they took him off the watch, and then he commits suicide. And I haven't heard the details. They just said he was found unresponsive. So I'm assuming he hung himself, which is the general method that you can do in prison. That's the only way. But if you are subject to that, then you don't get anything which you can use to commit suicide. But conveniently for a lot of people who are involved with Epstein, that case now goes civil versus public, in which there would have been trial and talking of different, people who were involved with the young women. And this case with David, likewise, may have touched, and my point being, may have touched on areas and people in his movie that he was going forward with very well. And it touched in areas that maybe somebody did not want him to go. And as I remember looking at that particular aspect, the Gray State really touched to me on a worldwide consortium of people that might have been interested in ending the propagation of his film.
Absolutely.
I
Absolutely.
agree.
Go ahead. Okay. Yeah, I
And
really.
it's almost scary. It could happen in your community. If it happens there, it can happen anywhere.
Right. And when you look at the reach that David's film had, so I keep calling it a movie, but it was just a movie trailer. There was no movie ever made. But when you look at that trailer and you look at the reach and how that trailer resonated with so many people from so many different countries and has been translated in so many languages, to almost to the point where, well, you don't even really need that. It is scary. It is scary. And I think some people, especially back in 2012, were probably scared because there is a lot of truth to it. Because we have seen this stuff. They do that. It happened later on, not where the police are kicking down doors, but during the Boston bombing, right after that, when they were looking for the two quote unquote suspects for the Boston bombing, they were, it was like a scene out of David's trailer. It really was. And so we are, we're seeing a lot of what David was writing about, a lot of the stuff that he was touching on. Personally, I'm seeing it in a different light now, and I'm still not a fan of the project. I'm not a fan of any of that, and definitely not a fan of anybody that he was working with. But I do see it differently now, and I do wonder what it would be like if he was still here fighting with us, instead of 6 feet deep, or I guess not even 6 feet deep, because he's just ashes. That's all there is. So.
Well, somebody wanted him out of the way. I think so. And I think the evidence at the house illustrates there was some type of struggle. And
Definitely.
He wouldn't, I don't think he would kill his daughter.
No.
I just don't think so. I have no doubt in my mind he would not do that to his daughter, his wife. Excuse me. And that begs to say, who was using the daughter and the wife as a tool? It seems like somebody was trying to convince him to do something that he would not do. And since he would not do it, they killed him. My opinion. And they killed him because he would not acquiesce to a demand that he stop whatever he was doing that was leading him in the direction of making that movie. And I think that was the basis for this killing. There must be a motive for a killing, and there must be a purpose, unless it's a random crazy person who has just lost his mind, which happens at times. but this looks like a calculated removal. And what shocked me was the fact that they didn't kill just him; they killed his daughter and his wife. So they were trying to send a message out, and I don't think it was just to him. I think there was something, people who do this in regards to something they're trying to prevent like to send a message. And it's clearly elevated that message in the way that the local police handled it and everybody that has gotten involved. They fall in line with the same turning a blind eye to the facts. And that means to me, there's somebody bigger in the picture that is controlling the information, in my opinion,
Mm-hmm.
and that is more than likely telling them this is why it was done, stay out of it, stick to the script, which is what everybody has done. There is a script, I think, and that's what they're sticking to. And that means that it's not the local police that maybe even want to do it this way, but they're compelled to. And that's what I say makes it scary. This goes higher up and is more broad based than what we are seeing, obviously.
Absolutely.
I
I
believe
don't
it.
know. I don't know if anybody concurs with me on that, but that's how it looks from my perspective.
I believe it.
Well, it's not only the officials, but those of us who have actually dug deeper and have requested information or actually uh, made contact with people in regards to this case. Uh, I'm not talking about family and friends, people. I'm talking like the officials in regards to this case,
Okay.
making contact with them. Uh, we've had things happen in our personal life because of that.
That does
Some
suggest
things,
something. Yes,
yeah, some things I'm willing to talk about publicly, and other things I'm not willing to talk about publicly.
I can understand. And it goes to support the fact, based on my observation, that there is a governing body somewhere in an official position that is monitoring this and keeping tabs on where information goes. And they want one thing: control of the data and the direction regarding David Crowley, because they have a vested interest, and they may say it's national security, even, which is always a common moniker to cover up ops and things that they don't want known. National security. That's a coverall. And that's what makes me suspicious about this case. And as I have told Greg earlier, this smells like something much bigger and is probably even a small piece of a bigger puzzle that we do not have access to see. But there's a reason, like I say, the reason is the motive for them to do this. Whatever that reason is they think that this life was sacrificed, and an innocent daughter and woman, and David Crowley being innocent. They sacrificed them on the altar of, we could
Bohemian.
just say, a cremation of care,
Right.
if I may add that in there. Um, I think things like this kind of pass through California at times. Greg, you may know what I'm referring to in
Mm-hmm.
the Monterio thing. I think these things come across through there in some aspects in very, very tight circles and in very, very closed rooms regarding things like national security, who's trouble, who's not, what do we need to move on, and what do we need to stay off of or watch and monitor. So it's a very big spectrum, but I think these little things like this illustrate that there is a controlling party involved that is constantly getting the info and getting the direct data that gives them the opportunity to act against certain people. Like one just spoke here, like there's been threats, there have been calls, there are people that are out there really saying, we don't want you talking about that. You never know what can happen. They always speak very lucidly and directly to our fears. And that's what I think happened to the Apple Valley Police Department and anybody who gets involved in this. and really starts tackling the people who were dealing with it, those things happen. And I'm prayerful for each one here that you be
Right.
protected. Truth is to
That's
be
right.
done, and that's what you got to do. You go for the truth and pray, one, for those who are involved in the covering of darkness, and realize they're people too, and they may be in fear for their lives also. And I always think on the other side of the coin. If I was covering something up, why would I do it? Well, generally it's a threat to your life, or even worse, those around you you love, you fear for them. And this this definitely smells like a high operation cover up. For what reason? I think the motive tied to the movie. He was getting into things that was touching, things that they were not keen on letting to be aired in the public. And he was somebody that was going to get it done. They knew David Crowley would get this done. Second of all, he was a Christian, a believer, which there are some that are naturally opposed to those who are of the faith. And especially since, like Greg or myself, I want to seek the truth and put it out there because we are to confront darkness and expose it. What do they want to do? They want to hide and conceal it. So that's the world we're dealing in. And I realize that each time I get on this, that I know my life could be in the mix. That if they don't like what I do, or they want to stop the investigation or stop queries, they can make it look like this: murder, suicide, or their best way, make it look like an accident.
Hmm.
There are books in the CIA and the NSA that strive to make things look like it's self inflicted, accidental, or other persons involved, meaning anybody but the government or who's actually doing the deed, and make the trails look obvious, as they tried to do with David Crowley, and blame the dog for it. The dog did it. He tore up things. Oh, he did that. And it just smells to high heaven to me, and it really reeks of lies and contemptuous cover up. And I still tie it to the movie, but there might have been more that David knew that was not revealed, or part of the movie even, that he did stumble on in making this movie. So I don't know what y'all think along those lines, but that's kind of what's been in the back of my mind concerning this case since it's been brought to my attention. And I've looked at some of the things that were encountered by those investigating, and how quickly, again, how quickly they closed this case and said murder, suicide, and move on.
Right.
I'm with
And
you
it's
on that
hard,
one.
and it's hard not to look at who surrounded him, because that was a nest of vipers right there.
Yep, that I saw. And there was a lot of, I think, avenues to cover up who really did this. And I think they were making use of it. Um, I don't know what the actual persons or who was involved in what they're trying to cover up, other than the fact they did not want it known. And
Mm-hmm.
David was surrounded by people that were not exactly his friends. And one of them could be complicit in his murder, if not duly and totally involved in it. So that's other aspects involved, because one of the things that the government likes to do is infiltrate, investigate, and then make a decision. They may have had somebody in there with David looking at this and going, oh, we got to cut this right now. I don't know that, but I suspect it.
Yeah, which is a very good assumption. I'm not sure. Is that the right word to use for that?
Yep.
I think so.
Not pointing fingers. I'm just saying it's a pretty good guess.
Yeah, and I'm not wanting to run with who it might be in there. It's kind of like the Kennedy assassination. They try to lead you everywhere but to the truth. And they follow, this seems, the same mantra. They put just 40,000 different directions it could be to cover up the way that it really is.
That's right.
And I just want to say hi to the people who have joined us on the YouTube live chat room. I want to say hi to Kath and to Mallory and to everybody else. Really appreciate you all helping us keeping this case going. And like I said, again, we got, listeners, people who are looking at this case globally. This is a global case. So I definitely thank everybody who has helped out, everybody who is here joining us now. And I also want to welcome Christy. Christy is also joining us. Christy, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, thanks.
Can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you good. Loud and clear.
Okay, good. Good.
So what's your view on all this? What are you thinking?
Well, I believe that all of this is possible. One thing that I've really been looking into and wondering about that has perplexed me is because I've been into all of this. It's funny that Kennedy was mentioned because that's one of the things that is something that I really study a lot, and I just keep uncovering more and more and more stuff. And what I wonder about is if he knew something. I mean, I know that he wasn't really dug in deep when he was in the military, but I believe that he would have had to have known something or really been a threat on some huge level, because there are so many documentaries out there that you can find that are about these secret societies. I don't know if we should name any specific ones, but it really doesn't matter because, like I messaged you, Greg, and told you I was like looking into all of this stuff, and I've been researching, and what I have come to the conclusion to believe is that they're all connected.
Absolutely.
And there are people that are members of more than one of the societies. And this goes all the way back to Kennedy. I mean, I was just reading about someone last night that I had never heard of. A woman, what was her name? There was a Christine Keeler, and then there was another woman that was involved, and she was not only a double agent, she was like a triple agent, but she had dealings with the Kennedys, and I can't remember the guy's name that got all of the women for all of the politicians and stuff like that back then. But her name was her last name was Novotny. And let me look and see. And a lot of people don't know about this because a lot of this went on over in England, even though they had a very strong presence in Washington. But bear with me. I'm trying to find her name so that I don't want to say anything inaccurate. Her name was Mariella Novotny, and she was married to a man named Horace Dibben. And she originally was from Czechoslovakia, and she was the queen of, I'm just going to say it, and I'm not meaning to be inappropriate, but she was the queen of, like, sex parties. And Stephen Ward, and all of this is out there because of the Freedom of Information Act. You can find all of this. All of this stuff has come to light because they keep releasing more and more and more papers. And Stephen Ward was the guy that worked, and he got Kennedy and all of the other guys women, and he dealt with this woman, Well, not only was she the queen of the sex parties that they had, she worked for MI5, and the Mossad. She had numerous connections. Well, she started talking about writing a book in 1980, and she said that the CIA had her journal, and this was going to really be dynamite. Well, in 1983, she was found dead from a drug overdose, supposedly a suicide. Does that sound familiar?
No, I've never heard of this one. I'm trying to look it up now. I'm actually looking.
It sounds a lot like Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah, Dr. Feelgood. Yeah.
Okay.
Or what about that Hollywood Madam too, or something?
Yeah.
Where she was going to write a book and have that black book and everything, and
exactly.
She ends up dead.
Yeah. But I'm not trying to digress. My point is that this goes way back, and they were members of these societies and stuff. And it's really funny because Kennedy actually made a speech about how things shouldn't be secret and whatnot. I'll try and find that speech where he talks about everything should be out in the open and there should be no secrets and stuff like that. And it just made me laugh because they were all dug into these societies. And so it goes all the way back into the 1800s, if not before that. And
Right.
it just goes on and on and on. And so basically my point is that there are all kinds of things out there. There's documentaries about each and every one of these organizations and people secretly going in and filming them during ceremonies, and then you've got like major motion pictures that allude to things like Tom Hanks, and I'm not going to name any specific things because I don't want to be accused of saying that anyone's accusing anyone of anything, but there's a Tom Hanks movie that alludes to certain things, and so there's even major motion pictures that allude to things, people getting killed for going places where they shouldn't go. So because I'm not ruling that out. I mean, that's a strong possibility, but what I'm wondering is, why was he so dangerous for them to do this to him? Because there's so many people out there that are so vocal about this. I mean, you've got the 9/11 people, you've got all kinds of people out there, and why him? That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's what I'm trying to, and it's so hard because we're limited to the information that we have. And so it's really hard to figure out.
You're right.
One of the things that I noted. Well, one of the things I noted about Kennedy, I want to interject here, is that I have looked up, is that there were two things that Kennedy was finding that he did not like. One, the Federal Reserve was not constitutional. He was going to do away with it. Two, the CIA, he said he was going to tear up and scatter into 1,000 pieces. Two things that I think had great input to what happened. Plus, at the time, our government was looking at him as being too cozy with Russia. And one of the things that's ironic with Kennedy is his family was tied in the war with the Bushes and everything in the past and involved in some of these secret societies. And I think he and his brother, Bobby, disagreed with that. And we're going a new direction. And I think that's why, as you both see, both of them were executed.
And there's a lot of symbolism. What's really interesting is there's a lot of symbolism with his death. I'll post this one documentary that I watched, and I'll sent. I mean, if anyone wants any of the information that I've come over, on on the internet and stuff, feel free to message me and ask me for it, and I'll send it to you. But it's really interesting the symbolic things that come into play just with his assassination, and like you said, his connection to Russia, that had a huge thing to do with it. And there was no love lost between him and people in the CIA, or even between him and Johnson. The only reason they were still around is because of the dirt that they had on people. They had so much dirt on people, they didn't know how to get rid of these people, because they would just keep gathering up all of this information, and they had so much information about the Kennedys and their extracurricular activities and stuff. They couldn't just say, okay, let's get them out of here. They couldn't do that. And so, but like there's a connection with Giacomo, the mobster. There's a real strong line. You can follow it, because Giacomo was a mobster. He was associated, and their dad had strong connections with the mob, because he started out bootlegging, and so you can follow the line. And what's really interesting is you can follow the line of all of the deaths, because Giacomo was connected with Ruby, and Ruby assassinated Oswald,
who had no involvement with Kennedy.
And Oswald supposedly had connections with Russia, but they just killed Oswald so they couldn't prove that he didn't kill Kennedy, is the only reason he did it. But I mean, I'm kind of getting off of the point, but the point is if you know too much, they're going to get rid of you. If you know something and they don't like it, they're going to get rid of you. But that's the $1 million question.
What did Crowley know?
Exactly. He had to have known something for him to be so dangerous to kill him and his family. He would have had to know something.
And the thing about it is, he wasn't working on his film at the time, was he, Greg?
They were working.
When he was killed, he had not been working on it for a while?
No, he was working on it. He was working on it up until the day he died. So he was working on making a treatment for a TV series. Go ahead.
I mean, I know that, but was he working on the movie effectively at the time he was killed?
Well, by
was
that,
he offline for a while?
I don't know if he was offline. That's a really good question, because it kind of goes back to when did he actually die? Because if you really look at it, the people he was working with to turn Gray State into a TV series had not heard from him since September.
Whoa.
That's a long time. Now, maybe that I might be off by 1 month, but even that is, they were trying to contact him. Yeah, that's a long time. So when we started going back and really thinking about, okay, who saw David win? Who were some of the last people to actually see him? It kind of brings that up. But in September is when the Gray State moved from a movie. They were going to make it a TV series, and David publicly put that out on Facebook. So everybody knew it. Everybody who was hoping that this would be a film, a feature film, now the whole plan changes. Now it's not going to be a feature film. It's going to be a TV series, which may lead into a feature film later on. But that's what David was supposed to be doing at this time, was working on a treatment that would help with this TV series. So he's basically working, which this is normal for him when he gets into that mode where he's writing. So, and then all of a sudden, he just he turns up dead.
Oh, so he was starting to write the scripts for his series
Correct.
that he was wanting to put on TV.
Right.
Did they find those scripts?
That's a really good question. I would assume yes. I think they found everything that was in that house. Everything that he was doing, everything that he was actually working on. Uh, they had it all. I think it all, after everything was said and done, I think it went back to David's dad, and from there, the Gray State team got their grubby little hands on it and are still trying to do something with it. That's what I think. They're still trying to make money off of this.
Oh, based on what happened to David, they better take note. Because honestly, if they were to actually get that going, it may not bode well for them if they're really trying to follow up. Because, like I say, I hope it does come out and they get it on the air. I'd like to watch it, to be honest. I really would.
But it won't be
But
his movie. It won't be his
it won't be
vision.
his
That's the
idea,
problem.
nor it will not have the information that he had.
No, it
Because
won't.
I think the reason he was killed is because he knew something. He may have been holding back on it even a little bit for his own good and his family, maybe. I don't know.
You know, it
Uh,
sounds like he was going to take this in a more spiritual. There was going to be a lot more spiritual stuff to it, and a lot of the people that David was actually working with were not
didn't like
Christians.
that.
They did not
Yeah,
like Christ. They were almost, I mean, obviously you could say, well, if you're not of Christ, you are antichrist. So by that
yeah, that's
by
true.
that way you could pretty much say that. But these were not people who wanted to take it in that way. They didn't want it to go in that spiritual. They really just wanted to keep it just a Hollywood blockbuster, true to the
Hard
to
facts,
right,
true
true
facts
true to
type of
that
thing.
trailer, to the 2012 trailer.
Yeah, that's
Go ahead.
yeah, that's totally what I took from the trailer with the mark that they were putting on people's arms and them not being able. Obviously, the woman goes into the grocery store. She's not able to buy anything because she doesn't have the triangle on her arm, and then the guillotine.
Oh,
You can't get any more.
oh. This
Um,
was dealing with the mark of the beast, and the gray state was dealing with that? Interesting.
well, he didn't completely say it, but I find it weird that he chose a triangle because and this is just what I believe. It's a personal belief, but like anything demonic, a lot of times likes to deal in threes because it's mocking God, and a triangle is three-sided. But another thing that's interesting is some triangles can have 6 sides. And so, I found it really interesting that a triangle was involved. Also, the all-seeing eye, which is associated with many, many, many groups. But then the guillotine and the decapitation just really I was like, okay, I see what direction this is taking, and so that may be the answer to the $1 million question, Greg.
Yeah.
Or also, nobody has mentioned it, but I do think it. The Star of David. Think about it. They have 3 triangles or 3 on top and 3 on bottom, which is their national emblem. Which, if you count the points on each triangle, there's 3, right? Or there's 3 at top, 3 at bottom, 6 points to that star.
Yeah, and if you just turn that star a little bit, then you've got the satanic star.
And the interesting thing about this is that they're talking about their coming Messiah rejecting the true Messiah. So therefore, having 2 Star of Davids as a mark could be quite interesting. Or 3 stars, for example, given as the mark, the threefold cord and the number 3 also being involved in that indicates a possibility of a mark imitating or being close to that, which I think is keeping with the last days where the true Israel and the 144,000 come at odds against those who have these, what they consider to be the true Israel, based on the law, which cannot save, and those both basing and boasting in the Savior about salvation apart from the law by grace through faith.
Yeah.
Which
and
is
what's
what is shaking
interesting,
up.
what's interesting is the fact that this case has taken an international interest. I mean, it's just a family in Apple Valley, Minnesota, and yet
I know.
it's gone
A small little town in
international.
Minnesota.
So, I mean, that says a lot, like
Well, it says
there's
a lot
got
for
to be a
the
reason.
absolutely.
There's got to be
It's
a
the-
reason.
It's the spirit of the Most High highlighting the darkness involved and going, this, like John the Baptist crying out to Herod saying, you're wrong. You shouldn't have your brother's wife. You're wrong. And the same thing to Apple Valley in there. This is wrong. And light is being put upon it.
Exactly.
Amen.
Exactly.
Amen to
I don't
that.
think if there wasn't something to it, it wouldn't have spread the way that it has spread. But I think it's something that's very significant, and I think that's why it's grabbed a hold of so many people, because it has a major significance. I don't think that any of us really even know yet, but there's
Absolutely.
something firmly significant about it. And I think as it unravels, it'll be revealed to us more and more.
I
We
hope
hope.
so. Yeah, I hope
pray.
so.
Because the way it's looking right now, this is buried deep. And
Yeah.
what else do you have on that document, Greg, that you were reading?
What else?
We
Yeah.
got a
There's
lot.
like
There's
488
pages. You were reading the page, though.
That's
I mean,
right.
you were reading the page there. I know there's 488.
Yes, there
You
are.
were reading specific that
We've-
you were trying to highlight.
No, it's cool. I mean, we've managed to get through about 56, 57 pages so far. So, and we kind of skipped
And you're
through.
trying to march through all 488.
Well,
That's
yeah.
gonna be fun.
Well, and this is going to be a long series, right? But these calls are obviously not just limited to that talk, but that's just kind of if the radio goes silent, because Walter, you can't have radio silence. That's a big no-no.
That's a fact. I remember that at Family Radio. We gave maybe a second. They gave long radio silence in there a couple of times. I
Oh,
remember
yeah.
the break, but they
Yeah.
tried to keep it tight. But I remember 1 or 2 seconds, and I thought, oh, that's horrible.
Oh,
And Tom
Craig
used to
would.
say he hated that.
Yeah, Craig would drill us on that. Like, what are you guys doing? It's like, you don't realize how
Don't put it away,
complicated
Craig.
it is.
It is.
It really
It
is. Um,
Definitely.
So I know we got also Mallory. I think Mallory has joined us. I don't know if she's back on now here, but Mallory's going to be
Hi.
joining us. Hey, Mallory. How are you?
I hear you.
All right, we hear you.
you.
Welcome.
And
Thank you so
contribute.
much.
We don't want to talk too much. We're trying to fill the void, but we like the others to screech and holler at
Absolutely.
us and start talking.
Absolutely. Give us your views. Tell us what you think about this case. Let me ask you, Mallory, what brought you to this case here?
Actually, I had been on some deep dive looking up like stuff and video where they were portraying him as guilty, and then in the recommended there was like one of Catherine Michelle's videos, and that's where it all started.
Nice.
And I realized he's completely innocent, and this is like one of my favorite cases,
Have
like to study.
Have you
Yeah, go
watched
ahead, what?
Have you watched Eric Nelson's documentary?
Let me check. I don't know. Let me.
You would know. You would definitely know if you did.
Yeah, you would know
You
if
would
you
know.
watched that piece of crap.
It is on YouTube. You can find it. It's on Netflix, but it is on YouTube. You can find it there too. So if you, it's definitely, I guess it's worth watching once. I've only watched it once myself, but
Bring a bottle of wine.
bring two.
It'll help.
Yeah.
Yeah, two.
Hey, just bring a bunch of
Research
Gallo
this
wine.
case.
Bring a case, right, Walter?
Yeah, there you go. Get $2 Chuck.
Two
Sit
bucks.
back with it.
You might need the good stuff for this one. I don't know. $2 Chuck's gonna
Oh,
cut
yeah,
it.
we had some good stuff we bought at our nice little winery down on Palo Verde out there.
Absolutely. Support your local winery.
Oh yeah, we did that quite a
For-
few times.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been going there
Yeah,
a
'cause-
lot since I've been researching this case. So what does that tell you?
Oh, that's a good place to sit out. What was the name of that one? Started with C. I forgot. The name.
Yeah. Let's not let's not
Let's not
advertise.
advertise.
Let's not
Oh,
advertise
yeah.
that.
I had it in my mind, but I thought I'm not gonna do it.
That's okay. Sorry,
What's
Mal.
the name of this documentary?
It's called A
A
Gray
Gray
State.
State.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
But once you
Yeah,
have
I don't know.
researched this case, it is very, very hard to watch that documentary.
You're right. That's
so
right.
you're forewarned.
There's no going back after that.
Oh, this is
Once
probably
you
gonna
watch
bug
it-
me then.
It is gonna
When
bug
you
you.
watch
Yeah.
it, it's there.
Yeah, it's about 93 minutes long. Definitely worth watching. But you
Yeah,
know.
I think I see it 124, or I mean 1 hour 24 minutes.
Yeah.
That sounds about right.
And nobody will blame you if you break that up into like a week's worth
You might have to.
of watching
Right.
it. You know, just watch 5 minutes, stop, take a few hours, go back to it again.
Yeah, walk away, come
Walk
back the next day.
That's right.
Yeah.
It is a lot to take in.
Basically.
It is.
It's to me that's intense. To me, this case has affected me in a lot of ways. In thinking about our local police departments, it makes me
Aw.
wonder what they're all about sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, because all police departments are somewhat interconnected to some degree. Apple Valley could be Waco, Texas, where I live and exist. And the police out here are a lot more authoritarian, definitely. And people here respect the police, and we all should respect them. But we should also call out their errors and expect correction too.
There's plenty of errors here.
Oh yeah. Well, if some other police
Errors,
them
I
out,
don't know if
then,
they're errors. I think they're contemplated
Right.
actions. Definitely.
Go ahead, Mallory. You were saying some other police?
Go ahead.
Oh shoot. Yeah, if some other police called them out, I don't know what they would. You know, since we're all just like the regular people, they don't have. I mean, they have power to just reject what we're saying, but like, I don't know. I wish that they were like better policemen in the system, or that other policemen just took their power from them and investigated for themselves. Like,
Well, I guess that's
it irks me.
Yeah, that's the difference between the county sheriff that they have there, and then the Apple Valley. It's kind of a I've always kind of hoped that the sheriff's office, the Dakota County Sheriff's Office, I always thought that they might be more of a big help if we can give them something. And it's kind of like, nobody is going to move, nobody's going to budge unless we can give them something. And Catherine tried. That doesn't mean that we should stop
she tried
trying.
hard.
Yeah, she really did. She really did. And we got to keep on trying, because we could lose every battle here, but we can win this war, and we can get this case reopened. I have no doubt at all. It's just a matter of time.
You know, one
Yeah, 'cause
thing that Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, because this one little bitty group of police officers is telling us all in like the country that we're wrong and they're right. We can totally take them down and win this. You're right.
Oh,
What were you saying now?
One thing that I found really interesting when I started thinking that this runs a lot deeper is because of the results that the private investigator gave. Because it was so
Comical.
It was
Comical.
Comical.
copied down.
What did he
just
come up with?
What was in the police report? I mean, he just basically regurgitated what the Apple Valley Police Department had said.
Yeah.
Oh, they gave him the script.
Yeah, and the thing is, and here's my other question, especially if anyone is listening, if people want us to go away and shut up about this, if there is proof in the diaries that he did this, then just show it. Show the proof that he did it. We are reasonable, intelligent people. We aren't crazy kooks. We are rational. We're intelligent. We're not just trying to chase this just for the sake of chasing it. I mean, I don't spend hours and hours and hours of my days going over this because I enjoy it. It's horrible. So if there is proof in those diaries they did it, then just show it and we'll shut up and we'll go away.
Amen.
I think if they would have had that, they would have done it. And the only way that'll come out that way and they show it is because they concocted it and wrote it themselves.
There
They
you
were
go.
they were
Thank
looking.
you.
They were looking for everything. So if there was something like that, they would have found it and they would have used it. For sure.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I think if they do come
It's
up with something
unfortunate.
later, don't believe it.
Yeah, right. But they wanted to cover up, and they just wanted to go with what they had and not. And just in the case right there, you know. We're not happy with that, though.
I'm sure they didn't expect this backlash at all, but that's why they're holding the fort. There's a lot of people probing them, and they don't like that. And there's, like I said, there's somebody holding them accountable to stay, on script. But this is a big deal. And this is going, like I say, larger than just Apple Valley. Something that David Crowley had or knew, or he was getting close to and was about to find out. And they just said no. And then they told everybody, shut up, call it a murder-suicide, let's make it look like that, and let's leave it alone and let them talk.
And the other interesting
As much
thing
as I hate
is
to think like that.
all of a sudden, the private investigator that was hired to look into this case, $7,000 was spent for him to tell information that we already have. Now he has a television show coming out. Wow, that's interesting.
Oh, so that's a new TV show. That's not an old.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was a new. I thought it was an old.
No, this is new.
I
I
didn't
think
know
he's
that.
going to replace Kennan.
Yeah, it seems like everybody knows about Kenan except me.
Hollywood, Hollywood.
Wow.
Like how Crowley was going to get a TV show, but then conveniently died.
Yeah. There you go.
Funny.
Yeah, but he didn't follow a script. If you follow a
Right.
script, you get a TV show.
You guys are on point. That's so on point.
The rewritten script.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's right on point there. Interesting.
Because Hollywood is run not by ethical people, we could say that.
I mean,
No, especially when you've got people holding their hands up in a triangle shape when they entertain. You have to be a moron.
Or putting out the all-seeing eye 666 over their eye, yeah.
Well, I mean, David.
kind of understood what that means, and I think that ties back to where it is in California, and the Monte Rio, the river of money, and that shows their power and their constituency, and it's worldwide, because everybody worldwide goes to California, everybody, and it's interesting to me that one little town that has 1,900 people, and I went through that town, and it looks like um, a town of impeccable cleanliness, almost perfection. And it scared me to walk through a town. I've never seen a town quite like it. And then, of course, the Bohemian Club in the grove there that the ancient Indians used to say, don't go there, evil lurks there. And then that's where their club meets and hangs out for 3 weeks. I go, if you're hanging out in the midst of the woods that the ancients said is an evil place, what's coming out of there? Evil.
Mm-hmm. It's
And
a who's who of
yeah,
the elite.
you've got it. Not only that, but of world powers and politicians and all of the businesses and everybody who's anybody. And you don't get in unless you're invited, and you can be invited as a guest or invited as a member. And I think Greg said the dues are 100,000 a year, and you got hundreds of members probably, so their budget is quite, you know, good, so they can accomplish things. And the thing about it, what's interesting, that means it's a worldwide consortium that is continuing to work at a goal to do what? So this has a purpose, and I think it
And
ties in to this David Crowley case.
they're expanding too. Did you hear that?
No, I
They're
haven't.
they're cutting trees down so that they can expand.
Oh boy,
And
they're buying up. Oh boy.
Yep.
You know, Greg,
And
I think we should go there at the end of their time when everybody's coming out and see what's going on.
Yep, you're right.
Instead of
And
just
we
when you're
def-
going there.
So
Yep,
They're expecting us in.
you're right.
someone got their hands on a yearbook from it and a list of members.
Yeah.
There's a
Keep a memory
documentary.
list? Wow.
Yep.
There's a documentary. I don't know how they got their hands on it, but they did.
Their lives are
And-
at stake grabbing that thing.
That is, but that's my point. That's my whole point. That's what I'm saying. So this person goes and makes a documentary and shows that they have a yearbook and they have a list of people, and they start naming off names that are on the list. They're not dead. David Crowley and his family is dead. So what did he know?
He might have run across something that they were planning that was an intricate part of a worldwide effort, because he was dealing with that. And the thing about it, it was dealing with international governments and maybe how they work together instead of how they are apart. Because in the news media, it's Russia against the United States, Russia against China, and all of this. But I think behind the scenes, that is not really what is happening. And they decide, okay, we need to go to war to we need to trim our troops and get rid of some people. We got too many. What do y'all say we do? Can we start a conflict? And that's kind of how I think it goes. They sit there and talk it out.
Exactly. Well, a certain group that has been around forever, you know, they started doing the same type of stuff in Germany right before all of that broke out, and they did exactly what is going on here. They're dividing and conquering. What they're doing is they're dividing the public.
Yep.
You know, and when you divide the public can't be united to fight against anything. And it's kind of like a sleight of hand. It's like, okay, we're going to make them fight against each other, and then we're going to move in. And that's when all of the stuff that Crowley was talking about, that's when all of that stuff will come into play. It's going to get so out of hand. People are going to get so riled up and agitated because they don't realize that they're pawns in this.
Yep.
And it's going to get so out of hand that they are able to declare martial law.
Yeah, they don't want the people unified, and maybe through grace, the grace state, it would have started waking people up to an area that they did not want. That
Exactly.
type of unity
Exactly.
would make it dangerous and it could spread, just like the Trump phenomenon.
Right. Exactly. Well, the key actor in Gray State,
Yeah.
he went on numerous interviews with David saying that he helped David write, part of the script and everything, and a lot of these ideas came from him. And you'll see in the trailer that the executioner is wearing like this Masonic apron.
Yep.
Well,
Okay.
guess who became a member of the Masons after David's death?
Oh, wow.
Danny Mason.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. And I was just telling Greg, the biggest Masonic lodge nearly in the
It's right
world
there.
is no. You know where it's really
Oh.
located? You're not going to believe it. I didn't either. Waco, Texas.
Oh, wow.
And guess where Kennedy was killed? In Texas. And I thought, now that's quite a coincidence. Because I noticed the Masonic library. They have a huge Masonic library. I took some pictures and sent to Greg. And I haven't passed the lodge here, but I was just looking up the lodge here because I always look it up wherever I go. And I'm from Waco, and I never knew. And they said the biggest lodge nearly worldwide is the lodge in Waco, Texas. And I was going, what? Waco has a population of about 100,000. Central Texas is not the who's who in the world, and it's a quiet little backwood country town. Very nice, but if you come to Waco, you'll notice it's not great, it's not big, it's not flamboyant, it's just a quiet little place. And I was stunned. I go, the biggest Masonic lodge is in Waco, Texas? I'd expect someplace like Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, New York City, something like that. But it is located in Waco, Texas. And by this, I understand that Waco and the surrounding, even in a little town called McGregor, they had a Masonic lodge there, a real small one. And I'm thinking, my gosh, my state is the biggest Mason state around, one of the most powerful ones, in my opinion, based on what I just learned about Waco, Texas. And I thought, wait a minute. The Masons are, of course, tied to, I bet you a lot of them are members of the Bohemian Grove. If they are invited to be so, they would choose one of those people. And so that stunned me. And when I thought about Kennedy being killed in Texas, and now tying this to Crowley, you mentioned the Mason there. So I think this is just